been high. I've been high. Lately I've been feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic, no, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you, when you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
Feel uninvited. Left home in West LA, I'm not excited. So uninspired. On my way to play the bay while you're alone. This girl's a wonder. She loves me, yeah, she needs to know I love her. I wonder if we'll make it through this summer. Just wanna touch like back when we were younger. Yeah. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me.
I'm so divided, starstruck, but hate has got some indecisive. I'm over fighting, I just can't wake up cold and sleep alone. This boy's some trouble. When he's around, my problems seem like double. His stupid eyes put me on ice, so no, no. Don't slow me down, don't wanna do this solo.
Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me. I can't help myself, you're a drug to me. I just can't get enough. I know this is love, so come close to me while we're still young. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me.
I'm standing on the edge of a cliff. Realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven's end. With me tonight, I'm gonna run. We'll never forget the past.
What's up, guys? My name is Cam. I'm the marketing coordinator here at Dark Zero Esports. And today I'm sitting down with all of you to talk about Going Pink and everything that we're doing here as an organization for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So a little bit about myself. I actually lost my mom to breast cancer when I was 9 years old. And so everything that we're doing here in this whole month is very close to home. My mom, Stephanie, she was a character. It was dope. I lost her when I was young, but things I remember for sure, her sense of humor. There was always, a positive side, totally the glass half full type of person. And so, when she was diagnosed when I was 7 or 8, it was hard because chemotherapy and everything, and her having to go to the hospital a lot and us having to give her space to rest. It was a difficult time because, I was young and I was confused, like, why can't I go see my mom? And, there's just a lot of confusion being young and not being able to see her and not knowing if she's getting better or not understanding, like, why she's in the hospital, or, I thought they said that she was coming home today. Why is she still there? And even through that time, her coming back from the hospital, going through chemo, and she can, barely walk, her head is shaved. She's still laughing and talking the whole time. I remember when we shaved her head, we left a little bit on the side, so it was like the Princess Leia buns, but just with the shaved head. And I used to wear her wigs and stuff that she got. So one of the things we started a tradition as a family was going to the Susan G. Komen Race for the Cure. And that was awesome for her because she got to, be out there still with the shaved head and the crazy bandana, but with a stroller with 3 boys in it, doing a 1K walk with everybody behind her, the whole squad, everyone in shirts that says Stephanie Guillermo on there. We're all just rocking and rolling through downtown Las Vegas. That was really my first time seeing, all these beautiful things people are doing to raise awareness and empower the breast cancer community. And if you guys are at home or looking for something you could do, I invite you all to check out what we're doing here at Dark Zero for Going Pink for the entire month of October. We have a lot of really cool stuff lined up. First, we're working with the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. We're selling really awesome sweatshirts where 100% of the profits go towards them. And you can actually check out what they do on our website. We have a bunch of information about how to see the signs early and different resources you can give to your family members or loved ones who are affected by breast cancer. And my personal favorite part is the memorial page that we're putting up on our website. So you guys at home can upload pictures of your loved ones, you give their name, a little bit of a story, and they're put up on our website for forever, remembered with all these other beautiful people. My mom will be there as well. And anytime you guys wanted to go check out, you can go see your loved ones as the first breast cancer patients to be honored on an esports website. Thank you guys so much for listening to my story. Hope you're all enjoying the matches, and I'm excited to see you all go pink this month.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Rainbow Six Siege Dark Zero Going Pink event to support the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. I am Lynx, joined by, to my right, Devin Emzo Becker. How you feeling? I believe you might be muted, Emzo, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't believe we're hearing Emzo right now for whatever reason in particular. Again, you'd think in 2021 we'd somehow manage to master the ability to broadcast to you live on the internet, but yet somehow there always seems to be something that gets us at the last minute. But while we start to figure things out, if we want to take a real just talk about the bracket real quick, or the format, while we help get some of these audio issues sorted out, I can sort of take you through what we're going to see today in the Dark Zero Going Pink tournament. So we have 4 teams, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. 2 matches, one after the other, a BO1 semifinals, the first one being between Goo Goo Dolls and Renegades, the second one between Girl Boss and Mirage, and all of that is for a $2,500 winner-takes-all prize pool at the end of the day, which of course will be a best of 3 after those first 2 semifinals. So let's take a look at the bracket real quick as well, see exactly what's going on there. And do we have Emzo back? I just want to see. Maybe we do. Unfortunately, we do not. We do not have him back yet. So we'll just keep talking about the bracket, see what's going on. Of course, as I just said, Goo Goo Dolls and Renegades will be the first game we see coming out today. And if you don't know, one of the big women's leagues going on right now is Project Eris. Goo Goo Dolls right now is undefeated in that league. So to start things out, we should see an excellent showing from that team. Going up against Renegades is going to be an extremely tough fight for them to try to work out in the end. And that second BO1 after that is against an equally formidable team, being Girl Boss. They are not undefeated in Project Eris, because there's a little asterisk there. They have won every single game except the one they played against Goo Goo Dolls. So even though they might not be undefeated, for Mirage going up in that specific matchup, it is still going to be an extremely hard fight for them overall. And Goo Goo Dolls and Girl Boss, they're the number 1 and number 2 seeds respectively, so it's always going to be a difficult game for anybody going against them in this specific moment in time, and probably one of the reasons why they're the favorites for us to see in that best of 3 at the end of the day. But we do have that first matchup, Goo Goo Dolls versus Renegades. Let's see who are on all of these teams and how they look up going against each other. Of course, Goo Goo Dolls and Renegades don't have the maps just yet, but we will tell you in a couple minutes where we might see these two teams end up going. If you don't know the Goo Goo Dolls roster, they have had they're a pretty renowned team in the women's scene for having the success they've had up until this point. The team is Goddess, Moshizo, or Lauren, as you might otherwise know her, Marmalade, Demetrios, and Burb, and they have been tearing it up over the past few months. I casted Season 2 of CCSW a couple months back, and they did extremely well in that league in particular. So to see them play today, I haven't had it closely been acquainted to Project Eris as I have, say, with CCSW, but I do know from the games that I've watched, they are still in peak form. Of course, you have to be when you're undefeated. So hopefully going up against Renegades today, it might see a good showing. Of course, Renegades is Ashton Blue, Emma 8-Bit, Ogie Bear, and Rai Fry. Not as well-renowned a team, but still with a lot of really famous faces on that roster as well, who I'm sure will give us a very good showing in that one map. Do want to check once again. Maybe Emzo is back yet. I don't believe we do. Just want to see. Just want to give him a chance to bring back. No, unfortunately, he's still not here. So, for both of these teams, I can update you on the map bans right now if we want, if we see what's going on. Don't believe they are done just yet. We'll come back to my face, see what's going on. Might see Emzo in a state of panic right now. You can see him contemplating. He's very scared right now. Quite frightened at the display that we are seeing. Oh, look at that. He's so sad now. Oh, he's crying. This is not the kind of mood we wanted to set on the Going Peak stream today. But this is at least a very good story to tell for anybody watching going forward in the future. But for Goo Goo Dolls and Renegades today, I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be harsh. But to say that Goo Goo Dolls are not the favorites and probably are going to win today would be inaccurate of me. They're undefeated in Project Eris. They are looking extremely good on top of all of that. It's just hard to root against them going into this. A team like Renegades, who do have quite a few competent players on that team, very good players as well. It's hard to bet against a team like Goo Goo Dolls in any situation. I'm hearing Emzo, at least in my ears. I don't know if he's hearing your ears, but I can at least hear Emzo, which is I can already.
Hopefully everyone can hear me out there.
Whew.
Oh, I jinxed it too by saying like a comment about audio issues right before we went live.
You tempted fate. Emzo, and frankly, I'll try.
I think at this point I rebooted everything humanly possible. So if that didn't work, I was just gonna have to run to your house.
Yeah, that'd be a really long run. You'd have to Forrest Gump it, just like unending, just continuous.
But to answer your early question, I'm doing great.
I'm glad. I'm very glad that you're doing great. Of course, you have rebooted everything. It's almost like you're feeling fresh now. Everything's changed.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you have any thoughts? I'm sure maybe you heard my whole spiel about Goo Goo Dolls, Renegades. Do you have any thoughts going into this?
I think there is a little chance that these two best of ones could be a little one-sided, depending on how people are feeling today. That being said, both the more dominant teams have shown a lot, so there's always possibility for good counterplay, right? So, I mean, we'll see. Right? It depends on how everyone's feeling today, really, and what maps we end up on, what op bans there are. There's a lot of variables in Siege, and that's one of the nice things about it is you never really know. But at the same time, as long as we get good matches, that's really all that matters.
Yeah, no matter what map it's on, of course, I am always partial against Oregon. I prefer like literally any other map at this point. North America still seems to really enjoy that map, so as long as it's any of the other 6, I'll be fine.
I think there's a good chance,
as you said, just as long as it's a really good game, even if it's one-sided, we see some good play. Really? You've already jinxed it. You've already jinxed it with the audio equipment, and now you're doing it with Oregon again? How are you doing?
You love Oregon.
How are you doing this?
Don't fret. It's
I believe
it sometimes is to the game what Clubhouse was like year 1.
I do. Okay, here's what I will say. I will admit, while I'm not the biggest fan of Oregon and how it plays out over the entire round, I do like the fact that it is a map where you have to entry by actually taking a gunfight instead of just landing a nade at some points. I do enjoy that aspect of the map. So, by the way, we do have an update. It will not be Demetrios playing for Goo Goo Dolls. It will be Turler who is playing, but she's still played with the Goo Goo Dolls roster extensively. So it's not going to be some massive shift that is going to completely throw out the balance of the match. Turler has played with Goo Goo Dolls extensively. Still likely going to be potentially one-sided, as Emzo said earlier, but still some good chance for Renegades to show us something. Here's the thing, though. I do like Oregon, as I just said, but you can't tell me, except maybe Clubhouse, you can't tell me you wouldn't prefer like literally any other map compared to Oregon, except maybe Club.
I obviously,
Would you disagree?
I just kind of came back to casting some stuff. I didn't overcast Oregon during the NAL finals.
That's true.
Or, I mean, NAL,
That's true.
not NAL finals, but the final play days of NAL. So I'm not as sick of it yet, I suppose. So honestly, though, like Oregon was my favorite map for a long time. Champs, I don't know if they necessarily like made it more or less my favorite, but I do understand the staticness sometimes that you get in the way it has to be played in certain sites. So that's why I feel like the op picks and bans really can make a huge difference in terms of how people have to play it. Like if there's certain strategies that are just getting really stale with the way the team plays it, and you just ban the ops that are critical to that, it can change it up a little bit. But I don't know. I do enjoy watching sometimes Coastline a bit more, maybe just because the dynamicness of that map could be a little crazier.
I know talking to my friends who are players, they've always lamented Coastline for it just being a complete hellhole where it's hard to get anything done. It always feels like anything can happen. Getting your game going, you could have the perfect strat, and somebody just gets a kill, and it's like, oh, well, they have the entirety of the momentum now. So but as a caster and as a viewer, I do enjoy watching Coastline for that exact reason. But going back to your point about Oregon, I will say, it is the map where we probably see Ying the most, and that is something I do really enjoy, because while Ying is useful on many maps, she does get the most play on Oregon, and it is certainly a nice change of pace to some of the more staticness of Oregon. I will check to see if we have the map bans yet. I don't believe we do. I do see. No, we don't have them yet, unfortunately. I do see as our observer is hosting the lobby, I do see Oregon as the selected map, so I'm already getting scared. We don't have it yet, but even the lobby is defaulting to Oregon, and that is making me sweat bullets as we go on.
I mean, it's one of the best maps for this matchup, so I wouldn't be surprised.
That's true.
Just based off the record, but at the same time, people like to change stuff up, especially since this is, not the typical league sort of setup. This is a kind of one-off thing, so this might be a good opportunity for teams to play maps they don't normally play in competitive play.
And since Oregon is very much an equalizer in that sense, it makes sense. I do know Goo Goo Dolls back in the CCSW Season 2 days. They did really enjoy to play Chalet. They played it often. Ironically enough, while they did play it frequently, they didn't always have the best success on it. They always seemed to keep it close towards the end. They might win it out, but it'd always be 7-5 or in overtime, despite how much they like to play that map. But it was still a map that they seemed pretty favorable on, and it's not the most complex map in the pool either. It's definitely one of the more simpler ones on both the attack and the defense, though the attack has a much better go of it on many of those sites. So could see Renegades decide to go for that one, since it's not as strategically intensive like Cafe, and as you said, it is a one-off. You don't need to try anything crazy here. You just need to win one map, and you move forward in the tournament, and you don't have to worry about facing your opponent at any remaining point. So a map like Chalet that's simple, a map like Oregon that's an equalizer, makes sense.
I mean, this is going to be a big difference for me, too, because when I just did the NL play days 8 and 9 or whatever they were, that was on the old version, technically, because they weren't playing on the live
that's
patch.
True. I forgot about that.
So it'll be a big difference, a big jump for me as well for jumping out of that, because it was playing pre-patch for that, because they were on LAN and capable of doing that. But I am interested to see how that affects the gameplay as well, because we haven't really seen a lot of competitive play yet with that particular change.
Well, I do know if there's any castle players on either of these teams, their setup went from about an hour and a half to 2 hours in length now with the addition of that extra castle barricade. So I feel bad for anybody who has to play that op in this game, because their setup got exponentially longer with the addition of a castle barricade in the new patch. But I actually forgot they could do that on LAN. See, I've never had the privilege to cast anything on LAN, but that's just such a nice thought. Like, oh wow, we can keep it consistent. We don't suddenly have some massive changes we have to deal with.
It's definitely something that is nice to be able to do, and hopefully sometime they'll be able to do that online. But for now, at least this makes for a nice change up, getting to see some comp play with the new changes to the patch. So I'm excited to see, especially like you said, the Castle one. I'm a big fan of Castle. Always been a good operator that's never been like overpowered for the most part. Always been fairly well balanced, fairly interesting as an operator. A little bit of variety. I don't want to say too much variety, because generally there are certain places where those castle barricades go, and you pretty much are always going to put one or two of them in almost the same place. But there's usually that third one or so that you'll start changing things up a little bit. So I'm looking forward to seeing at least some castle play today out of that.
And also with the UMP, when it got the 1.5x, I don't remember how many patches ago exactly the update, but when it got the 1.5, even though it doesn't do the most damage, I really think it helped that gun's viability a lot more just because you have that additive factor for the range. Of course, if you're going against an ACOG, it doesn't matter all that much, but it's still
Right.
something that you're going to feel better about. By the way, we do finally have the map. It is not Oregon, but it is still a map that has not really changed all that much in the meta. It is Clubhouse, another map that you could probably characterize as an equalizer. It hasn't really, even though it saw some changes in the recent map update, saw some changes to the walls, a box 2 all the way down in church was increased a little bit before as well. Still plays pretty much the same overall. The biggest change was they changed the bar stock site, and even then it's just a little bit more to the left as opposed to before.
I do like that all 3 sites on this map, and I say 3 because of course no one plays Birestock.
Yeah.
Are pretty different in how they play out, right? You've got server is all about opening the wall. Bedroom's all about somewhat opening the wall, but more about how you set up around it. And then Arsenal and church downstairs is very different, right? It's either the roam or no roam, right? It makes a huge difference in how it plays out. And when the no roam, you have like 2 minutes of people just getting comfortable in the bar first, and droning things out and setting up. I like the variety and the balance of this map, so I think it's a good one. Like I said, we did play it out pretty heavily in year 1, and it's always been a consistently played map. But I think people haven't like figured it out to the point where it always plays exactly the same way, or that there's no variety to the way it plays. Especially like the way that Cash plays out, for example, with players trying to take Garage out of it, always makes a huge difference. Or whether or not they try and attack from the construction side. So I don't know. I like this map overall as a potential, like you said, equalizer, one that's a good balanced map, one that every team really has a chance on if they've done their prep work and get the right bands in.
And you mentioned basement earlier, and I'm glad you brought up Cash, because that's my personal favorite side on the map to watch attack, just because I like the very sometimes systematic way it plays out. You always have a team, they try to open flat wall in the first 45 seconds to a minute. They open up that CCTV wall, get somebody on the rappel, and at that point they decide, okay, do we want to take rafters and go for a more CCTV side attack, or do we want to rotate to construction, open up that wall, and attack into Cash? Something about the way the dynamics of that site always play out, and seeing how teams decide they want to go, how they might adapt, and then rotate later on if one side has a lot of utility, or they've lost a man somewhere in the process, or they just some X factor has been thrown into the loop that they need to account for. Seeing how they adapt around that, I feel like it's just one of the more, maybe not simple sites in the game, but it's very easy to see the thought process on, see why they're doing it, and see the effects of their actions specifically in relation to, like, say, taking rafters and then looking into CCTV, denying that long angle. Then, of course, as you said, nobody goes bar stock, despite the fact I actually did see a team go bar stock in CL. It didn't go well, and it actually probably lost
reinforces it.
Yeah, it's not. There was a team. It was a game that they absolutely should have won. 100% should have won. If you bet for the other team, you were crazy. And then they go bar stock. They lost. They had won 3 rounds in a row at that point. They go bar stock. They lose, and then at that point, they almost looked like a different team. They just could not pick up a round after that, and it was
that's the bar stock curse.
It's something like that. And I guess it is bar stage now. It's not bar stock anymore, but it is about as equally. It's no longer indefensible, but it's basically indefensible at this point. A lot of things have to go right for it to work, and usually those things don't end up happening. And of course, Jim Bedroom's fine, so that site's there.
But you never know. Like I said, this is one of these comp settings that's kind of a one-off where you can try stuff like that. So it's entirely possible we might see it run once. And that might also depend on how long the match goes, right? The longer it goes, especially if we end up in overtime, the more chance you have to bring out like a one-off site kind of thing. So, I mean, I don't want to say it's likely to happen, but it will, if it does happen, it won't surprise me too much. And that's why I like these kind of one-off tournaments that teams are definitely wanting to win, especially for the winner takes all prize, right? There's no like in-between sort of prize where they're like, oh, well, I got second place. So with winners takes all, you are going to be playing to your best, but you also could try things that are off your regular stretch. Plus, again, we have the patch that's in effect now. that may make some minor differences in how teams play things out.
It is always nice when you have that incentives for teams to do the absolute most to try and take home that prize and that winner takes all system. But as we are waiting for more players to get into the lobby, if you want to talk about incentives today, of course, as we mentioned earlier, the whole Going Pink event ran by Dark Zero is ran by the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, or supported by the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. And we'll just take a little bit right now to talk about their mission and what they stand for. And of course, if you want to help support the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, there's a Dark Zero Going Pink sweatshirt on sale on Raven GG right now. It's for $60, and 23 of those $60 go directly to the Breast Cancer Research Foundation to support breast cancer research. And if you're wondering, well, how does that money impact? How does it go? What is it going to? What am I funding? $50 funds 1 hour of research in breast cancer and raising breast cancer awareness, or finding something to help fight the disease. And so if you pay $60 for that sweatshirt, 23 goes. 2 more sweatshirts from other people, 2 or 3 more sweatshirts, that's an hour already funded. So go to Raven GG, buy one of their sweatshirts, and help support a good cause today.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of research-based causes because of what you could do. Research is always pushing it forward rather than just maybe trying to solve a static problem. And so I think it's a great cause for that. It is a huge problem worldwide. It's something that a lot of people have to deal with. And obviously, the more we could contribute to that and get some cool swag out of it, why not, right? It's something where, like, I'd take a sweatshirt over a bracelet, so it's pretty cool.
That's true.
That's something, and shout out to Dark Zero as well for being part of this. I think it's great that we're able to do stuff like this. And also, there was some Valorant games for this as well. If you check out the VODs back on Dark Zero, if you're into that game as well. So a lot of cool stuff supporting this. And I know the Dark Zero players were also repping the sweatshirts during the NAL play days. So it's been great to see the big push from Dark Zero to help make this research just continue to grow, push forward, help deal with this. It's such an ongoing problem, and it has been for a long time. And I don't know if it'll ever be like solved one day, but I think the more we continue to contribute to it, the better.
More knowledge is never a bad thing. More research is never a bad thing. And also, the sweatshirts do look very nice, so I would recommend getting one. But we do have all 10 players in the lobby. We are just... we're still waiting on one. Excuse me. But we are just so close to getting into the game. And again, if you do recall, the map is Clubhouse. And I believe... I don't know, actually. Emzo, do you know the sides off the top of your head? I was not able to see, unfortunately.
I do not, actually. We'll see if we could find out the starting side.
So Goo Goo Dolls is starting on the defense and Renegade starting on the attack. That is somewhat important. I will say Clubhouse can sometimes lean a little bit attacker-sided, but again, it's an equalizer map. This isn't a side where if the defense gets the lead or if the attack gets the lead, it's nothing too crazy. It has the potential to go either way. It really is dependent on how the teams make the most of the site or their given side and how they end up playing in the end. It's not something like Oregon where there's an inherent advantage on one side. Any team can really get the lead if they want to, even though if it leads a little bit towards the attack, depending on the ban phase. And we might see that. Hibana is a very strong operator on this map. I would not be surprised if she gets banned. And if she is an operator that's on the field, is the kind of player, or is the kind of operator who really can swing things more in the favor of the attack because of all those hatches that you need to get and how quickly and easily she can get them.
I think if you're Renegades, you're kind of the underdog. Any map at some point starting on defense when you're kind of the underdog, I think is a good thing because you want to be able to feel the other team out, but you also want that the pace is different. You could take your time a little bit more. You could smooth things out. You can warm up, and you're also in control of the bomb sites. You're in control of kind of the initial pace of the game, how it starts, where it goes, and you get to feel comfortable first because the attackers have to adapt to you. So I think, obviously maps lean one way or another sometimes, although we've seen that reversed many times as well. We're like, oh, this map's defender-sided, and then attackers are winning like every single time. So the sidedness sort of thing is more of a statistical thing than really predictive.
True.
But it is also like a good indicator of looking up for some variety in terms of teams being able to succeed on maybe the non-dominant side. But I think defense is where you want to start if you're not feeling comfortable. You can really just kind of flush things out. The only thing that, of course, is a big bummer is if they happen to ban something that you really needed for those defenses. Maybe you won't be as comfortable as you'd like.
I would say in terms of general ops, there's no real one, I'd say, silver bullet op ban that is like, oh no, everything has changed. I think if you really get into target bans and a team runs something a lot, you might get there. And as you mentioned earlier, Emzo, there's quite the history of VODs that Goo Goo Dolls have for Renegades to have looked at if they chose to. They probably could have found out a lot of information. But finally, we are getting into the match. Goo Goo Dolls versus Renegades on Clubhouse. Of course, Goo Goo Dolls starting on the defense. That means they will get the first op ban. So we'll see if they try to throw anything crazy off the board, or if we'll be starting off with a Thatcher ban, like we always do. Maybe a hard
Yeah, let's not. That would be fantastic if we could skip that whole thing. But I doubt it.
This is a one-off tournament. Please just show something great. Just 3 matches.
Right.
We can have at least one. No, okay, never mind.
There we go.
I mean,
well,
at
it
least,
had to happen.
It's at least comforting for us going into it. Nothing crazy that we have to break down. You all know why Thatcher is a good ban. Very powerful gadgets, has not changed much, has remained powerful over the course of the game's history, can disable any electronics in a given radius. Used to be able to destroy them, but now it's just disabled for a period of time. Still equally powerful. It's like the difference between $1 million and $500,000. Still an absurd amount of money.
Right,
but
exactly.
In combination with a Mav ban, that's different.
Yeah. Maverick going with Thatcher ban is a big one, because what can you do if you can't Thatcher the batteries or the electric claw? You could just burn through it, right? Well,
Exactly.
now that's not an option, right? So now this becomes a lot more important to say, for example, there we go. That's the bans. Almost all of these are essentially revolving around Cash Wall at the end of the day. But that being said, also, Kaid is important for the hatches on those Arsenal attacks if they want to play those. So it's definitely a big ban as well. All of these are really, really impactful bans in terms of how this map plays out. I mean, in theory, they could ban Bandit next, and that would have been a great one, but we know that's not going to happen, right? Still would have been fun to see, they really have to work super hard to try and get things going.
Yeah, no, instead they'll just ban the Mira, which people always ban. It's not a bad ban by any means. Mira is a very strong operator. Completely makes sense why they want to get her off the board. But as you said, it would have been nice to see not even a Bandit ban, maybe like a Mute ban, because not only do you get that hard destruction potential off the board, you get the intel denial off the board as well. They have to use the Mozzie. Could have been really good. Then again, if you force someone onto the Mozzie and they have to use the Roni and they're running around the map, not only do you have to deal with that, but now they might be spiteful that you banned the Mute. So who really knows what happened? But we're finally getting into the match. The one hard beach ban, the Kaid ban off the board as well. This is a pretty standard ban phase. I would say both teams are used to this at this point. It's fairly standard amongst all comp. Thatcher, Mav, then Kaid, then Mira. Pretty common. We'll say, got a bit curious when we saw the Cali for just a second, but it's 6 pick off of that onto the Twitch. Does have smoke grenades now, so solid pick. Could we just be going for fragging more than anything with the F2? Who knows?
Yeah, well, we'll see how things play out here. Because, of course, being the first round, this is where both teams really need to figure out kind of what's going on before they try and do anything crazy. I mean, the 6th pick off was a good choice, but at the same time, that was a pretty good operator to help clear this out. They do actually have Twitch's drone to potentially clear things out as well, a little bit. So a lot of options here in play.
A lot of options at their disposal. Overall, one of the Goo Goo Dolls is very good. A lot of different options. They have the Jaeger and the Womai to apply those projectiles, so playing a position like Raptors is going to be a lot easier for either Marmalade or Burb, whoever ends up playing it, looking like it might be Marmalade, who knows. But either way, both those operators being in play, very powerful, going to help a lot. Got us also with that deployable shield. While they don't have a smoke, they do have the C4 for plant denial, but they are a little bit lacking in that section. So while they have a lot to hold off the attack, I am a little bit nervous about how much they lack if the attackers actually get into the building and say they've lost a few teammates and the C4 has been completely wasted or has gone wide. That's my one concern for Goo Goo Dolls right now. But if they're able to be aggressive, like we know they can, get in their face and stop them from getting in the building, I don't think that worry will be nearly as prevalent.
Well, at least they do have those bulletproof cameras to provide some additional intel if it does end up happening. So will my disc go off as well, potentially stopping some utility clear. But Mozzie, in the meantime, taking a lot of damage. Have to be forced to rotate off. This is already some ground lost here on the defense.
We'll have to rotate back, and while it is some ground loss, still a lot of control held inside of construction, but Renegades are both focusing on Plat Wall and also making a bit of a focus on Jacuzzi Wall as well. Over on the master bedroom side of the map, God is also getting aggressive. Will spot the head of one, able to land the shots. Right, the first pick in the Dark Zero Going Pink Rainbow Six tournament, but that won't stop Renegades from getting any bit of ground in this. Still moving into the bedroom, slowly creeping their way on in. Ashton taking a lot of damage as well down below. There goes Moshizo with the second one. They will finally answer back, but for now, Goo Goo Dolls have the man advantage.
Well, that's what you need when you're on defense here, to make sure that the attackers are constantly behind on man advantage. It's a big deal to make sure that they are going to be behind on time. But that being said, this many kills coming out this early into the match is actually pretty good for attack to some extent, but not when you're down this many players and you're just left at 2v3.
This is the difficult spot now they have to work back from. You don't have your hard breaching anymore. Conwall is not open. You just have to try go in and try and work some picks. They do have a minute left, so they have some time to get intel, and Blue actually has 2 active drones on the field. Olgibear has 1 as well. Okay, this is a very manageable situation for Renegades to work out. They might be in the disadvantage, but Moshizo and Burb are both on low HP, and Renegades have a lot of time to try and gain any final bit of intel they could possibly try and get. Blue will be spotted by the Alibi clone, giving anybody inside the site, likely Moshizo, a potential opportunity to catch her on the way in. We'll spot them, and there we go. Turtle will finish off Olgibear, Moshizo on to Blue. Goo Goo Dolls take the first round.
That was an unfortunate situation that you had the wall open on CC, but not the ability to play it. Didn't have good garage control, didn't have the ability to really have the extra manpower to make things start to work for the normal attack, and then you're forced to rotate around, take from the construction site, and no utility to open the construction wall. That's a situation where you're just really relying on kills at that point, hoping you can make it into the site and then catch the players off guard. But they did it so slow as well that I don't think they were going to be able to catch the defense by surprise, especially with the man advantage they had. You might have been able to get 1 kill to try and even things out, but just a hugely disadvantageous situation to be in, losing that many players on attack that early. But it was, again, surprising to see that aggressive of gameplay that early into the round. We'll see how Church Arsenal goes, though. This may be a much slower round overall just because of the bomb site.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Based on the lineup, they have the potential to get aggressive. They have that Mute, Namazi, and the Vigil, so we could see them extend very far up into that second floor. But I think, as we mentioned in the pre-show before we got into the game, the main focus of this setup is not getting aggressive and going for picks. It is chiefly wasting time. So we might not see Goo Goo Dolls get as aggressive, try to take those gunfights, but more so slowly and slowly move Renegades further and further back. Now, I do believe I actually don't know, Enzo. I've not seen Osa before. I don't know she was allowed in this tournament.
I have no. I mean, I'm really unclear on the rules for that in terms of exactly the timing. So we'll wait for an admin call if that's an issue.
Well, here's the thing. On a side like Basement, even if Osa is allowed, I don't know if she'll have the most impact. You could get some, maybe like move into dirt and put a shield there, but overall, not really the best place for Osa specifically. No windows you can put things on. You really have to work far into the site, and if Goo Goo Dolls have their way and they're able to rotate pretty far back to the site, it's going to be hard to set up a beachhead like you can with Osa.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the teams are just going to have to play this out right now while they figure that out and wait for an admin call. Make a decision. I mean, you can't just be like, okay, well, I'll wait and see. And it may have been an accidental pick as well.
Might have been. Ooh. Turtle taking quite a bit of damage early on. 25 HP through that plat wall. Already, right. Marmalade with a nice angle as well. Look at that. Rifride stepping her foot. Not an angle I don't think she was anticipating him, though.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see if they can take full advantage of these angles still through the bars. Hitting things through the bars is not always easy, especially when you're fighting them perpendicular like that, but if you can just lock out of that angle, they're kind of forced, especially that vault through that window. That would be a situation where you're really exposed for quite a good period of time. Can use the X-Gyros as well to be able to open the hatch, soft hatch here, but attempting to counter it just gives away that you're going to be right below. It doesn't really give you much advantage if you don't really hit those shots. So just kind of hoping for a lucky hit at that point to stop the hatch from opening.
Well, even then, Marmalade doesn't even. She could have let that hatch open up. The point here is wasting time, and if that's the point, she's been doing exceptionally well so far. Nice shot onto Olgi. Tries to land the second, but unfortunately there, it's Rifry to come away with that. But so much time has been wasted by the Vigil and the Vigil alone. 1 minute and 40 seconds, and only now can Renegades start making their way down, opening up that kitchen hatch. And Moshizo hasn't even rotated back. Blue feels so motivated that she's going to try to make something happen on the site. She's found 1, 2 as well. Burb falls with Turler on low HP and Moshizo off the site inside a kitchen. The site is free. It's effectively a 1v4 now with Turler rotating back in. She's cut down. Moshizo has to rotate back, and the entirety of the attack is stuck between Moshizo and the site. She will find 1. Rifry take it down. Head cut clean off. Moshizo knows that main stairs could be her avenue back to clutch this 1v3. One inside of Moto appears to be unknown by Moshizo. She's looking into Church. She starts to peek, but on ADS, Blue can take her out easily. I believe that's a 3K for Blue on the round, and a good answer back by Renegades.
Definitely. I mean, we'll find out if that round countered or not, because I think my understanding is that the operator is not allowed at this time, so it may be invalidated potentially.
That is true. So
we'll see.
Suppose good job anyway? Question mark.
Right.
You got it, but if it's not allowed, that is a little bit awkward. But still, either way, Osa aside, it was a solid showing from Renegades. I will say on the clear specifically, not the best early round from Renegades. They struggled trying to take out Marmalade inside of Master Bedroom. They got after Marmalade had already wasted a minute 40 seconds. Moshizo hadn't even rotated back, but it really came on the back of Blue, sneaking, crouch walking into Oil Pit, took the players and Generator completely off guard. And since Marmalade was traded out earlier and Blue's able to get that two-piece completely unnoticed by both the Wamai and the Jaeger, that's the entry into sight. You have it right there. Moshizo is inside a kitchen. The player inside of Dirt is pretty low HP, still kind of off the site. Good job from Renegades to realize that once Blue got that opening, that they need to just give up on the take they were doing and exploit that opportunity. So even though the round might not count, still does show a degree of confidence that we do like to see from a team that after they lose the first round, come back strong in that second one.
10 seconds left.
I mean, like I said, defense should be an advantage, especially in that bomb site. It's a good bomb site overall for defense, and it always has been since this game came out, literally. So it's one that if you could play it right and play it smart, and then get any kind of early man advantage, or at least slow the attackers down to the point where they're desperate, then, it's definitely doable. So, obviously, though, that means they can't play it again right away, so they're going to have to adapt to something else, potentially. Although it looks like they are playing it again. So, that's the odd part here. unless the rules are different for the side switching. I'm not entirely sure on that as well.
How so? Just the site in general?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so since Goo Dolls didn't win it out, they still have the option to play it. It's the site only.
Oh, that's right. Sorry,
yeah.
the sides were different. Yeah, my bad. So yeah, it's definitely going to be something that hopefully they can pull off this time.
I like the adjustments they made. They're not roaming as aggressively, even though Marmalade did waste a lot of time. I still think when you have that sort of extended roam, it is easy for an attacker like Blue to find a bit of opening and then just to rush on down, even if it's later on in the round. So I think playing a bit more close to sight, but still having some avenues for aggression, mainly, again, Marmalade inside a bathroom, so not as coordinated as it might have been last time, but while she is in bathroom, she does have that avenue to rotate back, main stair specifically, and she's looking to challenge Blue and Emma, making their way into bar right now. Not getting aggressive, hoping that one of the drones of the attack has not spotted her, but alas, one will be spotted, but no, she's able to take down Blue right after the drone creeps up those stairs. Now, Emma not able to find the tray just yet, a little bit skittish after that loss of Blue, their entry. B1D will try to maybe expedite this clear, but it appears that Renegades are in the exact same spot they were last round, stuck with a minute 20 seconds left.
Well, that's plenty of time to make this work if you can get a little bit more ground, but the fact that they're still fighting from the outside here, if he was able to get that kill, might have been able to make a difference, but nope. It's just slowing things down at best, and this is exactly what defense needs to do, just continue to slow it down. They've got a lot of operators specifically designed to do that, especially the Kapkans. And being on this patch, Kapkan can stack up those traps now. So depending on where those are placed, they could potentially be lethal. So it would be nice to see, but there we go. Oh, that should have been a kill as well. That's really going to cost them a bit. And this attack now starting to make some progress.
They do have that main stairs control, and bar is all well and good, but look at Marmalade still inside of Strip, trying to make a play. She might not have the most impact considering she is on 1 HP, but it's still going to be problematic for the attack if they elect not to deal with her, and if they just instead focus on their execute. It will always be that player at the back trying to make a flank happen. With 20 seconds left, Fry will actually decide to go for that kitchen hatch. A little bit risky, especially with how low on time they are. They'll instead send it down main. Combined with Ashton and Blue, they have a lot of their bases covered, but I'm worried the Generator spread a bit too thin. Yes, Ash is down. And since Marmalade and Turler, one can get the flank off, the other can hold down on the site. Emma's all alone with no support. Goo Goo Dolls will fight back onto that basement site, win it after they had previously lost it.
Well, that's what you want to see is that adaptation. A lot better job on slowing things down. Maybe some of the gunfights could have gone a little bit more in their favor, but there was also a lot of gunfights that weren't lethal, where there was damage done, and they were able to back off on defense. And that's really what they needed to do, just continue to burn time and continue to roam as long as possible, because you saw the attack just unable to really get a lot of good map control early, and that's going to force almost a coin flip of gunfights when the attack comes down into the actual basement itself. So that's going to put GGD 1 point ahead But that's not a huge gap here. Like I said, we were expecting maybe this could be a little one-sided, but so far it is not. And it looks like we are allowing the new op, so certainly possible to shake things up a little bit. I'm not sure what the deciding factor in that was or not, like if it was just due to how long it's been out or what, but I don't know. Maybe now that they know, we could see some change-ups in the future.
On this site in particular, I do think Basement isn't the best showing for Osa, but on Jim and CCTV, I think there are some good spots for Osa. Maybe if you want to set one up outside of flat wall instead of being on the rappel, you can directly sit behind that shield. Of course, you have to worry about any impact grenades, but if they were to have Osa, Would also have not been running very many impacts so far in the game, so you might not have to worry about it. On a site like Jim, you could set one up at the bedroom window, directly looking in. So there are some good spots, but again, we're not seeing her brought by Renegades. Instead, they're sticking to their tried and true lineup that they've had so far. The two hard breaching, Wi-Fi on the Hibana, Emma on the Ace, and then Ashton Blue on the entry with Olgi on the Lion as well. And the big problem here was they opened up flat wall, but they weren't really able to do much with it over the course of the round. Just sort of stalled out and lost men every 30 seconds or so.
Right, exactly. So we'll see if things shake out a little bit differently this time, as they most likely will, but you really never know. I mean, the defense should be at the advantage here, assuming you can delay that for quite a while, especially if you could get some counter picks and continue to control Garage. We've got the Wamai up on top as usual, although I still am a bigger fan of Smoke playing that spot, but the Garage walls are starting to get opened up to try and get some counterplay set up here. There is a hologram as well, Prisma, to try and help make it a little harder for them to tell where the actual player is standing when they go to try and peek it. But I imagine they'll call that out pretty quickly if they haven't already marked that from a drone.
I do like that adaptation, that increased focus on the garage wall. For Renegades, also continuing with that focus on plat wall as well, so they can open up all those angles. Blue also creeping into lounge. Okay, this is the kind of increase in pace we needed to see from Renegades. After they were a bit tepid previously, now fighting for that control a little bit more. Like the start we've seen in the first minute. Olgi will rotate back out, likely going over just to the main roof to either go to the CC window or to support the player on flat wall. Now we need to see some actual counterplay from Renegades, some true counterplay in the sense that getting aggressive on rafters. They've opened up all these avenues. They've made their way into lounge. They can start rotating over to construction. They can start to pressure Burb in garage. But we still have not seen anything yet. Still a little under half the round left. They have the time to do it. We've still yet to see anything manifest from all the areas that Renegade have controlled, but maybe Wi-Fi has something to say about it.
Well, unfortunately, it sounds like the ADSs may have a little bit more to say about it, so this is a tough spot to be in, especially with Wamai there as well. Trying to clear him out here is just going to be such a problem. It's going to almost depend on luck and timing and peeking it. They don't really have much of the wall actually open yet for an actual attack either. They don't have control of construction, so it's not a great position to be in, but getting Wamai killed, actually, that was impressive play in terms of actually getting control of the garage. But 51 seconds left means they need to actually turn this into a lot more. They are set up now, it looks like, to go through the wall. The breach is open wide enough to make a play in. There is a Banshee on the floor as well, though, that they're going to have to deal with. A lot of Prismas up, as you can see as well. This is just going to come down to gunfights here in the last 30 seconds, and so far, attackers are in the advantage there.
Moshitos does have a power position right here directly inside of CCTV. We'll find the shots onto Emma 8-bit outside of the plat wall breach, and that's the kill you needed. That was Diffuser, I do believe, and if it's not, yes it was. That's still a powerful angle to stop her from rotating inside the site. She'll go for the vault, find one. Can she get the second? No, the body blocks her way, but she's already done enough to give Marmalade an opening in this round. Long angle peeking over towards garage. She's got the vault 10 as well. Isn't able to land the shots. Put Ashton down to 1 HP. Forced to switch to the pistol with 5 seconds left. She knows where Diffuser is. Puts Olgi down almost as low as Zofia. With nobody planting. Are they just waiting? I guess nobody decided to go for the plant. Maybe they got stuck on the breach. Who knows what happened? But that's a round that I think Renegades are going to be kicking themselves for not taking home.
Well, it was definitely a much better round. We made it much deeper into the round without a kill right off the bat. So that was a good start, like a very, very different round play out, but it's still not a successful one. It was a little late in getting the wall open to the extent that they needed it to on the breach into servers, but nonetheless, getting the kill on the Wamai to get control of the rafters in garage, that was a big deal. They had to burn a lot of utility to get that set up as well. We didn't see exactly how they were able to pull it off, but it looked like it might have been just a rush up the stairs for the kill, possibly with having Wamai flashed. Hard to say there. But we will see Jim Bedroom for the first time now. And he can switch up as now his defense has won 2 sites in a row. Sorry. So they have to go to their third site. And like we said before, not going to see bar stock, really, or bar stage, as you mentioned earlier. So we will see the new op in play here, it looks like. No, sorry, that was missing the icon. Castles looks really distorted for me, and I thought it was the other icon. It looks similar, actually. But as we were talking about earlier about Castle coming out with the buff, that's good to see as well. Still love that the Castle got the super shorty. That's always nice. I mean, it was a bummer as a big Mozzie player. It was a bummer to lose that as Mozzie continues to get nerfed over and over. But
they keep hurting him. I don't know why. We had.
I know.
I loved Mozzie too. We had the super shorty. It was all well and good. We had the Roni. Started to get nerfed too. You gave us the 1.5. We appreciate that, but I don't know. I was just happy that a short operator in the game, like myself, actually had a lot of capabilities to dispose of, and he's slowly been declawed over the course of history. We'll just have to deal with it. But of course, again, I said earlier, Castle setup just grows exponentially with every patch. First, it was just 3 barricades. Then it was the super shorty, so now he's the one making rotate holes. Then they added the 4th barricade, and now he's doing pretty much everything possible. And Goddess right now is the one that has taken up that mantle.
And this is a great bomb site for Castle in general.
True.
Like, and you add one more Castle barricade into that, it's just extra utility that you can put flexibly wherever you want, because I think 3 was already enough for this bomb site. You have the other one. Oh, there we go. And sacrifice is not worth it. That's going to be a great entry kill. Half health lost, though.
That is true, half health lost, and here's what I will say, that actually, while it was risky, it was probably a 50-50 gunfight, there wasn't anybody, I believe, directly watching Ryfry on that window, so if Marmalade had gotten that kill, she actually might have been able to vault in unpunished. But unfortunately, again, did not work out. Opening pick goes untraded, Renegades can take that bit of momentum early on, and right now the momentum doesn't appear to be on the gym bedroom side of things. Well, now that they're rotating over, might eat my words, they might be going for a jump-in momentarily, or trying to acquire some...
Certainly setting up for it.
It seems to be.
A lot of utility coming in, which, I mean, this is kind of a requirement as well. You need to make sure that you have control if you want to open up that hot tub wall. You have to have control of that line of sight down the hallway. And it does often take a lot of utility to open that up. And we don't actually have a Jaeger this time, but we do still have the Wamai to be able to try and stop some of that utility clear. But we heard a lot of explosions going off, so I imagine they're getting some work done. Now everyone on defense really just holding positions, waiting for the attack to make its move. So attack is now just droning to figure out how they want to enter into the site. Mozzie is spotted. He's going to have to rotate. We may see another jump out here.
Surely not.
He's definitely considering it at this point, just that aggression to make sure that they can counter this as much as possible. But nope. This is kind of a stalemate at the moment. Someone's going to have to make another kill. Attackers are at the man advantage right now, so they can keep this pressure. But as I say that, there goes Sledge.
Excellent kill from Turler to bring that back, and the issue right now with Renegades is I don't really quite know where they're pushing from. They are working for these picks, and hell, so far it's been working out pretty well. They've taken that man advantage right back, but they've been sitting on Metal Bulk for quite a while now, and have yet to really push in. I say that, Ryfry hops in the gym window, will manage to find one. Blue will hop in soon after, but there's Turler to immediately capitalize. Emma down as well. It's just Ashton left. She will down Turler, entering from construction, but there goes Ganesh to take her down as well. Goo Goo Dolls win 3 defensive rounds in a row, and really that one came off the back of another sluggish attack from Renegades, where they seemed indecisive.
Honestly, they were looking pretty good, though. They did maintain man advantage. You know, it was
true.
They had one kill, and then they got traded, so they got a second kill, and they were in a good position. The only problem is, I think at that point, they were lacking utility or positioning to be able to actually enter and do some work. They were able to get some kills from the outside, working a lot of angles. They had a lot of angle control, but I think we were still even seeing some fluid movement from the defenders that probably shouldn't have been allowed. For example, Mozzie still able to continually reposition around inside the bedroom, things like that. Just so difficult to deal with when you go to try and attack. The drones were getting shot left and right. So by the time the attack went to go down, maybe they weren't the worst on time at that position, but they just didn't have a lot of advantage to actually play outside of having one extra body.
It really was that lack of map control that seemed to do a lot, not only to hurt Renegade's chances, but boost Goo Goo Dolls as well. And now that the defense has won 3 sites in a row, we're on the final site for this half. Goo Goo Dolls will rotate back down to basement. Now keep in mind, this is actually the only site Renegades have won so far. They won it in round number 2, but it is also the only site that Goo Goo Dolls can go to, so it's not like they had much of a choice in the matter. It'll be a little bit risky, and we will see one adaptation. Goddess rotating to the Cav.
Oh,
Now,
thank you, Observer, for that. The stacked cap cans. I believe that's 4 cap can traps on that door. So they are definitely looking to deny that. I don't know if 4 is worth it. I mean, 2 alone is usually good enough, right? Because I think 2 is enough to be lethal, potentially. Maybe 3. But all 4, the problem is they're probably all going to trigger off the same person. But that being said, I mean, we'll see if we see a kill come out on the kill feed, whether we witness it or not, from the Kapkan traps. We'll know that was worth it. I mean, I love that Kapkan still gets a fair amount of play now, despite like pre the stacking ability. So we'll see if the stacking ability like actually ends up making a difference. But obviously, I think Ubisoft was looked at it and said, you know what, it's not going to be too broken. We can give it a try. Oh, almost the head there, but good trades. That is going to be 1 for 1. Losing the Mozzie, though, I think is a little more impactful for the defense. So I think at this point, slight advantage to attackers. But that being said, usually when it's even, it's usually defender advantage. But that's more so as the round gets deeper.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And since Goo Goo Dolls, a lot of their setup seems to focus just sitting down on the site. While they do lose one body, they still have quite a bit at their disposal down below. Marmalade rotating back down with that C4, I believe might be a pre-place that she just sent up. No, she'll take it back up. I am curious where Goddess is right now, because there are 3 players on the site, and while all the action's happening right there, so maybe we don't need to focus on Goddess, who is currently playing and rotating down from CCTV. Well, down 1. Is there anybody around to stop this? Yes, there is. Wi-Fi will be there to capitalize and hopefully pick Ashton back up. At the moment, it is an effective 1v3 on the site since Emma has worked her way down main stairs, but Rai and Ashton right now are inside of Lounge, reviving the down Zofia, and Emma getting a bit aggressive. She's caught off guard by Marmalade.
Well, that's a tough spot to be in, especially when you have to deal with that Aruni gate. You can't really push into peak either. Some damage done to the Wamai, as well as both of the attackers really low health here. I think this is very unlikely for the attackers to be able to actually make this work here, unless they could get, well, I was going to say a kill to even things out, but that's still not even, just based off the HP alone. They're still at quite a bit of a disadvantage. Not to mention the defenders still have utility up.
Located by attackers.
They do still have some of that utility, and look at the positioning as well. Marmalade has intel on Rai-Fry's position. The Hibana not even aware of Marmalade creeping up. Gets the final 2 kills as well, securing Goo Goo Dolls a 5-1 half. Thought it might be a little bit more glamorous of an end there with how Renegades were able to work back that man disadvantage, but instead, Marmalade simply creeps up into Moto, finds one directly in front of her, and the other inside of Jen, and again, secures themselves a dominant lead so far going into attack.
Well, it's definitely a good position to be in, especially when attack can sometimes be a bit harder, depending on your level of coordination more than anything else in this game. So, assuming they can pretty much just will continue to put Renegades on the back foot, I think this could pretty easily end up in a 7-2 ending, because I'm anticipating the possibility that the Renegades are able to pick up at least one defense round. Especially starting in Church Arsenal, definitely doable. But I do want to see if they're going to play for a roam strat or not, because that could be a big difference maker. Personally, I think roaming's worth it if you're good at it, because you really slow them down. And if you can trade 1 for 1 even and slow them down significantly, it usually can lead to a win on defensive side. But that being said, if you're not confident on that roam and you don't have your rotates clearly prepared and a high level of coordination players, it can be very difficult to get away with that well enough to actually make it count, especially if you don't have like a lot of extra intel being brought by your operators. They do have quite a bit of intel though on the defense side, as they've got bulletproof cameras, they've got the black eyes, they've got the banshees, so, depending on whether or not they're placed upstairs. But that is a lot to help roamers potentially.
I do think the Valkyrie cameras will likely do the most in supplying any roamers with that confidence. Of course, if you're just face checking, it's always going to be a little uncertain, but with that intel, you can do and feel like you can do a lot more. And also for the attack, there's also a lot of utility at their disposal to not only just supply them with confidence, but supply them with a little bit more ease in grabbing and taking positions away from the defense. Moshizo on the Capital right now can use those firebolts to say, if they know blue is an oil pit, send one down there. She's kind of trapped. It can be easily caught off guard. If somebody's playing Gen later on, say blue rotates back, decides to play behind the generator, could be a bit risky. There are no ADSs or Wamais on the defense right now, but if she does, can easily send a firebolt down there. Similar situation as we just mentioned. Rai-Fry is getting aggressive on this roam as well. Spots Moshizo inside the garage. So all those firebolts and smoke bolts I mentioned, taken down. No longer effective.
That's a big loss for attack, honestly, because the firebolts are great for clearing, and then the smoke bolts are great for planting. You get a lot of utility out of Capital on this map, especially on this attack. So that's a pretty huge loss. Not to mention it wasn't traded out, so Bandit could just pretty much skedaddle off at this point, rotate back the site, and say job done. Although only a minute's been burned, but this is again a pretty aggressive attack in terms of how many engagements we're seeing, whether or not they lead to a kill. We're still seeing a lot of gunfire trades back and forth as we're finally going to see Jackal rotate off the side to maybe take a different approach, and now we have a player behind Generator. So there's not really much you could do to clear that out at this point. They do have a lot of smoke in hand, but no grenades. And that's a big problem. No grenades for the attack. So this actually could be pretty defender-sided at the moment. And I could definitely see, oh, there we go. Especially had that been a kill on Ace. Still a lot of damage done. There we go. Finally see the trade back onto the Bandit. But trades back and forth and back and forth. Still, I'd say advantage to the defenders here, but time still a little bit in the favor of the attackers. Not going to be the right drop, though, there.
Yeah, that was just directly, brazenly in the face of the defense. Ashton able to pick up one more. Goddess all alone at the moment. Does have the diffuser inside of Gen. A minute left as well with how close she is to the site. She's begging for trouble at that point. Renegades will get that one round. You were talking about Emzo, but Goo Goo Dolls still 2 rounds away from victory. Still time for your 7-2 prediction to come true.
Entirely possible. There's at least the 2 part of it, right? So we're halfway there. We just need to see if there's some adaptation, because the thing to keep in mind is now they can't play that bomb site again. So if that was their best bomb site, which more often than not, especially in a match like this where you're already down, you're going to have to lead with your best bomb site. Like, you can't take a risk by just playing an off site. So I would definitely bet that was their best bomb site. If they can't defend Gym Bedroom really well, then this goes to 6, and then 1 away from 7, then they're going to have to go to either this site again or CC Cash. So, I mean, I'm surprised they're going Bedroom before Cash. Like, that's a big risk. Like, while Gym Bedroom is a defensible site, it's riskier than CC, I think, in general.
I would certainly agree with that, especially with how oppressive Metal Balcony can be sometimes. If the attackers have taken CCTV and they're also playing Metal Balcony, it can be extremely difficult to deal with anybody there. You have to get lucky on a long angle or try to do what Marmalade did on Goo Goo Dolls' defenses and physically jump out, in which case you're opening yourself up to a hell of a lot of angles you got to deal with, all for the sake of getting maybe 1 kill. Gym Bedroom can be extremely difficult, or for the defense to hold. If the attack even has just a couple positions on lock, a lot of your options are now shut off, and that also completely changes if Jacuzzi Wall is open, because at that point, there is just almost nowhere to sit inside the site that is going to be comfortable for anybody on the defense. But again, that being said, when Renegades attacked, they didn't take CCTV themselves. They didn't take Cash. They just kind of sat on Metal Balcony and hoped they got a kill.
Yeah, that was a huge risk. I really didn't care too much for that play. That was not the ideal attack. I mean, they did some good work early on and managed to get man advantage, but yeah, that was not a good example of an attack on this site. We should see a little bit better control here from these attackers. I think there's a good chance that this round, whether or not attack wins it or not, is going to come down, I think, a lot closer. Assuming some careful play. We are going to see Bandit be played because Kaid's banned. Because Kaid is sometimes a little bit better to play because you can play a little bit further back from the angle to try and cover that hot tub wall. But we are going to see Line used yet again to try and control the rotates as they start to open things up. We have the Ace opening up a little bit on the hot tub wall, potentially at some point. We'll see if he's able to pull it off. An interesting angle being held there as well. And it looks like could be contested. Definitely looking for one of them to make a mistake. I imagine they're hearing each other there as well. Nice hole there into construction. Just a lot of play back and forth in terms of trying to get control, but Jackal just barely getting the advantage on that. I imagine he will get traded sooner or later. Hopefully he's able to scan a little bit more. As he's up there, go one more footprint scan comes out. A lot of gunfire, but not a lot of kills. They still need to clear off that remaining utility.
Yeah.
There's that. Oh, there we go. Look at this. No finishes on the attackers.
That's
both of them nearly dead.
That's sort of the issue right now, is they got that first pick, but when you try to make an execute happen, look at all this control that Goo Goo Dolls do have. They have CCTV and Cash, they have Jacuzzi Wall, they've opened up the bedroom wall now, but just one wayward shot could be the end of them, and yet that shot never seems to come from Renegades. They try to shoot back, they miss, and Goo Goo Dolls are hitting every single shot they take. Turler and Moshizo, well, the former will fall. The latter's still alive. Still a 4v2 man advantage for Goo Goo Dolls, and the longer Moshizo's alive, if she can keep using those EE1Ds, while the final one's been taken down, it helped take out Oldie Bear, and now Blue is the only one left. Will manage to find Goddess through the wall, but there is Moshizo for the trade. Goo Goo Dolls have had that match point, and Renegades, they might have led with their best foot, but now they're stumbling, and they're close to falling flat on their face.
I got to imagine they're going to go cash next.
They have to.
Like they have to try. If they try that again, I don't think they're gonna be able to defend it any better. Maybe slightly, but then the attackers get to adapt as well. So this is a huge risk going back. Okay, there we go. Okay. They changed their mind. Thankfully,
that's good.
I still do anticipate this possibly being 7-2.
I would maybe say so as well. We might see an Osa. Don't know if Goddess will 6-pick.
Yeah, it might be 6-pick. Yeah.
There is still time. I did say earlier that of all the sites on this map, CCTV is a good one. But no, we will be seeing the Osa, hopefully in a little bit more glamorous fashion than we saw in Basement, because now on CCTV, there are actually options to use Osa's gadget on as opposed to Basement, where you just you can't really.
They also have the point advantage where they could try something new.
Of course. 4 rounds.
Defenders,
nice buffer.
Right, exactly. They're at match point. At this point, the only way Renegades can come back is to force overtime. So you're in a comfortable position. It's interesting. Why didn't he throw that magnet up? They're going to leave it soft. Oh, nope. He's just going to reinforce over and be like, oh, well.
I think it's on the ceiling.
Oh, okay. It's just the way it displays there. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Because throwing it on the wall and then having it destroyed by reinforcement would be terrible.
It's like some kind of...
It's just the way the angle was.
Some kind of sacrificial lamb for, like, the hopeful...
Right.
Like, the hope of the round. Like, all right, this magnet will fall, so hopefully we can rise.
Right. I just assumed that it was just impatience.
Like, why did you throw it there? Like, you think I'm going to stop my setup for you to pick this up?
Yeah,
No,
I had to go elsewhere, okay?
5 seconds to go.
And also, continuing on the train of thought with, you have that
Attackers
4-round
are moving
buffer.
out to locate a bomb
Renegades
and
do have to pick up 4 rounds. If you do not recall, it's a single elim. If Renegades lose this, they are out of the tournament. So they have to win those 4 rounds in a row to secure that overtime, even have the chance of continuing on and getting that winner-takes-all prize pool at the end of the tournament. And of course, we have seen some glimmers of hope from them, but fun fact, the only 2 sites they've won have been on Basement, albeit 1 on attack and 1 on defense, but all the other sites have really not been good showings from them on either side so far.
Yeah. A little bit of damage done to the Bandit as well. It is really just not a good start. This is looking definitely pretty tricky. The Bandit's going to try and trick. The nice thing is, of course, now gadgets are not destroyed by the electricity. So Bandit and Mute can play a wall in tandem in a way that you couldn't prior to that change. So they're definitely looking to do what they can to try and open at least part of this wall up, which they've been able to do. Now a little bit of damage onto Mute as well. Again, not a good start. However, the wall at least is still mostly intact. So depending on how long Bandit can trick that and stay alive. Oh, again, a lot of just gunfights that don't result in kills, just damage. But this is just continuing to soften things up. Attackers at a huge advantage here. We will get, we'll see a window barricaded from the outside. I actually would like this strat here. I think this is a good play.
That was the exact kind of window that I was thinking about when you think about Osa putting on that shield, is you could just sit there and watch it. Of course, you did see Ryfry. You do have that angle if somebody goes in the rappel. They can be shot, but it's really going to do great in denying that position, and denying anybody from getting aggressive. And so far, it's not the Osa shield, but it has been Goo Goo Dolls denying anybody from Renegades in getting aggressive in this round. Ryfry and Ashton both taken down. The E1D comes out, only results in a down on the Burb. The smoke grenades coming in. The execute should likely follow, but with the down on the Burb, Goo Goo Dolls will instead rotate back, try to maybe get some bit of momentum. 2 kills finally go the way of Renegades, but they're still the ones in the deficit and the ones being eliminated from the Dark Zero Going Pink tournament. A 7-2 victory for Goo Goo Dolls, just like you predicted, Emzo, for the Goo Goo Dolls.
I don't think it took Nostradamus to see that was going to end in GGD's favor. But yeah, definitely. I was glad to see Renegades at least get one more round, though. That it wasn't just a 7-1. That they did have some possibility to pull something off. But still, it was, obviously they went with their best site and just did not have a great secondary to fall back on. Tough spot to be in, but overall, I mean, a little bit what we expected, but at least I think it was still a decent match. I think we saw some good signs from Renegades pulling some of those rounds, at least in their favor, just not able to close them out a lot of times. And I think that's just going to be down to the skill level of the team as a whole, maybe not being as balanced.
Maybe, and I think it's summarized by, you pointed out quite a few times how Renegades would get a lot of these gunfights and they'd put members of Goo Goo Dolls down to extremely low HP, then they couldn't finish them off. I feel like that not only exemplified maybe the skill gap, but also just how a lot of those rounds went. The Renegades got a really maybe good start, started to gain some momentum, and then were either shut down or completely failed to capitalize. But that does mean that Goo Goo Dolls will be moving on after that 7-2 victory. They are secured a spot in the BO3 or Grand Finals, I suppose. And that does mean our next matchup, Girl Boss versus Mirage, will also decide who we end up seeing there. So Well, again, we still have the map bans coming in. We don't have that just yet. But Emzo, any final thoughts on this matchup before we put a bow on this?
I think it was interesting. I mean, first off, we got the new patch. Then we got the new operator allowed. So there was definitely some variety. But overall, it's still Clubhouse at the end of the day. And I mean, the upside is every team knows how to play Clubhouse, right? While some things have changed over the years, it is one of the most consistent maps in this game going back to the beginning when the game was launched. Yeah, there was some changes mostly made to the upstairs. But overall, I think just the more coordinated, more experienced team, and especially in this setting, is just going to come out ahead. And I like to see the play back as much as possible from Renegades to try and push back against that. But I think they probably just need maybe a bit more practice and experience to be able to, hold their own, I guess. But overall, I think they're still a great team. I think both these teams have a decent amount of skill level at this map.
Well, we talked about how one-sided this matchup might have been in theory. We saw some good play. Matchup 2 coming next. It is another sort of David versus Goliath special between these two teams. But until then, we will take a short break before we get into Girl Boss versus Mirage. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Research is the reason my mom is still here.
Research is the reason I can do what I love.
Research is the reason my daughters have their mom.
Research is the reason my little girl may never hear the words, "You have breast cancer."
Thank you for supporting life-saving research. Make a difference at bcrf.org.
Together,
We can be the end of breast cancer.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Hello, come in. Welcome to the freak show. Take your seat, but don't look at the windows. The monsters like to jump out of the dark. Buckle up, cause this is just the start. Smoking mirrors, never trust what you see. They feast on your fears. Be careful what you believe. Best to just never let down your guard. This ride can be enough to stop your heart. Higher and higher we go. Up to the top, better look out below. Higher and higher we go. Up to the top, better look out. So this is Wonderland, where all your dreams come true. You gotta go get yours before they come get you. So this is Wonderland, when nothing's as it seems. They toss you up and smash you down to smithereens. So this is Wonderland. You're better off just taking flights instead. So this is Wonderland, where all your dreams come true. You gotta go get yours before they come get you. So this is Wonderland, where nothing's as it seems. They toss you up and smash you down to smithereens. So this is Wonderland. So this is Wonderland. Is this really Wonderland? Wonderland. Is this really it? So this is Wonderland, where all your dreams come true. You gotta go get yours before they come get you. So this is Wonderland, where nothing's as it seems. They toss you up and smash you down the... Yeah! So this is Wonderland, where all your dreams come true. You gotta go get yours before they come get you. So this is Wonderland, where nothing's as it seems. They toss you up and smash you down to smithereens. So this is Wonderland. So this is Wonderland. Speeding across the country in someone else's car, keeping a book of secrets and taking it too far. When we were sleeping in motels, of course I'm just giving some details, and we would break all the windows to feel the wind on our skin. How long did you think we could make
When you see the color pink, do you think girly? Pretty? Soft? You say pink is a girl's color. And you're right. Because girls are strong. When you wear pink during the month of October, you reveal your strength. You flex your power. You show off your determination in every fight. Going pink, because pink is a strong color. Scan the QR code inside the Dark Zero Going Pink crew neck to learn more about how to detect the signs of breast cancer and to donate to the Breast Cancer Research Fund.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Dark Zero GG. Once again, joined again by Emzo on my right. And if you just missed it, Goo Goo Dolls dominated Renegades with a 7-2 victory. That seemed like the latter had some signs of life, but overall was the Goo Goo Dolls show for quite a few of those rounds. But now, getting into the second game, Girl Boss versus Mirage Scouts. Emzo, I think we're both hoping for maybe something a little bit more even, at least in terms of the score count come the end of the match.
Right. I mean, this is still a little bit more of a lopsided matchup as well. It just one of the teams, a lot more experience, a lot more skill potentially. But that being said, anything can happen. I mean, even speaking of Mirage, they were the underdogs at NAL. And, I went for them because I just felt like it could happen, and it did. And so you never know with the underdogs, right? We saw even like Astralis pick up something. So you can't always write off the underdogs in this, especially, like I said, in these kind of one-off ones. But I do believe there is a gentleman's agreement for no operator surprises this time. So it might play a little more normally outside of the patch that was recently implemented, on Tuesday. So.
Yeah, and if we want to take a look real quick, instead we do actually have the map this go around already for where we're going. If you want to know, it's not Clubhouse. Once again, we're not going to have a repeat in maps today. We will have Cafe Dostoyevsky between Girl Boss and Mirage, which is actually, coincidentally enough, the first time I ever casted this Girl Boss core was on Cafe. So I'm actually treading old ground with that one.
Well, then you should be familiar with the playstyle. Let us know if it's any different than usual.
I imagine not. I imagine it's going to be similar. So
it's going to be so confusing with the Mirage name.
Also, yeah,
throwing me off a little bit.
So it's not Mirage Scout. It is Mirage Mommies. I casted Mirage Scouts under that name for so long. I just defaulted to it in my head. It is Mirage Mommies, right, to be specifically accurate. I don't want to do that name any injustice. I want to say it right. So, but going to Girl Boss's playstyle, and you and I talked about this a little bit. Girl Boss, when I last casted them, or I last casted this core, incredibly aggressive team, specifically Linus and Jay Huey on the entry. Wouldn't be surprised if they were close to the site within 45 seconds to a minute, whether that was an advisable option or not. I don't imagine that has changed all that much. And again, said this earlier, two teams in Project Eris right now that are close to undefeated. Goo Goo Dolls, who is undefeated, and Girl Boss only has one singular loss in that entire league, and it is two Goo Goo Dolls. So from that team specifically, we are probably going to see some pretty solid play. But from Mirage, as you said, there's no point counting out the underdogs, especially in a one-off tournament like this.
Well, maybe it's a case where we'll see some really aggressive defenses as well to try and counterplay any aggressive attacks. A lot of peeking things, trying to block entries, stuff like that. Aggressive roams. Maybe that'll be the way to play it, assuming you've got the gun skill to be able to pull it off, of course, right, in the game sense. So, like you said, it could be a very fast match either way, especially if that is the counter to the aggressive attacks, is aggressive defense. That will only continue to speed things up. We may see some of these rounds with kills going on in the first minute, potentially, especially on this map where there can be some quick entry from the top, if that happens to be the bomb site, or some fights through the windows, especially around Christmas, or even potentially around the cocktail side of the top. You can definitely see some fast play at the beginning. We'll see. Unfortunately, Thatcher banned. What a surprise to no one. I still blame LATAM. They started that.
That's true. I actually forgot about that.
They infected everywhere else with it after. Everyone else was like, yeah, it's not a bad idea.
LATAM first started the Thatcher ban, and then they took over the world. And now we live in their world. So for the second ban, wouldn't be surprised if it's a hard reach ban to round things out as well. Maybe a Hibana. And actually, it is a Jackal ban.
Some serious roam play coming out then, I imagine. So like I said about that aggressive roam coming out from the defense, they're not on defense first, but I assume when it comes to their defensive rounds, might see it.
You also, while you do have the Jackal out of play, you do have the Nomad in play, so you could still get aggressive. You won't get tracked with those Jackal tracks or that ping, the Inox. You do still have those air jabs you have to be worried about. So if, say, you're flanking up red stairs, you do have to be careful. And we do have a disconnect, unfortunately. However, we are in the ban phase right now. Still going through op selection. Maybe we can get Victoria back.
Should at least
I'm not
finish
sure.
the phase, yeah.
All right, no. So we will have a pause, but final bans are Valkyrie and Mira. It's pretty common on Cafe. So
right. Jackal's the only non-standard ban, really, at this point. And that, again, is pretty much spells I'm going to be aggressive on my roams. I'm going to be at least mobile, if not aggressive, basically, which is a good thing to be against an aggressive attack team. That being said, like the sides won't be that to begin with. We will see Girl Boss on defense first. So, and it looks like we do manage. I think we have everyone in, so we should be able to get going right away.
Yep.
We will start on bar.
Usually the starting side, I feel like, on Cafe, even though I am a little bit sometimes more partial to, say, watching kitchen or reading, just in terms of as a viewer, bar does always seem to be the first site that we go to. So nothing too surprising there either. And 6-pick from the Hibana to the Yana. We'll say, I was actually wondering, I was like, no Yana, but they will instead decide to stick with the Ace. And on a site like Bar Cocktail, there are some necessary points of hard breaching, say maybe trying to open that bathroom wall or that freezer wall, but it's not, say, as intensive or as necessary as, say kitchen, where you need to open some hatches, as well as maybe some walls directly on the site.
I think they're anticipating this being the bomb site, right? Like you said, because they're not anticipating dealing with hatches. They're also not anticipating being able to move through those breach holes, most likely. They're opening up angles rather than opening up entry points, is what I mentioned. We're not going to see, for example, like the red wall get opened up too much. Although you can open up enough to kind of creep through, or if you want to waste 2 of the Ace's charges, you can open up a bit more. But I do think that means it's mostly going to be angles. And they're going to be just looking for those to help clear out positions, especially the bathroom being a big one, right? If they do happen to reinforce that. You have mute jammers in typical positions as well here. So nothing too crazy. In fact, a good majority of the ops on defense are almost all year 1 ops at this point. So pretty standard play in that sense, whereas the attackers get a little more variety. I don't know about some of the picks here, but overall it's a pretty solid, flexible lineup for attack.
I will say, I do think, while Gridlock has her uses, I do think Nomad is obviously a much more standard pick on this map, but if you are trying to counter aggression, I think Nomad might be a little bit better of an option. But with Gridlock, one thing you do have is sometimes we'll see teams use those track stingers, not just for denying flanks, but also once they try to get an execute down, maybe denying some movement inside the site. So you do have a little bit more flexibility there. But
I just haven't seen them be terribly effective against an aggressive team.
Yeah, that's the issue. That is the issue.
Located a bomb.
And we know that, as you mentioned, this team's aggressive, so I can't imagine you were going to slow them down much. Ooh, nice try there. A bit of damage done. And then we have 1 dead operator already on defense.
That is one of the more aggressive members of Girl Boss, but then again, I doubt you could tell which member is more aggressive than the other right now. Alexis K and Tara both playing very, very heavily inside of Christmas right now. A drone setup, maybe trying to bait a member of the defense to peek, but while Tara and Alexis K are preoccupied, 2 members of Girl Boss have fallen both to Autumn May's frag grenades. One will finally fall. Lioness letting the yellow shotgun sing inside a cigar, finally starting to work things back, but look at how far up Girl Boss are pushed right now. Nobody on that cocktail side of the map. 2 people in Cigar, 2 people in Christmas, 1 player in Cigar. Linus will try to push up, but now it's effective 4v nobody on site, and it's going to force Girl Boss to likely rotate back.
Definitely a huge advantage to attackers here, especially with this much time left. As we mentioned, the aggression, it's certainly coming out round 1, but great counterplay. That's a 2 for 1, although it was 2 different players. No, never mind, sorry, the finish there. So now, all of a sudden, tables have turned. Just Sledge left. I don't know how long he'll last, but catching a player watching an angle, good play to go. 3K at the moment, so it's 1v1 here, though. Still HP advantage to the defenders, although there is at least still 1 bulletproof camera up that you can see the Jaeger's watching right now.
Tara does not have a C4. She does have 2 bandit batteries in her pocket, so I want you all to keep that in mind as we go into this 1v1. Now we are at a post-plant. Automate's got the diffuser down. With uncomparable HP, this really could go anybody's way. Tara will opt to try to stake her claim in this round, moving in through Freezer, but Automate has anticipated that exact decision. Tara will make the vault on over, caught and easily read by Automate. A 3K for her on the round, 2 with the nades. Actually, 2 with the nades, 2 with the guns, so a 4K in total. Mirage actually get the first round on Cafe Attack.
That really felt like coin flip at that point, but
yeah,
I think it's really just down to having to vault right there. That's really how you lose that kind of battle, unless you know for sure that they're in that position. You can pre-fire it. that was a tough spot to be in. I mean, letting the diffuser get planted wasn't ideal in the 1v1 there, just the long rotate, trying to get into position. Lack of intel. Yeah, there was the one bulletproof camera, but it might have just been the one that was in Christmas that wasn't really going to give a whole lot of information for them. So just a tough spot to be in, but still a great effort in coming back from a huge man deficit.
I really...
Are you gonna try bar again?
I would... It's almost one of those weird things where while it was a 1v1 by the end and you think, oh, it was close for Girl Boss, their setup really did give a lot of openings to Mirage if they didn't push Christmas as aggressively as they did, or if Girl Boss didn't push Christmas as aggressively as they did. Because since you had so many players focused on that side of the map, Lioness, Terra, and Alexis K, Mirage was like, okay, well, we can just work picks around that, and we're also winning our gunfights with the players inside of there. I want to see some switch up from Girl Boss, because really, before they actually managed to get those kills rotating back to site when it was a 2v4, it was not looking good for them, at least strategically speaking, for a good portion of that round.
Yeah, it was definitely not great. It was, again, they were trying to count on that aggression working out for them, and it just didn't. Like at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, they managed to trade it back. They had some great kills later on from Christmas, especially the angle prone. The hole you could see right there on the other side of the couch, still set up for that this round. It's interesting though that they're going with the same ops and roughly the same strategy with some minor adaptations. But you know, maybe they're just counting on being able to pull it off this time. We'll see if we see any change-ups on the attack setup. We are going to see no 6th pick this time, so they are going to have the extra hard breach to be able to set up different angles of play, and maybe they'll use those to help attack Christmas. You can also use those to open the castle barricades, as we may see done, which it sounds like we're seeing done right now. So that's going to be, again, this aggressive battle in Christmas is really going to make it, it's make or break, right? It helps decide whether or not one team has that early advantage that matters so much when time starts dwindling.
Linus will rotate down early. Probably a good move. Playing aggressively in that position once the castle barricade is open is a death sentence if you continue aggressing in that area, so rotating down. Even though there was somebody watching that red window, managed to evade that line of sight so she can rejoin her team and leave, once again, 3 members of Girl Boss all sitting and chilling inside of Christmas. Nobody from Mirage has really seemed keen to clear them out just yet, but there's still a minute 45 seconds left, plenty of time to do that, and now that they do have an option to continue rotating into Cigar, Terra's instead take an option to jump on out, but there's the issue. You can get that kill, but if there's somebody watching on rappel or on the balcony, that's a 1-for-1 waiting to happen.
Honestly, it wasn't too bad of a trade. It's kind of worth it. Taking out the sledge, especially if those grenades hadn't been used, and he already had that setup done, like, that's not too bad of a situation to be in. I mean, that's really going to, like, push them back a little bit on this attack, and now we can see a lot more people left alive at the 1 minute mark, pretty much. So, I mean, I don't want to say it was a bad play. Had it not been able to get any kill, it would have been. Now, we do see another kill against the attackers, and half damage done. There we go, finished off as well. Oh, wow, that collapsed very quickly.
They got that. They regained a bit of momentum onto Terra. As you were talking about that trade, Girl Boss just decided, we don't really want to go on with that anymore. Let's get that round and even it up. Really comes down to Jay Huey there, but she is the one that got the 3 kills. I don't know if there's really one person you could pin that on. Mirage just started to push on in, and everybody from Girl Boss was like, hey, we're still here. You never cleared us out inside of Christmas. We're just gonna kill all of you now as you entry through one doorway. So
I mean, that's the real problem, is that they're not able to clear Christmas. And I mean, it's a situation where you want to get some picks from the outside if you can, and you want to start to clear them out of that room, because that's generally, that and red stairs are generally your entry points. But at that point, it was just drop in and hope we can win our gunfights to try and clear Christmas. That was not the play. We saw, even though they won the first round, they're really not that great at fighting Christmas. The defensive setup there, very aggressive, very stacked. And it absolutely worked out that round, for sure. The collapse was just swift as all heck. Like, once they actually knew where a lot of the players had dropped in at. We'll see a very different sight and a very different set of strategies now, though, as we go down to kitchen. This is where it's going to be important to control the floor above. That sledge is going to be even more important in this round if they're going for a top-down attack. However, if they're going more horizontal, it could be a little bit different. But they're not bringing a Maverick, for example, just depending entirely on the thermite to try and hold things off. And there's no electricity operators banned to deal with that, but the Thatcher is. So this is a big risk if they have to deal with that wall. But then it turns out, for whatever reason, the defense didn't bring a Kaid or a Bandit. So they're not actually really looking to hold. the wall. They're looking to hold Bakery potentially. And again, it's probably going to be aggressive pushback coming out from the defense rather than relying on utility. I mean, you can see that by bringing a Doc, right? That just screams like we're going to be aggressive.
Alexis K is holding that long angle on the Doc right now. They only have the ADS, but as I say that, Cavi's just immediately peeking on up. Lioness peeks up, but her back is facing the Zofia. I don't even think she knew that Cavi was pushing up there, but long bar control already in the hands of Mirage, but there is Girl Boss with the answer back, but not answered onto Cavi, who can still continue moving on up. She rotates back out, goes away unpunished. A miraculous play by Cavi, but it's revolved around two of her teammates falling, one still recoverable. Her also on low HP. It might be an effective 3v3, now a 4v3. Now the pick back up. That was just BM at that point. Wasn't necessary. But I guess after the minute Emzo, they do have the advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, that sledge is pretty important if you want to do any top-down play, so you definitely don't want to lose it. But the grenades have already been used. 3 soft hard breaches, or three breaches available in pockets, and now the teams are evened up. I'd say a little bit more advantage actually to the defense, because even if they were low in health, they could stim themselves up. You see Doc getting his health back. Situation where if Sledge takes a little bit more damage, it's huge man advantage time. Like quite a bit of time left to play with though. With this few players left available, attackers can definitely make this work, assuming they can clear utility. But they've got to worry about, say for example, Sledge tries to run through that gate, he just instantly dies.
Well, not even the Sledge. You mentioned that if Automate runs through the gate.
Oh, two of the players, yeah.
Well, that's the issue. Two of the players are on low HP, and those are likely going to be the players either entering or covering Monster Girl if she tries to get the bomb down. So since both your coverage are low HP, getting that bomb down is going to be extremely difficult.
Might have to throw a drone through it.
Or throw a drone through. They do still have a minute left, so they have some time to gain intel. All 3 players do have 1 drone on the field, but now that Automate is even lower, getting the frags or getting the bomb down is extremely unlikely. But Jay Huey has to recover. She runs straight past Monster Girl. No reaction by the Thermite. A 4K for the Jaeger. That round started extremely strange and ended extremely odd, but it is one for Girl Boss and one that Lioness is clearly excited about.
That Jaeger play they just were not expecting it at that point. Again, these late round aggressions, like you see a lot of it early round as well, but it seems like late round, the defense has a better idea where the attackers are than vice versa. And it's just collapse, or just at least push back super hard at that point. We will see Reading a Fireplace now, doing the tour of the bomb sites.
I imagine we'll also see it. You talked about how, while we did not actually see much action on that second floor, it was mostly just on the first floor and everybody pushing whatever angle they wanted to at any given moment. I imagine we'll see a little bit more focus on the floor above this go around. We do have Terra on that alibi. She'll probably have a deployable shield. Those ADSs and the Mozzie will probably be... The ADS will obviously support the roam up top. I imagine we'll see Alexis K in a position to get aggressive as well, maybe? But I guess we do have 2 deployable shields and an Ella as well. I don't know. I can't really pin down who is going to play up top and who might play down below. Then again, I think the way Girl Boss are playing, I think it might be just a fight for who gets to play up top and who's forced to sit down below and not get aggressive.
See how things go on this side. It is a split defense where you need to defend both the middle floor and the top. So I want to see if they end up stacking up. We've seen a lot of these stacked defenses where they put a lot of players in the same area, and they really play for trades with that aggression, right? Because that's what you can do. If you play overly aggressive and you lose a gunfight, if you have another aggressive defender with you to be able to try and trade that, it very often can work sometimes into a 2-for-2 trade even, or a 1-for-2, things like that, depending on how the attackers are stacked up as well. So they're definitely looking, I mean, just judging by the operator lineup, to continue to be aggressive. And they're also going to be able to deny some droning with the Mozzie. No mute this time to be able to slow those down either, but it's still going to be a situation where attackers are going to have to get some early kills. They're going to have to make sure to use their utility. They've got some flashes, some smokes, and some grenades. But honestly, they probably could be bringing more grenades than they are. That's I think, a big deficit here in terms of their ability to push back the defense. We did see a drone, I think, just get picked up by Mozzie as well. So that's going to just make it even easier for defense to be able to do what they want to do. Plus, we've got at least 1 bulletproof camera up. Yeah, it looks like just 1. So a lot of utility for defense, not as much utility for attack. That's going to matter, I think. I think this is definitely, again, a defender advantage.
I would agree. We are only a minute in. There is still time for Girl Boss to transition, or for Mirage Mommies to transition down. In fact, that's exactly what Victoria is doing. The Gridlock of all operators getting aggressive. We'll spot the Ella playing on pallets for just a second. Then Lioness instead rotates back, not trying to get too aggressive. She is running the shotgun, but she does have Terra for support. But unfortunately, it's 2 members of Girl Boss cut off, and that extension onto the top floor. They might be forced to rotate back, but no. Jay Huey on the Jaeger, still getting aggressive. Will start 1 kill for her team, but it's still the downfall for them overall in the aggregate. 2 more kills for Mirage Mommies. 2v4 for Girl Boss. Lioness will try to fight back, and right now, Train is her domain that Mirage will have to clear out.
I think this is still entirely possible. Well, I was going to say that, but now, you know what? I think this is definitely looking like an attack potential round. However, the pickup... Actually, oh, no! Not going to happen. What? There we go. Good trade back. Still possible. Unfortunately, now last defender's given away the position. Going to have to rotate as fast as possible.
Here's what I will say, though. While Lioness is far away, only has the shotgun. 1v2 does have Ella shotgun in the coverage, and she has started to move towards these close quarters engagements. It might be difficult, but if she's able to just isolate one of them, or if Mirage have sort of moved far apart, this could go in her favor. But now 1 is back, or 2 are all the way back on that laundry wall. She has spotted 1. The attackers actually have the deployable shield to play at their advantage as well. Lioness will try to cut 1 off, is able to do it successfully. Now Cassie's sitting here thinking, I have diffuser. I have about 10 seconds left until I've won this round. Where do I think Lioness is going to come from? She knows that she has to come from red. Now coming from laundry. Is she watching the angle? She's rotated out into pillar. Brilliant play by the IQ. The round is now gone, and the kill as well. Excellent post play by Cassie. A little bit scary overall for Mirage, especially in that 1v1. They still even things up in the end.
Fortunately, the aggressive play there just not quite good enough in terms of being able to win a lot of those early gunfights. And that's all it was. It just cost them too much to get into those gunfights mid-round. And, like I said, not a lot of utility for attack, so really they just needed to play it a little bit smarter in terms of either making sure they were trading or just not playing as aggressive till they had the intel to make sure that they were at an advantage in those gunfights rather than just taking them to take them. But I don't think we're going to see any slowing down here. I think they're just going to continue with the aggression. A little bit more traps coming out at least, but quite a bit of different operator lineups, especially on defense here. We will be seeing Bar again, though. So the question is, are they going to be looking to stack up once again on that Christmas defense? Or is it just going to be a little bit more focused on holding things off? They've got, the Electro Claws to be able to stall if they want to just play a little more of a stall game along with the bear traps. So I could see them playing like a little bit slower in some respects, but that also depends on the attack. If the attack comes in aggressively, I expect the defense to do just the opposite of that and push back just as aggressive. So I don't know. I think the pace is going to be on attack right now to determine how they want to play this. But they are still continuing to bring, I would say, not enough utility to really make this work very well for them. I'm really surprised at the lack of grenades. But maybe they just don't have a lot of players who are good at grenades.
5 seconds remaining.
It's possible, but again, Maverick is unbanned. He's got nades. Yana, one of the mainstays for entries at the moment, she has nades and a Gone 6. Neither in the field right now. Also, Girl Boss have been heavily running in Aruni these past few rounds. Yana is a much more direct counter to Aruni, just able to send out that Yana clone. You don't need to waste a flashbang, a drone, anything. Exactly. Freebie for that Aruni gate. And actually, right here, Girl Boss have instead taken down that castle barricade off of that Christmas double door, replaced it with an Aruni gate. Much, much easier to clear if you have that Yana, but also in general, now that the castle is off the board. So I think you make a good point that with the amount of utility Mirage are bringing, they're going to be playing catch-up in a lot of various aspects of this defense. But if they're just able to work a couple picks inside of Christmas, because Emzo, again, Girl Boss are extending 2-3 people on this side of the map, utility might not matter if they can make it a 2v4.
I feel like going with the gate instead of the castle barricades just to call for aggression and line of sights that they could play. That's ones they have to worry about as well, but I think it's just so that they can continue to fight from that Christmas ambush site that they have to fight alongside to the other drops as well. So it just looks like they're really just setting up line of sights and saying, you know what, we can win these gunfights as soon as they try and come in. Why even just deny ourselves angles by putting up castle barricades? They are using shields at least.
That is true. They do have that standard shield and pixel, and while they are going for a similar setup, you talked about how it's really on Mirage to set the pace, especially because we know Girl Boss are going to get aggressive. Haven't really seen that quite yet. We saw somebody flirt with the cocktail rappel just a little bit, but now everyone is rotating back over to Cigar, and again, look at all this utility. You have that Aruni Gate that not only will you have to clear if you want to rotate through, but it does provide that line of sight for the defense. You have Jay Huey playing behind this deployable shield, aggressively in front of any attacker who wants to come down red. Minute 45 seconds have passed, and I really can't name you a thing Mirage have cleared that helps them in their attack. They will finally get a kill. Nails Alexis K to a post. That is something. That is a start. They still have to cut through this, but with man advantage in hand, they could make something big happen.
Well, definitely something that could work, especially when they can turn it into a two-man advantage here. Aggression is going to come back, but he's going to give away position. There we go. Oh, one down. However, not even a finish off just yet. They're still in a pretty dire position here. There are some tracks on the ground as well. Good playback. Unfortunately, there's going to be picked back up on Sledge, so huge man advantage here to attack.
Oh, no. That's a frost mat that just went off in the background, and a kill on Automate as well. Okay, that might be the frost mat that wins the round, because we got to a 2v4. But now that Terra's landed that kill onto Automate and Monster Girl down, we're at a 2v2 unless they can pick the Hibana back up. But with only 20 seconds left, they need to decide: do we go for the res on our teammate, or do we push the site as is? Because whatever option you choose, you're either down a man or you're wasting a lot of time. They'll go for the res, taking Monster Girl back up with only 10 seconds left. They're all pushing through one doorway. Cavi's able to cut Terra back down, and it's all Linus left with 5 seconds left. This is doable. Just one bullet, one kill can change the course of the round. She knows Victoria's inside a freezer, able to cut down one more inside. She can't find the angle. She'll let the bomb go down, give herself some more time, maybe to catch one of the attackers off on the reposition. One just around the corner from where she's aiming right now, trying to find the angle. The long bar's obscuring her vision. The couches as well. She'll have to rotate all the way into Cigar to try and win this one out. Cavi's on 1 HP. Where is she? She's the player to kill, but it's Victoria to finish her off. Mirage take the lead, 3-2 on Cafe Attack.
You could definitely see those tracks really influencing the ability to try and fight back. So the ability to, like, getting those out actually did make, I'd say, a little bit of a difference in slowing down that attempted retake. But it was nice to see the welcome mats actually useful, getting some work done. I think there was a little bit of panicked repositioning happening from the attackers, like kind of mid-attack. I caught one off guard. But that being said, just losing way too many people too early, I don't know if we might see a slowdown on the aggression on defense potentially, but these operators don't really signal that. I think they're just going to keep trying to do it and hope they win more of their gunfights. But this is going to be the last round for them on defense, so we'll see how they play their attack. But nothing too different coming out from the attackers except for Maverick. Now, I don't believe we've seen him yet.
I don't believe we have, but there's your answer to the why are you not bringing as many nades question. 2 more. 100% increase to the amount of nades on the attackers right now. And
I mean, I gotta say, we weren't seeing them get a lot of use out of the smokes they were bringing. There was a lot of smokes the last few, like pretty much all the attacks rounds, and we're just not seeing them deployed very often.
You know, speaking of smokes, you know who we're not seeing a lot of on Girl Boss's defenses either? Smoke. We haven't seen a smoke at all. Again,
I don't think we've seen one today. Period.
Oh my God, you actually might be right.
Like, I mean, we might have, because like sometimes when I'm just quickly glancing over at Mute, he also looks like smoke and vice versa. But I do not recall seeing a single smoke yet today.
Well, with Girl Boss, it certainly makes sense if you are 3-man extending into one area of the map. Not exactly the kind of playstyle you'd think, oh, let's get a smoke for that job. No, you're gonna you're probably gonna go with operators like Vigil, like Doc. But of course, with the Maverick on Mirage as well, they can cut through Terra's Electric Claws and utilize it that way. And also, since Girl Boss are going with the Bakery extension, if Mirage are able to take down both the members playing inside of there, they can easily open up that wall with the Maverick as well. We'll see one nade go out, tries to open up the top of that prep wall. Will open up a much greater hole, so if they want to toss any utility over, potentially facilitate opening that wall or taking down anybody playing directly inside of there, as there might be one. No, there's not. Instead, it's just Bakery right now. First kill will come inside a small bake, not the main Bakery, as currently it's Jay Huey tangling with a drone. The Doc taken off the board. We won't see the defense have the ability to stim people up like they did previously, but look at that! Jay Huey basically gets away with a rotate that could be compared to highway robbery, walks directly in front of Automate cooking a grenade, gets away scot-free.
Well, we'll see a lot of rotates happening here. If they get caught on some of these rotates, an advantage for the attack. Especially they hadn't taken damage yet, but there we go. Half lost. You know, all the grenades have been used So there is at least a possibility now for defense to be able to hold their
Attackers
positions
have
a little more
located a bomb.
effectively. There is C4 and 2 impacts left as well. So, nice angle play, but fight lost. Now, finally, even things out. There we go. Almost, 2 more attackers losing nearly all of their health down to 25. And again, that continues to make those gates effective because now that is lethal. Both of those players at 25 HP, that's enough to die trying to cross through. So that makes things even more dire as, for example, the Maverick only has 1 drone left to potentially throw through there. They don't have any other throwable utility to use besides drones at this point.
Linus catches Automate entering in from prep, and as you said, these Aruni gates, Monster Girl staring one down. If they're going to try to make an entry happen in the final minute, the longer those remain alive, and now the final 2 members are both the ones on low HP. How are they going to make that happen? Cavi does have 2 smoke grenades, a Twitch drone as well, Monster Girl with 1 drone, but time is certainly not on their side. Cavi will rotate up, spot 1 down below, but it's only a little bit of damage done to J-Huey before the ladder rotates off. A C4 ends the life of Cavi, and Monster Girl has to consider whether she wants to continue pressing on for a chance to win this round, or if she'll pull back and give her team some more thoughts to think. 39 seconds left, and after all, there's no major point in a tactical timeout, especially since this is the final round on Mirage's attack. Looking like to try to make a play over on the side of Longbar. There is one at the bottom ground right now. Managed to spot one through the client's side debris. Daddy Satan taken down, and one also just outside the main double door. Could land one more kill, but no, she's looking the wrong way right as Lioness peeks. Half-ended 3-3 for both teams on Cafe. Nobody having the clear advantage going into the side swap.
Still gotta say though, I feel like the early aggression on defense wasn't always working out as well as they wanted it to, especially with the Doc going down first.
Very hit or miss.
Yeah, not great, but we'll see side switch now, so we'll see if we see the same thing. Now again, banning the Jackal makes me think they do want to play aggressive defense, or at least aggressive on the roam portion of it. We are possibly going to see heal as well. Not quite a Doc, but will that be 6th picked off of? That's the question. We are going to see our first smoke potentially, though.
Let's go.
So.
Very happy.
Right.
If they're using the FMG9, though, I'll be a little bit annoyed. Oh, never mind. Well,
never mind. Yeah, we can't. I guess we don't get to see smoke. They are going to bring some other delay utility. This is going to be on a bar, so I imagine that might be used potentially for the bathroom or even red wall. Try and slow things down, or also even potentially Heaven side. You could use it if for some reason you're going to be worried about like a breach coming down from above or something like that. But we'll see where those end up being used. They are going to have the gates as well, and castle barricades. So both gates and castle barricades means they can deny a lot of movement, and it's going to be a lot of work on sledge or perhaps nades or even X-Kairos. Actually, I guess 4 of the 5 members of attack have some utility to clear castle barricades, so maybe not too bad.
Yeah, there's quite a lot on their side right now to clear out the territory being brought by Victoria. And since you have that Yana as well, Cassie on the Rooney, much more direct counter. So I'm really liking the lineup from Girl Boss. And as you said earlier, or as you saw earlier as well, you didn't need us to tell you, they were extremely aggressive on their defense. Attack might be a bit more difficult of a side in order to get aggressive, but I imagine we'll see quite a few attempts throughout the early round and throughout many of the rounds in this game. Girl Boss will try to set the pace early on and force Mirage on their back foot. Right now, 2 of the members are currently sitting inside a train, and Girl Boss might decide to peek on down, see if there's anybody playing inside of there, and try to make something happen over there, deny them playing down below. And of course, if they want to enter through Christmas, taking down those 2 players down below will be important, especially if one player might have a C4, because I know there is one on the defense for Monster Girl. Don't know if she's down there. She is on the 2nd floor, but could easily rotate over into train to get a C4 from Club.
Interesting that they put the gate and the castle barricade so that if Sledge is the one to try and open that up to get into Christmas, he's still going to have to deal with the gate. So they're really doubling down on Christmas. We saw how important it was to the defense on the other side, really stacking up a lot of people there. Not quite the same thing here. A lot of the players are more so on the other side of the map, actually trying to make sure they defend the Heaven side and the White Stairs. See how that works. It did sound like something might have happened to the grenade there. Not sure if that went off. There we go. Okay, we do hear I believe that was a grenade going off. So they are trying to clear some utility, but this is a little bit slow going. They have actually gotten into Christmas, it might have looked like. Wasn't sure. A lot of droning trying to figure things out here as well, but attack is not really being as aggressive as we were talking about because we're a minute and a half into the round. No one's taken any damage just yet, but they have taken territory. Much more territory than we saw from the other side when Mirage was really trying their best to get in there and being thwarted in doing so. This is really more about defending the cocktail side of things for this defense.
I think that's good because, well, you have players directly on the site. You also have Monster Girl down below who's able to get some angles all the way down below Cocktail Balcony to look on up. And if you want to get aggressive, you have the option to. Cassie rotates into Freezer, catches Jay Huey off guard, and is now not retaken territory from the attack, but is contesting Girl Boss's territory a little bit more heavily. We'll see a run out coming out between both Monster Girl and Cavi. Will not spot one on anybody on that cocktail rappel, so I don't believe there actually might have been anybody on that cocktail rappel. And in that time, 2 have run out, 2 have fallen for Mirage Mommies as well, and Tara will take that opportunity to spearhead an attack and an execute for her team, working her way into sight. With 35 seconds left, Daddy Satan and Linus have to catch up, or if they don't, at least watch the cutoff to make sure that nobody from Mirage could rotate back. Automay and Cassie, the only ones left. Cassie still trying to get aggressive, punished for that behavior. Automay has left to pick up the pieces, accidentally puts a couple bullets into Tara, but puts the ones directly into Automay, making up for that earlier team kill, and the lead is retaken by Girl Boss.
Definitely a situation where not really defending Christmas really kind of came back to bite them in the end because they just lost so much map control, and that really cut off their positioning. For example, then they can't really use red stairs effectively. They're in a situation where they're entirely dependent on white stairs working out for them, doing jump outs, things like that, to be able to try and control as much as they can. But at that point, attackers are just finding angles. You just have to win gunfights or get lucky pre-fires in defensive positions like that, as you're really limited on where you could be at. Not to mention, you've got to deal with the skylight from the roof if they have angles being held from there. So I feel like they probably should have committed a bit more to defending, and maybe that's why we're going to see the Clash play here to try and bring up a shield of some kind to help defend the Christmas side, or potentially even at least a long angle across bar, something like that. But I don't know, that might also take a gun out of play to some extent, and that we will see attackers be able to do a little bit to try and counter that, as they do have operators that help counter that shield. So I mean, I don't know if this is going to be the right choice for defense, but we'll see if they play a little more aggressive on that side. Now, they're not bringing the Kaid or the Aruni this time for the gates, but they are bringing the castle barricade, so they will at least have something to slow things down. But I don't know. I mean, I guess the Banshees as well will help slow things down a little bit, and maybe that's the point, is to have the Banshees work with the shield to be able to really slow them down, because the two are both going to do similar things, and really making sure that the attackers are literally slowed as much as possible in their movement. But that depends on good coordination. Instead, it looks like the shield's going to be used to try and defend the cigar side of things, to try and make sure that any kind of drop from red is going to be countered. So they're not going to be able to set up. You saw it last time when they went to go take Christmas. They did it through the red wall. They opened up part of the breach there in that sort of corner. Thank you, server. Looks like they do have bandit batteries on the wall, though, to try and make sure that you can't get the X-Kairos from the roof through that hatch that we just saw Sludge open, try and open up angles to do that. So they are going to have to work quite a bit harder between that and the Clash to try and actually get some control. But we'll see. We're also going to see some roam play here on the red stairs, dangerously looking up at the hatch. This is a big risk. Angle. However, yeah, it's a nice angle, and that sliver might be enough if the reaction time is there.
My one worry overall with this setup right now is that Cassie is contesting red and cigar, and that is nice, but those castle barricades placed earlier, if they're just opened up by a Sledge on the rappel, she's playing very aggressively and not going to have a lot of options or time to reconsider or recollect her thoughts. But look at Daddy Satan hopping down directly in the sight. Everyone from Girl Boss is going. Tara's opened things up, started things out. It's even back up, but nobody's really got a decisive lead so far until Tara gets her second kill of the round onto Autumn-May. Monster Girl and Cavi, now their entire setup in Christmas has collapsed, have to recover, and they're still left bleeding on the ground. More so than quick. That might be an understatement with how fast that round went by. Girl Boss will even expand their lead 2 rounds further than they started out.
That's the problem with Bar being such a popular site. It's also well known how to attack it to some extent. And with such weak defenses of Christmas, it's a tough thing. Like, because that's always the real fight, is over Christmas a lot of the times, especially from the other side that we saw. It's just, oh man, that was a heck of an attack, though. You were talking about aggressive attacks, and that was absolutely it. So this is, I'd say, a huge momentum swing here going in favor of attack, that I think we're going to have to see something happen here to try and change things up. And going to Bar is definitely not really an option, I think, at this point, unless they drastically change things up. We will see possibly an Oryx, though. Oh, it looks like NO6 pick, so that'll be interesting. I got to imagine they're really going to open up some hatches or potentially play them soft for some rotates. I believe Oryx did get some buff on speed at some point recently as well. But I don't think that's really a big game changer. So I don't know how much value they'll get out of that unless they're just hoping to use him very aggressively or to keep the attack really guessing on positioning. But that's also going to be combined with the Vigil to do so. And again, no Jackal does mean that there's no good way to track them down. They could bring a Lion on attack, but they haven't really been. So, you know, it's something where they could definitely get away with a lot of this roam.
Well, and since obviously when you're flanking vertically, you have to go up their stairwells. Terra has been hard sticking the Nomad. Oryx might be a way to try and get aggressive, go for flanks, but not have to deal with those air jabs. But by going up stairways, you can instead, say if you're in train, climb up into Christmas Hatch. Or even if you're in the first floor, inside of the site, climb up into the Dining Hatch if you've opened that up for your team, if you're playing aggressively. They have reinforced it, so that is not an option available to the defense if they want to go for that. So Monster Girl, in terms of utilizing her dashes or climbing up through the hatches, of course, she can dash wherever the hell she pleases, but for climbing up the hatches, she can only go from the second floor to the third. She has to rotate down the to that first floor. But my worry for Mirage right now is Girlboss got extremely aggressive, just pushing straight through angles. Now, on the other sides, they have so much more at their disposal. They have verticality, they have a lot of things they can play with, and they're still getting aggressive. 1 HP Autumn May is now at because Daddy Satan said, hey, let me just peek in a little bit, see if you're being careless. Caught Autumn May off guard, put her to 1 HP. Now with Monster Girl getting aggressive, it's not actually any of Mirage to be the first to die. It's Alexis K on the sledge.
Well, definitely not looking great for attack all of a sudden, as things were looking fantastic at first, but at least one trade back. We could see the Kaid go pretty quickly as well, but attack starting to fall apart very, very fast. However, 2v2, so much time left in the round, Diffuser being dropped, likely going to be picked back up potentially soon here. But that is a giveaway position, so they're going to have to play very carefully. We're seeing these late roam rotates. Just both these operators good. A good catch on the hologram.
Smart play. That was no idea on Monster Girl's position. She was like, oh, we've got a minute 30 seconds left. I'll get some intel. I'll use my Yana clone. Nope, you were dead because Monster Girl was right
just
around the
bad timing, honestly.
Just bad timing. Unlucky. Now Daddy Satan left in the 1v2. She is
Why
the
is
one.
there still two barbed wires sitting in Oryx's pocket?
Hey, he's
what
just...
the heck?
Hey, listen. Monster Girl was on floors 3 and 2.
Maybe he's using them as wallet chains.
Actually, it's going to be like a whip. He's going to like attach around Daddy Satan and pull him towards her like a scorpion from Mortal Kombat. I think that was actually might be the update to Oryx you were thinking about, so glad we could figure that out here. Daddy Satan is now pushing on in, has left the Fuser behind, clearly going for these kills right now, has 40 seconds to decide if that's the play she wants to go for, but in a 1v2, when you're in the one side of things, going for the plan is not always the best option, but she will continue waiting. Monster Girl sitting in long bar, Cassie playing further back underneath the freezer drop. Will be spotted, is able to be picked up by Daddy Satan, but look, the Hibana on low HP now, and this is where the Rima dashes come into effect. You can put some damage, lay some fire down onto Daddy Satan somewhere else on the map and keep Daddy Satan questioning on where the Oryx could possibly be. The Fuser picked back up, 10 seconds left. Daddy Satan could try to go for the plant. If anything, debate out Monster Girl's position. This is where the Oryx has to question, do I get aggressive? Do I go and let her get the bomb down? Catch her off on the rotate? That's what she'll do. Daddy Satan has some time to readjust. Heard Monster Girl enter this area, could go for the play or the pick. Knowing that she's in the wall, Monster Girl will burst on through, but instead, rotate over, go through the double, catches her off guard. Excellent play and post plan played by Monster Girl, able to slowly make progress on tying things up.
Well, I questioned the Oryx play, but you know what? In the end of the day, came through. Absolutely came through. It was, I mean, a lot of it came down to just good timing. Might have been good game sense, but it was definitely a valuable operator in terms of moving around this map very, very quickly. So that was it. That was what they needed. It was that extra mobility on the defense. I mean, the Vigil was also very helpful in terms of making it difficult for the attack to pin things down. But that being said, that Diffuser was down all the on defense. Absolutely could have gone either way. Looks like we might see a trap heavy setup here to some extent with the welcome mats and the goo mines coming out from defense, but they're trying bar yet again. Honestly, I question this. A Blackbeard? All right.
Well,
you know,
okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Now keep this in mind. I've not seen a Blackbeard at all, but let alone a Blackbeard on Cafe in quite a while. There's really only two main places, I would say, unless you want to get aggressive on like the Skylight, but really, when you think Blackbeard, you think Window Repel, or you think Blackbeard, you think Window Repel. There's really only two main places, I would say, unless you want to get aggressive on like the Skylight, but really, when you think Blackbeard, you think Window Repel, or you think Blackbeard, you think Window Repel. There's really only two main places, I would say, unless you want to get aggressive on like the Skylight, but really, the two big areas we're going to be on the rappel are outside of Christmas and outside of Cocktail. Mirage haven't really contested Christmas all too heavily so far, so if that's what Girl Boss have in mind, I don't know if that's going to be the best application of Blackbeard, especially if you're still going to try to take this west to east, clear out Christmas and Cigar, then go in for an execute, because Mirage just haven't been playing it nearly as much as Girl Boss did on the defense. Now, if you want to go on the Cocktail side of things, you'll find a lot of presence there, but enough where I think you're going to need to have something in tandem with the Blackbeard, like, say, somebody going below, opening up the floor, to then make that repel a bit of an impact. But I don't know. I get the idea, but for both applications, it seems either there's not enough for it to warrant the pick, or there's so much that you need to almost go for a Cocktail take to make it worthwhile.
I mean, I could definitely see it still being something that can hold the long angle from where that welcome mat is on the south side in that window, just to hold an angle into Cigar, like you're saying, to make it that much easier for the rest of your team to take Christmas from the little mini Cocktail bar side on the west side there by the window. So definitely possible to just help hold an angle to let them take Christmas that much faster, and then even rotate over to the Cocktail side to try and get that double value, trying to use kind of both the strategies you're talking about. But that being said, you could even use it from the roof as well to help peek down here through the skylight to help hold angle. It's really just a pressure tool at the end of the day, right? It's something that you can use to really continue to hold pressure on an angle from a rappel or from a skylight. It's not a bad choice, but you are definitely giving up utility to do it.
And Mirage will also continue their pattern of getting aggressive, but not directly in the face of the attack. This is multiple times now in their Cocktail defenses where they've decided to really get aggressive and roam on that second floor, and it does give the potential for C4s later on. And if we're talking about Blackbeard, Lioness might not really do much directly to counter out that play on the second floor unless she gets on, say, Red Window. But Monster Girl, Victoria, everyone's still holding angles like the one we just saw Monster Girl holding, or playing with Victoria down below to use that C4. Haven't seen much impact for it, and the few defenders that are up top right now are slowly being pushed back. Cassie pushed out of bathroom, but there's Monster Girl with the impact, able to spot Lioness on the Blackbeard, base checking downstairs into Train. No idea that somebody's on that stairwell. Daddy Satan will answer back and compensate for Lioness's falling just a little bit previously, but there's still a lot of momentum and map control Girl Boss need to work through.
Well, not too bad here on time for attack, but the fact that they've only got one kill and lost the Blackbeard for it, not a lot of great map control game. This is going to be a tough one to pull off, as they've got to get that top floor map control. And now C4 wasted. Still one left in the pocket of Bandit, though, to be able to make something happen. But looks like Cigar control in the favor of attackers. Going to come down to a little bit of angle play and peak timing to try and finish this off, as well as some utility. There's quite a lot of flashbangs left in pocket here. We got 4 total. Or no, sorry, 7 total? No.
The bomb diffuser.
To be able to try and make this work, it should be 4. Oh, there we go. One player left dead with some in pocket. So, what about left? Oh, I don't know if he's going to time that C4 right. There. Oh, never mind. Another kill out. There we go. It could get no withstand. So, there we go. C4 does get a kill. Looking like huge advantage there. And there we go. Defenders take it. This is actually starting to even up quite a bit. Finally winning a bar defense.
That really just seemed hit or miss throughout. I can't really put down exactly what was the you know, maybe there wasn't one thing you could pin down as to why Mirage won that round. It just kind of seemed very back and forth throughout. But I will say, once Girl Boss hit that moment with a minute left, they lost the Blackbeard. They were still trying to pick up the pace and make their way through onto that top floor. It was a really good spot for Mirage to be in, and they could just play it how they ended up playing it. Working those picks, once they got that second pick of the round onto a member of Girl Boss, work it down from there, work those trades, ended up working out. Overall, good defense from Mirage, especially because Girl Boss had won that one Cocktail 2 times previously. Going to it a third time is always going to be risky, but now you're able to pick that up. If you are, say, able to win another site, they can't go to Kitchens, so they've won it. But if they're able to win Reading, that's match point secured. You're 1 round away from knocking Girl Boss out of the tournament and knocking out the second seed of the tournament overall, which would certainly be a statement going into the next BO3.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of strategic changes trying to deal with that. For instance, the 6th pick to the Lion deal with a lot of those late roam games where attackers have gotten quite a few kills and there's only a couple of players left on defense, and they're just trying to make sure that they can stop them from repositioning so they can actually get the diffuser down and not have to just rely on guns. It is the first Goyo of the day, which is surprising despite all the because all the utility you get out of those shields and the lack of grenades we've seen. Although I think we've seen from Girl Boss's side a bit more grenades being brought. With that being said, if there's very few grenades being brought, Goyle seems like it should have been a better choice earlier on as well, because like the harder it is for them to clear those shields, the more effective they become. And you get to be the one in control of deciding when they explode then.
Well, better late than never, I suppose, in terms of attachments. We are seeing the TCSG instead of the
What was
Vector and
this?
Monster Girl. Monster Girl, maybe you could say getting a bit aggressive on the right, or Girl Boss just taking the map control quickly, sending it up red, rushing, going for a dining execute, or I don't know if they're going directly in the site, or if they're just taking this map control quickly. No, it's definitely the former. Cassie shuts Daddy Satan down, who despite being usually with the diffuser, always seems to be the one getting aggressive, and they're getting punished so far. Cassie has single-handedly not only stopped the momentum of Girl Boss in its tracks, but has also stopped the increasing map control for the attack as well from gaining even further. The diffuser dropped directly in front of the fireplace. Jay Huey on low HP as well. This is the prime opportunity for Mirage to move to match point.
Absolutely, especially given how much they sacrificed to get this map control. They did get quite a bit of it, to be fair. But that being said, with only 3 players left, you can't really hold that map control all that effectively. So this is definitely a tough spot to be in for attack. And there we go. They're going to lose. Oh, nope. Quite a bit of damage, though, at this point. Lion just barely life-saving with the Buck, so this is not looking great for the attack. They're definitely in a very, very tough spot. Not to mention they've got to deal with gates and Kapkan traps, potentially. Entirely possible that we see them die to these traps.
Also, just separate in general, if you lose one to a Kapkan trap, Linus is going to have to, Linus or Jay Huey, whichever one, are going to have to rotate pretty far down or pretty far over to then either compensate for or mitigate the loss they've just suffered, or really try and find some opening in this round. There is a nade sent up, almost takes down Cavi, but fortunately it's too far to the left, and with no nades left in pocket and one player directly above, Linus the only one left, unaware of the fate looming over her. Match point for Mirage. There's still a chance. Girl Boss, if they win one round, they will go to overtime. But if they lose this next attack, they will be knocked out of the Dark Zero Going Pink tournament.
Definitely an unexpected outcome here. I think we were expecting Girl Boss's side to be a lot more ahead, and definitely had been at some points, but the momentum swing here, defense sided, I guess is the way to put it for the most part of how this has gone down. But that being said, there was quite a few attack rounds. So far, I mean, we're in a position where Mirage should win more attack rounds already. We will see Kitchen again with the same Oryx pick. Maybe we'll see a 6th pick to a Vigil as well, if they want to go with that. The Maestro, not a bad pick as well. Might be the first Maestro we've seen today. No, 6th pick. There we go again. Actually coming out to get off the Oryx to the Mute instead. So interesting choice. We'll see how that works out. But Kitchen definitely went to the defense side last time. So if they play as well, they definitely changed up quite a bit though. So may or may not be a good thing.
Well, it looked pretty solid for the defense, but it did come down to kind of a coin flip gunfight towards the end in that post plant. But overall, I do really like these adjustments. Monster Girl bringing out the Mute instead of the Oryx, while again, ironically enough, a certain play with the Oryx, Rima dashing open the wall and then repositioning, almost kind of like impact tricking, where you impact open a wall, then push the other way, but with Oryx. Did actually work out, threw Daddy Satan off for guard, but I still think the Mute pick overall throughout the round, the intel denial, combined with the Electro Claws to deny Bakery Wall, Freezer Wall, what have you, I think that's a more solid pick overall. Plus, well, I actually was going to say you get more sight destruction, but Monster Girl is actually running the MP5K, so she can instead contest long angles instead of, say, with a shotgun contesting close or using anything for sight construction.
You could also see the Maestro as intel denial, as well as your ability to zap drones. Comes in pretty frequently. Took him a while to get those cameras set up after the round started as well, but finally did. First kill, though, is going to go out, and that's the Jaeger down already, but quickly traded back. That's actually not a bad kill. A good trade. And the second one from the same angle. Not looking good for attack at all. This definitely could be the end at a 7-5 if they're unable to pick it back up. A little slow in the reaction that time, but he's already got an angle advantage. No! Did not win the fight. Went for the 3K. Did not happen. Still a lot of damage done, though. And then picked up on the Habana. This is not looking good at all. This attack already thwarted in the first minute.
And while there are 2 nades left, and you do have 1 hard breacher as well, it's now the only person left for Girl Boss in this tournament. Cut down immediately after, unceremoniously dispatched. Mirage wins 7-5 over the number 2 seeded Girl Boss, and we have your 2 members of the grand finals. It will be Goo Goo Dolls versus Mirage Mommies to decide who comes away with the $2,500 in prize money.
Well, like I said, what they're going to need to possibly win this is countering the aggression. You talked about the aggression that was going to be expected, and they did. They absolutely countered it. A lot of aggressive plays, a lot of peeking, a lot of kills in the first minute of most rounds. So overall, though, that was definitely a lot of just banging out whatever they could. I would say that match was maybe a little bit lower on strategy. So it's definitely a tough spot to be in, I think, for what we expected to be the more successfully aggressive team.
Yeah, but overall, I will say we did expect them to be aggressive, and it seemed to be they're failing in many cases. But overall, I think Mirage, they've definitely always been a contender with a lot of those top teams with this lineup in CCSW, in Project Eris. I think this is a really good time to showcase what they are truly capable of, because Goo Goo Dolls were the one team in Project Eris that took down Girl Boss the entire way through. Now Mirage have taken them down. They have the opportunity to really show what they can do against one of the most, I guess, fabled rosters for Project Eris, CCSW so far in Google. First game, 7-2. This one was 7-5. Sure, it might have been an upset. Still a bit scary because not only did Goo Goo Dolls win a bit more dominantly, they've now had about an hour or so to rest going into the BO3.
Well, rest goes both ways, right? Just like holes. It's a situation where, you're cooling down as well. So it depends on what they're doing during that rest time, right? If they're staying warmed up but not as competitive, that could give them a chance to make sure that their aim's still there, but they're having a chance to relax a little bit more. So that could be an advantage for sure. I mean, I think it's clear that the advantage is just in them being a strong team more than anything else at that point. But that being said, yeah, when we go into this best of 3, it could be really interesting because we've got an upset here in a situation that was actually still pretty close, right? A 7-5 is always misleading, right? Because it's very close to being a 6-6 overtime situation. But that being said, Mirage's ability to counter aggression may fare very well in the final match of best of 3. But the question is, do they have the stamina to be able to slog through that after having just come through this, what I imagine was a pretty tough match and having to stay on top of it? But still an impressive showing of counter aggression and probably just some good game sense in general coming out from Mirage.
Yeah, and we will get into that best of 3 in just a little bit. But before we get there, I'd be remiss if I did not mention one of the key supporters of this tournament so far, the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. And it's the whole reason we're running this entire event, the Going Pink event, is to support breast cancer research. And if you do want to know how to support, we mentioned it at the top of the show, mentioned it again now. On Raven GG, there is a Dark Zero Going Pink sweatshirt, costs $60. And if you buy one, 23 of those dollars go directly to the Breast Cancer Research Foundation to conduct research. And a little bit more about them specifically. The Breast Cancer Research Foundation is the largest private funder of cancer research worldwide in the entire world. And they're also the highest rated breast cancer organization in the United States. So if you're worried that your money's not going to the right place, trust me, there might not be a better place that $23 and your support and by buying that sweatshirt could possibly go to.
Right, and you got to love that you're getting a sweatshirt out of it, right? It's
That's
not
true.
Just,
I love sweatshirts.
Right. Like I said, you get to represent and some nice swag and good merch to have. So I think it's definitely a good cause overall. Everyone wins in that situation, especially the people that are able to benefit from the foundation's research and help. So definitely something you should take advantage of now, while you're also supporting some awesome games too. Right, at the end of the day, you're helping support these matches. There's a prize pool, so you're really contributing to a lot of different people at once. And I think it's a great thing to do. And again, of course, always shout out to Dark Zero for this as well. I think they've been fantastic in helping support a lot of this. We know they're a great bunch of people and love to see it from them. Now also to CCS as well for doing the production side of things for this.
And with that said, again, we do still have one series left in the cards, a BO3 between Goo Goo Dolls and Mirage Mommies to seal things out. But we will be going to a break. While we're on that, make sure to go to Raven GD, look at that sweatshirt. But until then, we'll be back in just a few minutes with the grand finals. We'll see you in a little bit.
What's up, guys? My name is Cam. I'm the marketing coordinator here at Dark Zero Esports. And today I'm sitting down with all of you to talk about Going Pink and everything that we're doing here as an organization for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So a little bit about myself. I actually lost my mom to breast cancer when I was 9 years old. And so everything that we're doing here in this whole month is very close to home. My mom, Stephanie, was, she was a character. It was dope. You know, I lost her when I was young, but things I remember for sure, her sense of humor. There was always, you know, a positive side, totally the glass half full type of person. And so, you know, when she was diagnosed when I was 7 or 8, you know, it was hard because chemotherapy and everything, and her having to go to the hospital a lot, and us having to give her space to rest. It was a difficult time because, you know, I was young and I was confused, like, why can't I go see my mom? And, you know, there was just a lot of confusion being young and not being able to see her, and not knowing if she's getting better, or not understanding like why she's in the hospital, or, you know, I thought they said that she was coming home today. Why is she still there? You know, and even through that time, you know, her coming back from the hospital, going through chemo, and she can, you know, barely walk, her head is shaved. She's still laughing and talking the whole time. I remember when we shaved her head, we left a little bit on the side, so it was like the Princess Leia buns, but just with the shaved head. And I used to wear her wigs and stuff that she got. So one of the things we started a tradition as a family was going to the Susan G. Komen Race for the Cure. And that was awesome for her because she got to, you know, be out there still with the shaved head and the crazy bandana, but with a stroller with 3 boys in it, doing a 1K walk with everybody behind her, the whole squad, everyone in shirts that says Stephanie Guillermo on there. We're all just rocking and rolling through downtown Las Vegas. That was really my first time seeing, you know, all these beautiful things people are doing to raise awareness and empower the breast cancer community. And if you guys are at home or looking for something you could do, I invite you all to check out what we're doing here at Dark Zero for Going Pink for the entire month of October. We've launched the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. We're selling really awesome sweatshirts where 100% of the profits go towards them. And you can actually check out what they do on our website with a bunch of information about how to see the signs early, and different resources you can give to your family members or loved ones who are affected by breast cancer. And my personal favorite part is the memorial page that we're putting up on our website. So you guys at home can upload pictures of your loved ones, you give their name, a little bit of a story, and they're put up on our website for forever, remembered with all these other beautiful people. My mom will be there as well. And anytime you guys wanted to go check out, you can go see your loved ones as the first breast cancer patients to be honored on an esports website. Thank you guys so much for listening to my story. Hope you're all enjoying the matches, and I'm excited to see you all go pink this month.
Seconds left. Attackers bombed it. Attackers dropped it.
Inhabiting
Dropped and activated. Deploying a drone. Attackers bombed.
Different dreams between us and ocean. Different dreams between us and ocean. Look at the stars, you see the rising sun. Look at the stars, you see the rising sun. Different roads with no one highway. Different roads with no one highway. Happy for you for every bad day. And we'll never change. We'll never change. Love knows no distance. And we'll never change. We'll never change. We'll never change. I know I haven't called you, and it's been a few months since I tried to. Maybe I'm scared I'll say the wrong thing. My apartment's been shaking from the weight of a heart that's breaking. Pretend I don't care, but it's killing me.
Christmas. Cause I'm the one who asked for the distance. But are you alone? Are you alright? And maybe you will judge me if I said that I hope you still love me. Feels like you don't. I'm scared that I'm right. I'll be happy for you if you say you're happier with someone else. I'll be honest with you, just the thought of it hurts like hell.
Oh, this time you've been thinking I moved on, but you should know I waited for you. Even if I tried, I could never let you go. You should know I waited. I'm always waiting for you. You should know I waited for you. Even if I tried, I could never let you go. You should know I waited. I'm always waiting for you. I'm always waiting for you. Oh, you should know I waited. Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move.
What's up, guys? My name is Cam. I'm the marketing coordinator here at Dark Zero Esports. And today I'm sitting down with all of you to talk about Going Pink and everything that we're doing here as an organization for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So a little bit about myself. I actually lost my mom to breast cancer when I was 9 years old. And so everything that we're doing here in this whole month is very close to home. My mom, Stephanie, she was a character. It was dope. I lost her when I was young, but things I remember for sure, her sense of humor. Side, totally the glass half full type of person. And so, when she was diagnosed when I was 7 or 8, it was hard because chemotherapy and everything, and her having to go to the hospital a lot, and us having to give her space to rest. It was a difficult time because, I was young and I was confused, like, why can't I go see my mom? And, there was just a lot of confusion being young and not being able to see her, and not knowing if she's getting better, or not understanding, like, why she's in the hospital, or, I thought they said that she was coming home today. Why is she still there? And even through that time, her coming back from the hospital, going through chemo, and she can, barely walk, her head is shaved. She's still laughing and talking the whole time. I remember when we shaved her head, we left a little bit on the side, so it was like the Princess Leia buns, but just with the shaved head. And I used to wear her wigs and stuff that she got. So one of the things we started a tradition as a family was going to the Susan G. Komen Race for the Cure. And that was awesome for her because she got to, be out there still with the shaved head and the crazy bandana, but with a stroller with 3 boys in it, doing a 1K walk with everybody behind her, the whole squad, everyone in shirts that says Stephanie Guillermo on there. We're all just rocking and rolling through downtown Las Vegas. That was really my first time seeing, all these beautiful things people are doing to raise awareness and empower the breast cancer community. And if you guys are at home or looking for something you could do, I invite you all to check out what we're doing here at Dark Zero for Going Pink for the entire month of October. We have a lot of really cool stuff lined up. First, we're working with the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. We're selling really awesome sweatshirts where 100% of the profits go towards them. And you can actually check out what they do on our website. We have a bunch of information about how to see the signs early and different resources you can give to your family members or loved ones who are affected by breast cancer. And my personal favorite part is the memorial page that we're putting up on our website. So you guys at home can upload pictures of your loved ones, you give their name, a little bit of a story, and they're put up on our website for forever, remembered with all these other beautiful people. My mom will be there as well. And anytime you guys wanted to go check out, you can go see your loved ones as the first breast cancer patients to be honored on an esports website. Thank you guys so much for listening to my story. Hope you're all enjoying the matches, and I'm excited to see you all go pink this month.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the grand finals of the Dark Zero GG Going Pink tournament. Again, for the final time, I am Lynx, joined to my right by Emzo. And if you haven't watched any of the matches up until this point, first of all, glad you could finally join us. But second of all, the 2 teams we will be seeing are Goo Goo Dolls versus Mirage Mommies, the latter of which came here off the back of an upset over the number 2 seed of the tournament. And Emzo, I have to say, from Mirage in that showing, it was close, but they did seem pretty promising going into this BO3.
Absolutely. It was an upset, but it was one that showed that for good reason. It wasn't, Girl Boss playing badly. Although they were playing maybe a little bit recklessly at times, it was a situation where definitely we saw a lot of potential come out of Mirage, but they're going to need it, right? They're up against a tough team. So the question is whether or not they can hold their own against a team that might not give them as much aggression to play against. It might not give them as many, I don't want to say freebies, but kills that end up working out early on in the round. Because that was a big difference, right? It's just the rounds going down to 2 or 3 players left on each side very, very quickly. And we might not see that, as this is going to be a little more drawn out. In a best of 3, we'll see at least 2 maps from these teams. But they'll also have time to figure each other out and probably play a little bit slower. So we'll see if Mirage can hang in that environment as well as they just did in the last one.
I do think there are players on Goo Goo Dolls that could get a little bit over aggressive. Saw a couple brazen, maybe reckless jump outs from Oshizo and Marmalade. But there is plenty of time to see not only if that'll happen, but also to see if we want to pull it up right now, where we'll be going, because you might have a couple maps in the pool with 3 maps available to decide if the teams want to get aggressive or not. So, as you can see, 4 maps banned out. Cafe, Oregon, Villa Chalet. If you can do the math, what is left over? Well, the first map up, Mirage's pick of Clubhouse, a map we actually saw Goo Goo Dolls beat Renegade 7-2 on just a couple hours ago.
Yep. That's going to be a pretty good one, I think, because, of course, now Mirage will have the intel on that and be able to see how they play it to an extent. But they also didn't have a lot of time to do that studying because guess what they were doing? They were playing during that. So unless someone was watching for them and giving them some extra info, it's tough to really review that VOD. I mean, yeah, they could be watching it live, but I mean, in-depth VOD review didn't really have time to do that. So they may not be able to exploit everything that they saw in detail. But that being said, I imagine Google Dolls are very comfortable on that map pick. So this should be, I think, a pretty good one. This could be our first overtime potentially, just because of the matchup and the fact that it was played once already by them.
And then also after that, we also have map number 2 of Coastline. That was Goo Goo Dolls' pick. And then the third map, a map that both Emzo and I were pretty sure we actually would not see today, is Bank. And that's interesting for a couple reasons. One, again, neither of us predicted that we would actually go to Bank at all in this best of 3, but also there just hasn't been a lot of Bank played in North America. I have only casted one match of Bank, and that is still one of the only matches of Bank played in North America up until this point. So if we're going to map 3, I'm really glad that it's Bank, something that we have not seen really at all in the region so far.
I think that's one of my favorite things is when the third map, the decider map, to decide which of the two teams that were like neck and neck or better, is a map that's not as commonly played. It's one that's the wild card. It's one that's like, how deep is your map pool kind of thing. It always makes me think of something like, maybe this is too old of a reference for you, but the end of the Wizard, when suddenly they had to play Super Mario 3 and no one had a chance to play it. That was kind of the ultimate decider, is who could adapt quickest, who was the best. Really, and I feel like it's like that, where it's really testing you at that point, and that's what a decider should do. It should test both teams rather than just say, "Did you get your preference?"
Yeah, I'm sorry. That reference just went completely over my head just now. You said Wizard, and I was like, oh, is he talking about Wizard of Oz? No, he's talking about Super Mario, so that can't be Wizard of Oz. So I don't know what the Wizard is, unfortunately, and I can't come up with a counter analogy in time. But I do get the point you are making, and I think it is a fair one. Also, for map number 2, of course, which is guaranteed, whoever team goes up 1-0 initially, then has to win Coastline in order to send it to a map 3. Coastline is a map that can heavily revolve around momentum, and whichever team wins, if they're the ones that end up having the better momentum going into Bank, even if it's not the most well-practiced map for a certain team, that could be enough to send it over the top to see, hey, maybe we don't have the deepest map pool, but now that we have this going, we can make up for any potential shortcomings, because not only do we have the momentum of a win, but it's coming off of a map where you need that adrenaline and that aggression to really get a step ahead of the other team you're playing against. But of course, again, going back to map number 1 for Goo Goo Dolls, or for Mirage technically, starting things out, a much more basic thing to set up. You were talking about, Emzo, earlier about how whether or not Mirage can counter potential aggression. We saw them do it earlier against Girl Boss. Whereas Goo Goo Dolls' aggression on Clubhouse, do you think it's the same style as Girl Boss, or do you think it's a lot more refined and calculated, which could make it more difficult for Mirage to counter?
I think that will depend on how much roaming we see. This is a map that roaming can be a little more constrained on. I think we'll see that a lot more on Coastline, right? We'll see a lot more of that factor play in than on Clubhouse. But I think Clubhouse will definitely be a contest of who feels confident in their ability to roam in certain areas, has good escapes planned, and is able to play confidently around that, or be able to play for those trades. We saw a little bit of variety on Arsenal Church defenses, for example. A lot of times that's kind of the decider, but also this could be a little more utility heavy. We didn't see Mirage really be great on the utility game, and true. Clubhouse, I think, is one that can test that a lot more, especially on CC Cash. So that might be really their big weakness that Goo Goo Dolls are able to take advantage of, is just their better utility game, and maybe they can use that to outplay Mirage quite a bit. So I still feel like we could see this go Goo Goo Dolls winning Clubhouse, Mirage winning Coastline, and then going to Bank as a potential lineup for things. But really, you just never know, and I think that last match showed us that.
Well, I think that final point is one that everyone watching should really take note of, because Renegades, similar to Mirage, we didn't bring it up nearly as much in that first game, but Renegades were also a team that on their attack did not have a lot of frag grenades. They might have had a sledge, if that, at times, specifically taking Rafters more often than not. They were just leaving it up to their Hibana to flash the player out and then take a physical gunfight with that person instead of using utility to clear that out. If Goo Goo Dolls already have success against that style of play, Mirage, who seemed to succumb to that same shortcoming, could be in for a rude awakening when we actually get into Clubhouse, which should actually be momentarily. We have all 10 players in the lobby ready to send it at a moment's notice. We can finally get to see if Mirage can actually counter potential aggression from Goo Goo Dolls, stop them on that roam, or if Goo Goo Dolls are instead just going to run away with it like we saw them already do on this map earlier today.
Absolutely. I think we'll definitely see a good match here on map 1. I think this will be the real test. Is Mirage still warmed up? Is Google Dolls cooled down? Which of them? So the first round may not really be indicative of what the rest will be like, but I think it'll still be interesting to see how things flesh out. Whether or not, I'm not sure what sides we'll be on, so I think we're still running into some small issues that are delaying it. But I would love to find out which. I'm not sure if we know which side the teams are playing on yet. So it'd be interesting to know who's playing on defense first. That might get to set the pace for things.
I do believe Goo Goo Dolls is playing on the defense. If my eyes don't deceive me, Goo Goo Dolls starting out on the defense and Mirage starting out on the attack. So earlier, again, Goo Goo Dolls, when they're starting out, they already had, as I mentioned, some experience playing against an attacking team that seems to lack utility in key areas, maybe frag grenades, maybe smoke grenades, what have you at any given time. Mirage always seemed to be a little bit lacking against Girl Boss, with Goo Goo Dolls starting out on the defense, and they've already cut their teeth against that playstyle that gave them more freedom to play in positions like Rafters or inside of Generator. Could be not only, Emzo, you talked about earlier in the very first game, how defense is a side where you can set the pace going just because it doesn't require as much of the attack sometimes. It's always a good starting outside for a team if their nerves are off or whatever. For Goo Goo Dolls, not only do they have experience in this regard, but they also get a side that might be a little bit easier for them with that prior experience and also this map in general. I don't know. It's looking really good to start off with Goo Goo Dolls because of that side choice.
Absolutely, and I think this is a situation where Goo Goo Dolls can take advantage of playing a bit more deployable shields, maybe even some Goyo, although I don't think this is necessarily Goyo's strongest map, so it's definitely a situation where if you need the extra shields, it's one way to get them, but we might see instead maybe 2 deployable shields coming out from operators that that can bring 1 each, as well as we've seen quite a bit of bulletproof camera play. To be able to provide that intel that could be difficult for the attackers to deal with without grenades, so absolutely exploit the fact that they're not bringing a lot of grenades, bring utility that really requires that. I do think we will still continue to see Banshees played quite a fair bit. We have seen that throughout the day as a utility that you have to deal with clearing, although due to changes later on to the Banshee, the way it works, it is something that's a lot easier to clear nowadays, so it's not as big of a problem. But I do think we could also see, you might see more flexibility from Goo Goo Dolls in that they may not have to play Jaeger and Wamai, because of the lack of grenades. You might see them just be able to run one of bringing something like Mozzie or bringing the Runegates. It gives them a lot more flexibility to control the map flow, or even just go with roamers like Vigil because they're not as worried about denying throwables.
Well, and if we're talking about who is going to give up the Jaeger, who's going to give up the Wamai on Goo Goo Dolls, Burb always seemed to be hard sticking that Wamai. I don't imagine she would change that up, but I do think that if we're talking about people giving up projectiles, Marmalade might be the first to go when it comes to that style of play. She did play the Jaeger, I think, a little bit in their first matchup on Club, but say if Valkyrie's up or if Aruni is left up, as you mentioned, I think she'll be the player to make that decision and instead flex off somebody, because both those ops you can get aggressive with. Mozzie, Aruni, Valkyrie, any of those 3, if those are up, I'm sure Marmalade will be the one to take it. And Burb has always been the one to not necessarily not get aggressive, but she tends to play a little bit more further back, typically on that flank watch roll on attack, playing the Wamai on the defense, holding Rafters or inside the site. So I think if there's any option to get flexible and get aggressive, Marmalade is going to be the player that is going to take that opportunity and run with it.
Well, I'd like to see some more smoke played as well.
That's true.
It's not bad playing Wamai, for example, on Rafters, because you can continue to set up magnets over time. The only problem is you really can't deny them peeking the door the same way outside with your gun. The way that Smoke can deny peeking the door and his rate of fire on the SMG is just insane. As long as you can hit your shots and control that gun, it can be really, really difficult to penetrate that doorway and try and get up and to get some push into there, except for maybe with a Monty, something like that. But that's where the Capitao also comes into play, which we haven't seen a ton of yet either. So it's interesting how kind of off standard meta we've seen for Garage play especially. But we did see a little bit of Capitao, but then it was killed pretty early, so we didn't get to see a lot of utility usage out of it either. So it's interesting to see the little bit off standard play, but I would like to see, just because those are really good choices, not because they're necessarily meta or not, but that they are very effective, because we were seeing a lot of struggle over garage control being kind of this hit and miss thing, and that's something that can be very important to these attacks. Especially we saw a lot of difficulty in consistently opening up walls for that server breach.
Well, and if Mirage are making a very concerted effort to not bring as many frag grenades, they want to bring some other operators. I know you've been very partial to Smoke this entire time. Well, we both have been, but you especially in Raptors. I'm very partial to Capitao in general. He's an operator I very much like to see in play. Was very happy when we saw him for a second earlier, even though they were taken down pretty early on. Didn't get to see any impact from that utility. But if you don't want to bring frag grenades, Capitao is a great counter to a player playing in Raptors. Send a firebolt on the left and the right, pinch them in, kill them once they pop their head out. Generator, send a firebolt left and right, take them down if they try to rotate back, or force them in a position where you can then take them out further. So I know you want to see the smoke, but I'm telling you, I want to see at least just one Capitao have a useful impact in this game, and I'll be happy.
Well, we'll see as well. It looks like the bans were already done. Maverick actually is going to be on board. Thatcher still gets banned, so Maverick is going to be that much more important now, especially that he's allowed. But the Mozzie, interestingly, bans here at least, especially the Zofia is an odd one. But this is a map where you definitely get a lot of utility out of having that soft breach, as well as being able to use it for the clear, so it's not a bad choice. Interesting, the 6th pick there for attack. So yeah, we will see that Maverick definitely in play, but I don't know about the Amaru. That's
I don't really know about
we'll
that
see.
one either.
Right, like it's not always, but you know what? If you're gonna bring it, round 1's the time to do it.
That's true. That is a very good point. If there's any time to catch them off guard with a grappling hook sent straight through a window, it's round 1 where you can set the pace and put Goo Goo Dolls on their back foot earlier. One issue I have is on CCTV in particular, there's not really a lot of good access points. You might have that CC window, but it's a little bit awkward, so I don't know where that Garo hook is going to get.
You could go for the stairs, I guess, too, the main stairs, but
again, it's CCTV unless Goo Goo Dolls are roaming heavily on that side. Mirage, we ended that, but maybe they do just want to take that bit of map control clear. Maybe get a cutoff drone inside a bedroom or logistics, take that bit quickly, combined with a cutoff drone in bathroom to make the entry fully safe, and they just have somebody sitting in bedroom to catch anybody playing construction. Could work. We did see Goo Goo Dolls sometimes put somebody in construction early on in the round, so might be able to find a kill if that's their plan. I don't know. We'll just have to see, because that's about the only real viable option I can think of that Cavi could go for on that Amaru. At least right now. Plenty of time to change my mind.
Oh, we'll see. It's a pretty good lineup for the defense. So, attackers as well. Again, the only weird pick is the Aruni. The rest of the stuff's pretty standard. Thermite and Maverick are both going to have some work to do on this wall, I imagine. And there's not a ton of denial because you don't have either the electricity operators, you don't have Kaid or Bandit to be able to stop that wall from being opened. So I got to imagine it's going to be pretty easy for Thermite to just get it done, which doesn't necessarily leave a lot of work for a Maverick to have to do, unless he's just going to burn, say, for example, part of the bottom to open up angles to be able to shoot. There we go. That's what I was predicting, was this kind of rush through that window to try and take construction early. However, might get countered. This may or may not pay off. Depends on whether or not the entry was heard. But I do like the idea. It does look like maybe the entry might have been heard because you see the one player holding an angle. A lot of damage on the Thermite already being contested by a runout. Oh no. The team kill as well, though. But it was worth it in the end, I suppose?
Well, their only use for Cavi, it seemed, was really getting that entry, so she did already fulfill her purpose. If you're going to trade anybody out, might as well. Plus, you take down the Valkyrie, C4 off the board. You've opened up Plat Wall as well in the first minute. Yeah, it sucks losing a body in the G8 as well, but as you said, could be worse. It is a bit of a whoops, but, I'll take it. I mean, I would obviously, if I were Mirage,
first round jitters.
That's true. That's true. You got the quick entry. Let's just focus on that. Continue on forward. Which, so far, has been pretty solid for Mirage. All right, well, I changed what I said. Because they opened up Flat Wall. They were able to use that Thermite. But look at everyone on Goo Goo Dolls getting aggressive on that breach. They'd like to do that against Renegades previously, and I thought maybe they wouldn't feel as bold going into this best of 3, but that is not the case. Goddess getting aggressive. Turler as well, taking down both Cassie and Victoria respectively. Now Monster Girl is left to try to contend with the Raptors by herself. Will spot Turler, maybe getting a bit overconfident on that breach, but it's still Goo Goo Dolls in the lead.
Absolutely. At least a little bit of low health on the Alibi player, but it is not really much of an advantage if you could land a lot of those shots with that gun. Some damage as well on Sledge. This is really slowed down at this point, though. At least a lot of the utility clear has been done. However, the Sledge going down, now this is looking very defender-sided. Even if the Alibi was to fall, huge man advantage here. Time is dwindling down, but a minute left. But that's also time for the defenders to reposition. Not looking great here. Position now known of Maverick. I smell a slow round loss here coming from Mirage.
Yeah, I'm certainly not smelling victory in the air. If we're talking about what we can smell, not that. But then again, if they keep getting aggressive down below like they are, it's possible Monster Girl could come away with some miracle 1v3. Both Burb and Goddess on low HP. Burb especially just one bullet away from death. It's only 30 seconds left, and Monster Girl might be taking a de facto timeout, which would be a smart decision in this case. Just ride out these final 20 seconds. Give your team some time to collect your thoughts, back over what not go right,
15 seconds left.
starting with that team end round. Overall, maybe she'll give it one more
10
try,
seconds
which I
to
think
go.
she could, but I think the majority of this round was just meant to go back over everything. Could land one kill here, but no, it'll be Burb to finish her off. Goo Goo Dolls pretty much in control of that round, it seemed, from beginning to end.
Like I said, a slow loss situation where they're going to try their best to play that round out, but ultimately it was going to end the same way. We'll see, though, if things change. Like I said, first round was a little bit shaky. The entry with Aruni was not necessarily a bad thing, but it needed to really work out to, a little bit better. I mean, it only worked out because of a TK more than anything else. So we'll see. Church, though, should slow things down a little bit. We should see a little bit less craziness. However, that depends on the roam game. I'm not seeing heavy roam operators necessarily, so it might be more of a standard turtle downstairs. So we are going to get a 6th pick, though, over to the Jackal. That'll be very useful in making sure that there's no roam game. And in fact, once the defenders realize there's a Jackal, they may make sure that there's no roam game. Although you can use the baiting out the footprints to actually keep them busy for a while.
If you wanted to, just continuously give them something, like an Ahab and a White Whale situation, just continually something to chase. You can never fully realize. It is always a bit risky because, again, you are quite literally marking yourself. So if you're down in the site, they can just say, oh, well, we don't care. You're down there. But if you're off the site and they have that intel now, you really got to be confident in your aim and your gunfights, or maybe just your positioning and ability to get out of a situation. You want to make that style of play work. But also,
you can always bait for a trade, though.
Well, bait for a trade, and also, combined with Mashizo's Valk cams, I do think you could bait for a trade pretty well with that intel, and also, if you do get tracked, Mirage trying to hunt you down, I think there are some factors where that play actually could work if you're trying to play for a trade.
You think about it, speaking of the black guys, we also have 2 bulletproof cameras. So that's a lot of intel. That's 5 cameras being set up outside of the normal default cams. So that's a lot of intel that the defenders might have here on this roam, which they are definitely going to do, at least to counter entry as much as possible. They may completely fall off the roam once entry happens. But for right now, they're at least going to have one player holding stock, try and make sure that there's no easy freebie onto the stock hatch. However, he's got 2 doors to watch. So that's the big problem here, is worrying about both doors, having to deal with potential entry from a garage behind them as well. This is a tough spot to be in. So we'll see how aggressive this roam maintains, especially now the Jackal's in the building catching footprints. There we go. Footprints caught, retreat, engaged.
Yeah, Mashizo just heading on back down. Still in a good position with that C4 from below. Still can potentially have some impact. In fact, she'll rip it. We'll send it up, but unfortunately goes wide. Automate, doing a bit of baiting of her own. Just took a few steps in, immediately ran out. That C4 goes. It's the only one available on the defense right now, so that verticality is no longer a factor. They want to try and get a kill through the floor. They'll have to use one of those holes instead of a C4. They go both ways, and, well, Goo Goo Dolls are getting aggressive, so I would not be surprised if we see someone try to take a gunfight through that hole, as all 5 are back on the site. Nobody on the lineup would hesitate from taking that angle.
Well, these hatches are getting open, checkboxes are being checked, some map control is being taken, so attackers doing their job right now. But we haven't seen them contesting much just yet. Basically, all utilities still left in the attacker's pocket. However, they've spent a good amount of time setting this up, and they've allowed the Valkyrie player to rotate back up, because they're not keeping good control here. There was no claymore or anything placed to stop this. This is going to be a big problem for them, because I think right now they're going to be focused on pressuring downstairs, not going to see this flank coming. And I think that's going to be very impactful as they're dug in deep now at this point into blue, into main stairs. And there we go, opening kill on defense, though, to start things out. This is eventually going to force the roam to go for this flank. There we go, caught out, though.
Wow.
Just complete surprise.
You saw how much Mirage were staking on that taking of Gen, but now with Moshizo down and one player on low health inside the site, they can make this work. But suddenly, how the tables have turned with Cavi down at a 2v3. Sure, Turler might be on low HP, but with 30 seconds left, this is favoring the defense in terms of positioning. They have some late intel on the player playing inside of Moto, and the only one left on the opposite side of the map is Cavi down inside of Gen. Now Automate picking things up, finds Marmalade the smoke, not able to waste time anymore, repositions, cuts the head off of Goddess. Turler's the only one left, and she's not even looking as Automate continues her wrath. The second round goes to Mirage, and it's now 1-1 between these two teams.
Well, that was a great back and forth in that round. A lot of actual strategy happening there and trying to find positions and angles, trying to get some kind of advantage, but also continuing to try and press forward at all times. I mean, overall, just good play from both teams. It's really unfortunate that the Blue Stairs flank didn't work out for the defense, because that was, like you said, they were betting quite a bit on that and hoping it would work. But nonetheless, they did manage to come back pretty good in that round, to trade a lot of the kills, but ultimately it came down to just whoever could get that last one. We are going to see some 6 picks come out. There we go. Oh, Fuse. Oh, wow. My.
That is.
There are some Fuse spots around, so it's not the worst. We are going to see Church Arsenal try it again. We are also going to see the Kapkan traps. So a Fuse and a Ying is interesting because you've got both utility where it sprays a lot of little individual things that either work or they don't, right? You either get flashed or you don't. You either get hit by a puck or you don't. So they're betting on a lot of area control from both those operators. They've got both hard breachers again as well to be able to help take care of those hatches. And they've also got, of course, some grenades coming out from the sledge. So a lot of interesting utility coming out from the attack side. Defense side, not changing up too much, but bringing that Kapkan might slow things down a little bit, especially if Mirage is not careful.
I think obviously both teams, since they placed that emphasis on Generator last time, when I see that Ying, I think they're probably going to place a similar emphasis, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see just a hatch drop come out. They're able to open up that kitchen hatch, maybe use the Fuse to deny anybody playing below, maybe Moshizo with the C4 of Marmalade if she's just trying to get one singular impact trick in there before she can rotate off. That'd be the good play. You open that hatch up, you send a couple Candelas down, combine with those smoke grenades, drop, try to go for the plant. That could be what Mirage is going for. I think there's still plenty of time to figure it out, but whichever way they're going for, the fact that they have that Ying, and if they want to go for Kitchen or Moto, they have that Fuse, there's a lot more to clear the path in front of them, as opposed to the previous round where they were really just relying on
Here's an interesting point as well. With the extra hard breaches now in that last patch, Fuse actually can open up 2 hatches.
I didn't realize that. You're right.
Oh, some good initial damage though onto the ace, but still, yeah, that's a very nice thing actually to use on this map. So I hadn't really thought about the additional utility to get on this map. That's also going to help clear that area of the back of Arsenal from being able to try and play on that hatch. That probably should have been done in combination with the sledge though, to open up the floor, so that sledge could have played a little safer, but they may have also been afraid of those pucks bouncing back up. Great kill and retreat here potentially. No, actually going to dig in a little deeper and go back upstairs. It's going to be Ace to open up the hatch, actually a little more safe.
And while we did see Monster Girl counter Moshizo on the flank of the roam last time, it really seemed to come from opening up that secret window and happening to see her there. This go around, where it's another example of, okay, there's a much more concentrated roam, but still Moshizo and somebody else on the roam. Doesn't seem to be enough intel from Mirage to take that down, and that's your Ying, the operator that I was highlighting that could have been so useful for your execute, now completely done away with. They've still spotted Turler, but not Moshizo either. The two-pronged defense by Goo Goo Dolls has gone unread, at least on half of that, and is now taking down the Ace as well, who's already opened up one of those hatches, but your soft destruction falling as well. Your attack's chances are quickly tumbling down with every moment that passes. You gotta win those, Victoria. That's an easy kill for you to round out. You had the drop and everything. A 5v1, Cavi the only one left. She might have those hard breaching charges and the fuse canister as well, but is it enough to cut through all 5 members, Enzo? I don't think so. They might be a bit
probably
too much
not
in this case.
I mean, at least utility was used, but at the end of the day, I don't think 5 gunfights are going to be won here. At least not by one person. Not a bad situation to be in, but low health is really the thing. And no map control, really. Just onto the pool table at best. Tough spot to be in. We do see that there's one drone up still that was being watched by the Ying player, so definitely some intel to try and help. He's going to be able to try and cluster charge in.
Yeah?
He has a one hard breach as well to open up a wall, but such low health, there's no way that's happening. Gunfire just constantly raining down. The fantastic roam play there from the defense. Just uncounterable.
Yeah, It's hard to really. I don't think you could physically put the success of Goo Goo Dolls' defense on anything else other than that roam, especially because all of the kills came from the people who were roaming. Moshizo with 3 especially. It was already tumbling down when Automan fortunately whiffed that gunfight. So even though that might have been kind of one of the more chaotic and more like, oh, what could have been moments of that round, it really did just come from Goo Goo Dolls playing exceptionally well in that roam, and Mirage always seeming to be lacking in that intel in the one area where Goo Goo Dolls pushing from. Initially, it was Lounge, where initially Goo Goo Dolls made that play, then they rotated up the stairs, and then when Mirage started pushing into bar and stage, it was main stairs, and also Lounge again. Everywhere that Mirage tried to push, Goo Goo Dolls were behind them. Maybe it was a lack of flank drones, or whatever it was, they were not watching their backs successfully enough, and Goo Goo Dolls just completely boxed them in on that first floor.
Well, it was just good teamwork and good flexibility to be able to move around as much as possible. Definitely helps out. It was also a big loss losing those Candelas early. They could have been used to help with the roam clear potentially, but definitely did not happen. We'll see how things go down the second try. They did try it first, and were able to win it, so they couldn't play it again. With Church twice, lost it once, then won the next one. So, they definitely have their preferred bomb sites they want to lean on. See how things go this round. It's a 1 point advantage so far, and that's it. So hard to say how the rest of the match will go down because it's definitely been pretty back and forth.
So this go around as well could see some difficulty on the entry. Mirage lost 3 of their drones in prep phase, so they might have 2 still active. Again, you can see right here, might be a bit lacking in the intel. Goddess able to put Cavi down to extremely low HP to start things out. Still one coming in from stage that could probably pretty easily pinch out the Cade at this moment in time. Continuing the drone, not getting too ahead of themselves. There it is. Cassie rotating in, pinching out and boxing in the Cade. Can get that opening pick, and might be a question mark in chat, but honestly, that was just a really well played entry by Mirage, taking Goddess out early on. Nothing suffered on their side, aside from a little bit of HP. Alright.
Ooh.
That was an odd sequence of events. Didn't really anticipate that one, but still Mirage coming ahead. Monster Girl able to get that kill as well. Look at that. They're already knocking on the door to the site. Inside of construction, moving into main stairs. This might be a quick one, Enzo.
I think that round they might have overextended the roam a bit too much because it looks like they lost a lot of people on it, and the attack was just confidently getting their kills. That being said, they did at least lose 1, but looking very attack-sided here. So far, a lot of utility left to be able to do the work that's necessary. Not to mention, if they try to go on any more roams, there's still Jackal in play, who hasn't even used the scans yet. The Inox still has 3 charges left. So this is going to be very tough for defense to win, but he's certainly putting up an effort. You're going to have at least 1 kill. Low health, though.
Does have low health, and knows the position of Victoria, and Cavi isn't really in a position to help right now, but unfortunately gets the drop on Burb, able to win that gunfight out. Mirage moving up 2-2, evening things up, and I think you really hit the nail on the head. I think that was just an overextension by Goo Goo Dolls. Goddess moving down into bar. The only player who could have supported her was all the way inside of Lounge, and that's not really a direct enough position to give Goddess the support she needed if they wanted to make that play work. So getting a bit aggressive, losing that body early on, Mirage then did a really good job at capitalizing, not letting that momentum slip away. And even when they lost a body, they always kept it ahead by either 1 or 2 bodies throughout the rest of that round. And once by the time they got that plant down, Burb had to rotate back upstairs. It seemed like it was a done deal.
And that's the problem. When you rotate down, it's much harder to rotate back up because, of course, you can't jump up hatches unless you're Oryx. So it's a situation where if you spread out a little bit too much, you can easily get boxed in. So overall, just good capitalization, though, really, at the end of the day on that. But also landing the shots, right? That's what it comes down to is, like, if you catch people out, if you can't land your shots, it doesn't really matter too much. So we'll see how things go, though, because it's been back and forth and back and forth. And we've seen that whenever Goo Goo Dolls retries a site, they've generally been successful at it. So chances are we will see this go up 3-2 in their favor, just based off of what we've seen historically. But it could be a situation where Mirage are just able to get some good momentum and actually keep it going. So this is definitely a little bit of a surprise so far, given how close this has been.
Goo Goo Dolls currently on this setup as well, having a lot of avenues for success. Marmalade, I actually did not expect, while the operator is available, her to flex to the Legion. I would have, well, actually no. Think about it now. Mozzie is banned. Moshizo's already on the Valk. Okay. That makes sense. Would have thought maybe would have seen maybe something else, but Legion still allows you to get aggressive, use those goo mines as well, recharge over time, put them in positions where if the attacker starts getting aggressive, say in bedroom, you're aware of their positioning, or if they try to rush up red stairs, aware as well. Just really trying to stop Mirage, where if they get that momentum early on, maybe if they get that opening pick, they're not able to push up fully up, say, Garage or red stairs with impunity. They still have to face some semblance of an obstacle. Automate rotating down below as well will face an obstacle on a barricade, but trying to help Victoria open up the wall from below doesn't need any. All the hard breaches now is already taken off, and Clout Wall is opened up in the first 45 seconds, on top of Washizo put down to 1 HP early on.
Well, good start there. It just seems like for whatever reason, Goo Goo Dolls never want to play any denial of that wall. They don't want to play any electrical-based operators to try and stop it from being open, or even the mute. So it's odd that they make it so easy for the wall to be open. The question is, though, can any kind of garage control actually be taken to be able to help support that attack? It looks like they do want to at least take control of the construction side, but failed to actually hold it correctly because they were overconfident in how strong that hold actually was, sitting on drones potentially. A little bit of damage done through soft walls as well there. Some good utility left to be able to try and close this out. And a nice kill, that as I say that though, utility going to be lost, as now attackers have the disadvantage despite having the wall open. It is a 5v3, as we're halfway through the round now. So this really could go either way, but at least attackers are not in the worst position despite the loss of some key players. They still have some good map control in terms of what they need to do. They just need to win some more gunfights.
I think taking down Marmalade would certainly be the first step to remedying a lot of the problems they had earlier. She's getting aggressive inside of Lounge. There's one player peeking out to main door, but no, she'll rotate back. Maybe re-aggress. She will for just a second, but instead rotate back. I think that's the smart play from Goo Goo Dolls. You already have the 5v3. Mirage, they need to work picks and get those kills in order to get that momentum back and open up whatever avenue they can back into this round. If you don't give them those opportunities, you sit in the site, you just play time, wait for them to come to you, and if push comes to shove, play those trades. That is the strategy to win this round. You don't need to get over-aggressive or overextend. Right now, second exothermic is utilized to open up that construction wall, so they do have another entry point, and they will manage to land one kill, clearing out Burb from Garage Raptors. That's actually a huge position to open up if they want to push and on the CCTV side of things instead of Cash. That's exactly what they'll do. In the final 20 seconds, Cassie's starting to push up, and Moshizo's starting to push down in turn. One person watching, but if she's able to play down below with the C4, that could deny the plant completely from both Victoria and the rest of Mirage entering on in. Only 2 players left, 1 player to cover Victoria. Now her coverage is gone. The hopes of getting that bomb down is completely gone, along with the round slipping away soon after. Goo Goo Dolls will continue the trend, winning the site after they previously lost it, and that means they take the lead 3-2.
Like I said, second time seems to be the charm for them, as they're able to win it, make some adaptations. Although, that being said, the attack wasn't too bad in terms of actually getting done when it needs to get done. The only problem was just losing too many gunfights in between and not really being able to control the roamers like the Legion you were mentioning. It became a big problem for them late game. Once they hit that last 30 seconds, they just didn't have enough control to be able to execute on that, and you saw a lot of repositioning from defenders because of that, able to really continue to put pressure on them and force them into positions where they had to rotate a little more desperately because of lack of time. We are going to go back down to Church Arsenal, though. So far, we're not going to see Gym Bedroom, I guess, at all from this defense, just because we're going to switch sides after this.
It's been so back and forth throughout that Goo Goo Dolls haven't really had the option to try that tertiary site. They won CC that first go around, then immediately they switched to basement, Mirage went it out, and they kept trying those sites after that, and it's the way it's just fallen because it's been so back and forth. There just hasn't been a moment for Goo Goo Dolls to breathe and say, all right, let's try that tertiary site. They're wanting to keep it with these primaries. We know they can defend it, as we saw earlier, but that just is a testament to how close Mirage have been keeping them this entire time for their attacking side so far. And if they win this round, ending at a 3-3 half, that's a really good spot to be against Goo Goo Dolls, who won this map 7-2 earlier on. Aside from full out taking the lead, that's probably the best you could hope for against Goo Goo Dolls. It's something you should surely be happy about going into your defense. Of course, we have to get there yet. We do still need to see what Mirage are going to do, and they might be getting aggressive. We see Cavi on the Finka right now, and also Cassie on the IQ. Not so much to get aggressive, but likely to deny some of those Vault cams. So, by extension, denying some of the intel and maybe aggression from Goo Goo Dolls overall. But certainly, the type of setup where they want to clear out that roam, deny Goo Goo Dolls a lot of the options to extend, and then once they hit the execute, just dash on it.
Yeah, we'll see how that roam ends up working out, just because they've been pretty flexible on a lot of these roams and being able to play pretty dynamic. But that Jackal is definitely something that helps hurt that. We did see at least one Inox was used so far, whereas previously the Inox ended up only getting used kind of late round. We are seeing some late cams being set up as well, some damage being done. Oh, there we go, nice C4. That's going to take one off the board, and it's a hard breach that was often used to clear out hatches. However, you still got X-Kairos left to do that, so good chance that won't impact them too much on getting hatches open at least. However, that being said, you've got to be careful to make sure impact nades don't really stop you. However, it does look like the impact nades have already been used, at least from Legion. Yeah, that looks like all the impact nades are off the board, so it should be pretty easy to open up the kitchen hatch. Here's some hatches getting open right now from those X-Kairos. So they should be able to get the angles that they need. The question is, can they push, say, Blue Generator? You've got Wumai stacked pretty heavily down there. You've got some good crossfire coming out from Legion. So it's going to be tough. They've all been able to retreat back to site and play this a lot more defensive turtley now that they've gotten their one kill, and they have their advantage now halfway through the round.
Cavi also out of nades, not really many options to try and route Burb out of those positions. The only set of nades on the attack right now, and another C4 reaps the soul of Mirage, able to take Cassie down from below. They're just now staking their claim on saying, all right, we have to push in from Oil Pit. We have to do something. We've opened up that kitchen hatch. We've opened up Jen as well. Actually, fun fact, they also can't open up that Moto hatch because it's cated and they don't have a Maverick, but they're slowly running out of options to even go for that. They have plenty of X-Kairos to open up some of these angles, but they have struggled, Mirage have, to get into positions to use any of the utility that they want or need to win this round. Monster Girl does still have two Inoxes in her pocket, so she could use this small break of the action to either get some intel or get a kill in this case. But now that she's the only one left, Goddess has managed to win the long angle fight onto Victoria on blue stairs. Monster Girl on 1 HP has to somehow clutch a 1v3 and stop Goo Goo Dolls from definitively taking the lead going into the side swap. She'll instead back up. She has 35 seconds left, but no active drones. So that means that whatever intel is at the attack's disposal, it's static at best. She cannot drone into the site and see where any of these defenders are playing. With 24 seconds left, she'll make the dangerous decision to rotate, but in the absence of better alternatives, well, really, there are none. She just has to do something at this point and commit to it with all of her passion. She'll rotate back over to Secret Stairs, drop down into Jen, maybe directly into a goo mine that could very well be what kills her in this round. And it's not! It's the pistol from Marmalade on the Legion instead to send Goo Goo Dolls onto the lead 4-2.
I gotta say, the Goo Mine heavily contributed, though, by just lack of mobility as well as the audio queue for Legion to execute on. So, good Goo Mine placement. Definitely just denied things at the end of the round. Still, with two Inox charges left in pocket, as well as not really using the Inox's capability to see footprints to get a better idea where players might be positioned. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of variety where those were going to be at, but we probably could have seen better use of that Jackal. We will go into the side switch, though, and see how things play from the other side. But we do have starting to creep into what looks like an actual advantage. It was going neck and neck, trading rounds back and forth, but now suddenly there's a 2-round gap. So the side switch may either even that out or just continue to grow that gap, depending on who's going to play better on this side. We are seeing a little sneaky six picks to Lion and Kaid here. The Kaid's actually a good one to make sure that they're not prepared for those hatches, but or any kind of extra stuff they have to deal with, but they have all the utility they need to deal with it. I don't think that's going to really make too much of a difference. I got to imagine that's mostly for the hatches. Yeah, they don't have Thatcher here, but they've got plenty of hard breach to be able to try and deal with it. I mean, we'll see. Like, it could be impactful, but I don't know if that's really going to make an actual huge difference in this round. We'll see how this Jackal gets used, if it's any better, and whether or not we're going to see a roam from Mirage as aggressive as we saw for Goo Goo Dolls.
That was my one worry with the K2, that since there's a Maverick, not going to have as much impact, and also with the Pulse, if you want to play aggressively below that hatch, try to gain intel on anybody playing above, that actually could be really useful because the main hard breacher for Goo Goo Dolls right now is going to be that Thermite, because it requires 2 Selma charges to open up just one hatch, so the odds that they're going to use Marmalade as the main person to get those hatches, they might get one, but in all likelihood not going to get very many after that. So if it's going to be Goddess or Burb opening up those hatch, you actually might have been able to use that Pulse, use that C4 from below, take advantage of the fact that those hard breaches will be close to the hatch and therefore in a stationary position to use the C4, but still the Valk for that, so.
I think you're most likely to see the aces used to open up kitchen hatch more safely, since there's no X-Kairos. But it looks like they're actually opening up a sneaky hole in dirt via the Maverick. That could be a big play if they're able to make this push through dirt. Hopefully we can get switched over to the dirt side too to see what's going on there. It looks like they're making a sneaky push. There we go. We don't have anyone right at dirt door to be able to contest this either, but opening the door is going to make things pretty obvious. So they're waiting for the intel on when to actually execute us. Nope, they're going to open the door up. That's going to give things away here, though. They're going to start to rotate positions, be able to counter this. But at the same time, blue pressure's coming out to try and counter this. A little bit of damage done through what is either a rotate hold or the soft wall onto the K, taking one down. This is looking pretty good for the attack, especially with the Lion combined to lock them down here. We're seeing a nice pinch come out from both sides to put pressure here. Not so much concerned about the hatches. This is a lot more of a horizontal attack.
That is, of course, always risky if you're solely taking those horizontal gunfights. Trying to win those and what many could be just 50-50, one way or the other, is always risky. But right now, Goo Goo Dolls are winning them and winning them definitively. Marmalade on low HP, but now it's a 5v2 with the bomb going down. Majka will try to recover some momentum, but Goddess shuts her down. Automate close on the dirt door, managed to find one. The diffuser dropped as well, not able to find a second in this round. And Goo Goo Dolls, sure, they might not have had the most diversified or, I guess, three-dimensional attack. They just relied on taking gunfights, which, as we've seen them do today, they can do extremely well if they're given the opportunity.
Well, the important thing was the timing and coordination and how they played the pinch from Dirt and Blue. They distracted. I imagine they waited for the players to get someone in position in Blue before they opened up the door. Got attention put onto the Dirt side of things, right? They're waiting for the rotate in there. Right when that happens, they start executing on the Blue side to be able to put pressure through the rotates or soft walls into the actual church itself. And that was perfect in just really holding them suppressed. Combined that with the Lion charge, so there wasn't a chance to rotate. That gave them a chance to get everyone else into position. And then they were able to, like you said, just win gunfights from there and execute on it. Yeah, there were some trades. But the thing is, the defenders were basically locked down at that point. It just depended on whether or not the angles worked out for or against the attackers. And they had plenty of attackers to do it, as well as they were pitching 2 from each side and then 1 wild card from above. So overall, like a very difficult to execute to deal with, and one we hadn't really seen previously. So that's the interesting part of this here. See, I think a little bit more roam going on this time, and something I haven't seen too much of myself before is using the healing balls on the rafters to help keep the player who's going to play rafters alive. The other question is who's going to be playing that. I would hope it'd be the Smoke, but I guess you never know. They don't really have anything to deny throwables, though. That's the big problem I worry about here is they're not going to be able to deny flashes being thrown up there. Oddly enough, no Capitao pick, though. No one seems to want to play Capitao very much, despite how strong it is on this attack.
I will say for Goo Goo Dolls, from my memory, this has been a pretty standard lineup for them. They like their 2, maybe 3 hard breachers, but they always usually like to run that Jackal and then maybe Moshizo on a flex pick, maybe a Lion, something like that. But the lack of throwable denial for Mirage is just extremely worrying in general, but especially for this side. As you said, not really anything you can deny Rafters with. So it appears Cavi, who's playing that position, she is playing closer to the window to rotate, but there's also no rotate hole made in the wall.
Yeah,
so,
this is really risky for Garage side.
That's my biggest concern right now. The moment you open up flat wall, all you can do is play off that reinforcement, and Goo Goo Dolls, they don't have a Hibana, so they won't be able to open up that garage wall as easily to counter Cavi. She'll instead rotate down, which oddly enough might be the better play, but yeah, still putting this much emphasis I think is risky. They do have some presence bedroom though, so it's not solely on Raptors. They do have some presence on that western side.
A lot of roam rotating. You see them moving around a lot trying to figure out where things are at, but there's one kill to start things out, and that's the Smoke down, who isn't going to be, I guess, that useful anyways, wasn't playing the Garage Rafters, so not sure what the idea was with the Smoke pick, but definitely not going to impact the late round. And that's a big deal, because once that wall's open, which it is now, that Smoke becomes that much more useful in denying entry in when people are trying to rush in to go plant in the servers. Now all they need to do is clear the top of the Rafters, and they'll be in a good position to make this. We could actually down into oil pit if necessary.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Finds an opener onto Automate sitting on red stairs. That is just one thing. Insult to injury at this point, combined with an entry from Moshizo. Mirage are just continuing to crumble. They have those 2 C4s, but they're both cut down by Marmalade the moment they detonate and find nothing on top of all of that. Match point for Goo Goo Dolls. It looked like Mirage were really keeping them close in that first half, but in these 2 rounds, it hasn't looked close for Goo Goo Dolls.
It was definitely a case of Mirage having some decent attacks, but then adaptation is the name of the game at the end of the day, and that's where we're seeing Goo Goo Dolls able to win that out quite a bit. And like you said, match point, this definitely could go the way I was thinking it would go, which was probably this was going to go to them for their map. We could see things change up a little bit possibly on Coastline, but so far, I mean, it's not over yet, but it's certainly looking like it's heading that direction if things continue this way. We will see a similar lineup coming out from Attack. Like you said, it's pretty standard lineup for them in terms of what they want. 2 roam control operators, 3 hard breachers, essentially, some good utility between them. It's all about hunt and open, pretty much, is the name of the game, to make sure that they go for that map control. And that's a good idea in terms of like what you want to do is just get that map control. However, they're going to be going to a different bomb site now. So it's possible they could have tried. So when we saw the Google Dolls side, they were continuing to replay sites when they lost them, whereas we're not seeing that from Mirage. They lose a site, they move on. And so whether or not that's anticipated, hard to say, but I don't think we're seeing much of lineup changes regardless from Attack.
Also a hesitancy to try Gym Bedroom once again. We might very well, if the round ends here, go an entire clubhouse match with only seeing 2 of the bomb sites played.
We only saw it once even played last time as well, and but that was a actual bomb site that was won by the other side. So it was not a great one for Gugu to attack. So seeing that Gugu Dolls had trouble attacking it, maybe that's maybe that's a cue, or was it the other way around? Sorry, maybe they were I think they had trouble attacking it. So.
Well, actually,
no, this is the other way around.
Yeah,
so they had trouble defending it.
It was
the other way around. Yeah.
So
they did have one success on defense. Yeah. Sorry, I was mixed up on who was on which side throughout that round.
No, it's fine. I know one round in particular, Renegades had a 3v5 man advantage, and then they just vaulted into windows and Google killed them off. So it was. Yep. I kind of got confused watching that happen. So remember, it was a different challenge entirely. But for right now, Goo Dolls taking things a little bit differently. Before they set attackers all the way up to these points of entry, dirt tunnel, blue, blue, oil pit, and then immediately push on in. Right now, they're taking it a little bit slowly in that they're actually putting focus on these hatches this go around. Of course, Kitchen was hated, and you have lost your ace, but he's already put those Selma charges on the hatch, so the kitchen hatch is still able to be open. Marmalade has had her impact. The impact there is more so that you've lost a man, and not an opportunity for a trade has so far presented itself. The Monster Girl is currently running around bar, wasting time, and providing food for thought for Goo Dolls if they want to try to catch her.
Looks like they're opening up that hole to rotate into dirt yet again as well. Good use of the Maverick. You've got all this extra hard breach. Might as well use it to give yourself more opportunities. Will this be read into this time? And it looks like no. Well, I mean, I guess it was, but 1 HP is the difference that matters.
Yeah, just one more bullet could have actually turned that into a dramatic success for Mirage, or what could be the killing blow for their chances on this defense. But Monster Girl is still there to try to make something work. Turler manages to evade the C4, and downing Monster Girl as well. Continuing the reign of terror for Goo Dolls in this round so far, both from above and below. Victoria and Cassie, the only 2 left. The former with the C4, and now the only one left. She's stuck inside of Church. 2 members coming from Jen. Spots 1 moving on in, but only does a little bit of damage to Moshizo. She has to reload. Not enough ammo. Map 1 goes to Goo Dolls. And moving into Coastline. Map very aggressive. They have the momentum going in off of a dominant victory.
Well, that is, again, a 7-2 on the same map for Goo Dolls. So they've shown that is definitely the map to not take them to.
Yeah, that was very, very bold decision. I will say, because again, I do believe that was Mirage's map pick. Yes, it was. Mirage were the ones that decided to go to Clubhouse. So I get the thought process. Hey, we just saw them play. Maybe we can read into it. But again, it's like, you're really sure? Was that the right play? So yeah. In the end, I just don't think that was the move from Mirage. I get what they're going for, but maybe they kind of lost that one in the map ban phase, perhaps. So going further, and Emzo, of course, I don't know if you'll disagree, but at least for me, Coastline as well, Goo Dolls have this victory, a 7-2. They certainly have the momentum going in. I mean, of course, Mirage still have a shot, but it's looking extremely dangerous because not only does Goo Dolls have the momentum, it's also their map pick.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, this is one that maybe Mirage could have some decent pushback on just because we saw how they were able to play against the aggression before. But that being said, again, the utility game is much better coming out for Goo Dolls. So at least this is a map where that equalizes a little bit more towards the gunplay. So I got to imagine that confidence and momentum you're talking about, though, might be more the factor that matters, just because that confidence and momentum leads to better shooting a lot of the time. Yeah, you can have overconfidence, but I remember Kix talking about this a lot too, how important confidence was and make plays. If you that you just you can't push into things. You can't you play it too safe, and you end up holding angles at best, and even then your reaction time is often a little slow from being a little scared. So I think that could definitely be a big factor here going to Coastline. But that being said, if early rounds go Mirage's way, that could also put a stop to that.
Well, Mirage will certainly have some time, just a couple minutes to really decide and talk over what their strategy is going to be going into map 2, because we're going to a quick break, probably about 5 to 10 minutes or so, and then we'll get back into map 2 to see if Mirage still have a chance or if this is a Goo Goo Dolls 2-0 waiting to happen. We'll see you there.
I'll see this through.
All All right, welcome back, everybody. A little bit quicker than I might have suggested initially, but that's honestly better for us. We get to get into the action a little bit quicker, and you missed the first game 7-2 for Goo Goo Dolls on Clubhouse. Exact same scoreline that they actually won Clubhouse a couple hours earlier against Renegades. And now we go to Coastline, a map where if you're the team coming off of a dominant map win like that, you're inherently the favorite side going into that.
Yeah, it's definitely a situation where, and the reason we say that, a Coastline, the important factor with it is because it's as I like to say, a square donut. A big circle in the middle. Hard breaches aren't usually a big factor for the most part, outside of some few exceptions. It often really does rely on gunfights, a lot of positioning and movement, roamer play, things like that. So it does end up often really coming down to the team with the best game sense and gunfighting ability, which is always like the big difference between it and a lot of the other maps in that regard, and that there's a little bit less focus on utility. That does give some advantage in a way to Mirage in that they are just not as good at the utility game. But that being said, like the confidence factor can be a big deal on this.
It's also really dependent on the side start as well. If Goo Goo Dolls are starting out on attack, they're going to look really good, because even though this map has had some changes that has made the defense, it's still a square donut, but not the same anymore. There's some coverage in the middle and also more playable positions. For example, VIP is a lot more defensible with those walls that were changed, but it's still it's still just a lot still favoring the attack. And what do you know? That's the side Goo Goo Dolls are starting on. So going to be a little bit risky, and it's going to be difficult for Mirage to try to eke that out early on. Of course, side favorability is side favorability. Anything could change in the match, but just at least going into it, what we know so far, cause for concern. We'll
see what we get for these bans. This could be interesting. We could see some roam control ops banned. We could see some roamers that are strong banned, like Vigil even, for example. But Lion's the one that's always kind of the interesting one that doesn't get banned if teams want to use it. There we go. So no one wants those Candelas flashing them out. So that will be the first to go.
The Ying ban makes sense, at least in terms of utility, but you mentioned the Lion ban, and I think that actually could have been a really good ban, because Moshizo has been playing Lion very heavily. Goo Goo Dolls have used it very well to lock down the defenders and keep them in their positions once they execute onto the site. So obviously if Mirage want to play it, that's a different story when they get to their attack. And while the Ying is good, I think Lion actually could have been a really good ban as well if they'd opted to go that way. Second ban coming out is Jackal. That was actually an operator that was a staple in Goo Goo Dolls' lineup.
Yeah,
so
that's the funny part.
Taking a shot at themselves in that process.
I guess. I mean, obviously they are looking to seriously roam. Now, keep in mind, with this being a somewhat smaller map too, there's a good chance your footprints will still be live almost wherever they scan. So that is a good thing to not have the Jackal live, just because there's very little you can do about it. You're almost always likely to have footprints somewhere that he's going to be able to find fairly easily. And there's plenty of ability to see footprints from the top roof to be able to look down into the areas in the middle. So it's not bad. Mozzie going, though, is interesting. That's not a ban you see too often. Usually that, especially, there we go. This is, if I remember correctly, wasn't Always Gun nerfed in this patch as well as Mozzie's?
Got a bit of a recoil boost for both of them on the Roni and the MX4 Storm.
So both operators that got nerfs getting banned, interestingly enough.
They have it's the utility game, Emzo. Alibi's got that shield, Mozzie's got those pests and a C4, and plus, the Roni got a recoil buff, but if you can still control it pretty well, it's still the Roni. You just have to pull down a little bit more.
It's funny that you call it a buff.
Oh, that's true.
I get what you mean by recoil buff, but it's just kind of funny to use those terms.
I guess it is technically a nerf, but I don't know. I accidentally said it, but I am inclined just to defend my usage of it because I'm
just going to double down on it.
Yeah, just here's why you're wrong, Emzo. So if you're bumping the recoil, if you're making it stronger, it's going to kick more, so it's going to go up.
I've been doing reps. It's been to the gym with Yeti.
It has been doing 4 hours in the gym every other day at a bare minimum. CrossFit, whatever have you. Yeti especially.
Well, you mentioned that Lion being played. There it is again.
There we go. And that's kind of the issue I'm worried about, is because while Ying and Jackal are obviously very good, nobody's really played Ying that much today. It's not been as much of a factor in that Lion.
I don't think we've even seen the Candelas go off.
No, we saw Ying one time, and she was the opening pick in that round. We've seen none of her. But here, Moshizo plays the Lion relentlessly. Coastline is a very oppressive map if Lion is on there. I'm sure Mirage, if they want to go for their attack, maybe they'll use the Lion, make some use of it, but I'm just worried that if Goo Goo Dolls are able to run up the score with that Lion early on, I just think it might have been a missed opportunity in the ban phase, especially because, again, Moshizo is showing no inclination to play something else so far.
Well, it was interesting 6th pick as well. We had the Warden being teased as if it was going to be played and then 6th picked off of. So see if that ends up tricking Goo Goo Dolls at all on their attack. But they've got plenty of ability to spot utility, so that might not really be a thing. But you know, it is a good counter, of course, if you guys got those smart glasses on. But in this case, it was a 6th picked off of. So well, this is a pretty good overall lineup for this map. You know, the Ace is a great way to open up some of the wall, if necessary, onto the cocktail side of things right there, to try and get some angles towards that in billiards. So some decent operator choices. Defense is going to be actually fairly utility heavy rather than gunplay heavy, partially because the two ones that were sometimes a little more gunplay heavy actually are the ones that got banned, so makes sense. You're going to get a little more utility out of this. It's kind of funny too to see the Maestro taking advantage also of the bulletproof cameras. It's just like even more bulletproof cameras in play for him to use. Although those ones don't shoot lasers, obviously. Got to have the angles, of course, into the hookah itself, and the classic hole being open on the stairs. Although the stairs aren't actually being played, the good old good vibe stairs are not going to be contested from because they're busy trying to contest the window.
Active intel on Victoria's position right now, and a Selma charge opening that directly up. Gonna have to be careful where she rotates off, exposing herself to a lot of angles. Will manage to make it off. Ooh, very narrowly thanks to the crosshair placement. Knocks down Burb off that window, but it's unfortunately the Zofia that reacts a little bit quicker. And Burb also, another great showing right here, fully anticipating the play from both the Jaeger and the players downstairs. It's not the Zofia, but it's Turler to rack up 2, sending the man advantage to a 5v2 at that. Cavi will finally answer back, quickly traded out by Burb. This is already looking like a Goo Goo Dolls round, and potentially them, the beginning of running up the score. They won't go for the frag. They'll try to get the bomb down. Marmalade sending it on that doorway with Burb on this cutoff. Difficult to try and navigate the rest of that site once she's cut the site in half on that big window. They take the first round, Goo Goo Dolls do, in pretty explosive fashion.
Definitely good use of playing outside, using repels, using angles through windows and doorways, really just catching a lot of the players off guard. And then good use of the Lion as well to just lock them into place. Ultimately, that was the only pick as well, was the Lion, but at least EE1Ds had been used, so not a bad position to be in. Will we see our first Flores of the day, possibly? He's got his little remote control drones that might be pretty useful on this bomb site, actually, depending on how it's set up and reinforced. Might be able to open some things up, but there's so many reinforced walls you're more likely to deal with, so might just be useful to clear some utility, of which there's not really a lot being brought to be cleared. Yeah, you can clear off the Banshees. I guess you could also try and put a dent in mirror windows, depending on how those are set up on soft walls or hard walls.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs
But overall,
as they can.
I don't know how much value they'll get out of Flores' drones, just based off of what the defenders are bringing. Well, it looks like there's one soft wall there that might actually get used on if a drone can get up to there, because you can potentially destroy enough of the wall, depending on how the explosion hits, to be able to drop that window out. But that's, I don't know. I don't know exactly how much explosion really clear that, because you need to destroy its support.
That is the question with those Flores drones. Also, I'm just, Coastline is not really a map I picture Flores utilized on, so
right.
when I saw Moshizo opt to go with him, I was like, oh, okay, well, we'll see how this works
That's 4
out.
extra
Not on
drones,
deployable
though.
shields on the defense, so the application...
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
That is true, but you are just simply not using Flores drones to gather
Right.
intel. I mean, you kind of do, but it's not really the kind of thing where you drone it out. It's like, you might
Right.
get some accidental intel, realize maybe some utility placement or position, but it's, I don't know, it's one of those things where, especially with the Lion previously, I don't know, kind of a trade-off I'm still unsure about. But its application could change my mind. But in terms of droning right now, we'll be aware of one player's position inside a hookah. That's Monster Girl on the dock, rotating back down Cool Vibes after shooting out that drone and alerting Moshizo to her presence. And there is a pretty heavy extension onto that western side of the map. 2 upstairs, 1 downstairs that Goo Goo Dolls, opening up VIP, have cut off one of their avenues of rotation for.
That was good use of the ace charges early. It really opened up angles, allowed them to take control of VIP very quickly. And on this site in particular, that's extremely important. So already, within the first minute, very important map control taken. Good angles being used here as well, and that's going to be the Wamai down. That means the rechargeability of those discs not going to help out. Looks like Legion late round, it matters. However, a good C4 trade is going to at least take Ace out. But you know what? Ace has already done his job. That mattered. So in this position, attackers still the advantage. However, they lose one more. And that actually puts them at a slight disadvantage. They're still not doing too bad here as they manage to win that fight. Or I'm sorry, lose that fight. And lose the Flores. And there's a lot of drones in pocket now that won't be used.
Yeah, whatever bit of utility you could have gotten from those Flores drones, now gone. Top of that, further in the man disadvantage, even further, you still have Victoria down below, contesting below vertically into the site. Diffuser dropped inside of VIP as well. What is Goo Goo Dolls to do to try and come back from this deficit? Both of them on the roof at the moment. One dropping down by VIP, likely to just clear out that area, and maybe if they can recover Diffuser, it is a 2v3 right now as Monster Girl is all the way over in Hookah, which was where Turler was for just a short moment. Now Goddess rotating over as well. Not a lot of options Goo Goo Dolls really have. Playing off each other, I think, is definitely the name of the game. And with Monster Girl still playing a bit off by herself, that's the kind of moment you need. If they're able to play off of that, continue that, maybe play off the... Try and trade further things out as well. Work it down to a 2v2. It's still winnable, just difficult.
Well, definitely, as you said, winnable, but difficult. Before all 4 grenades had been used, and now it's down to just 1. Sledge has to be able to clutch this out. A 3v1, not very doable, but now a 2v1, a little more doable. However, position will be known. Diffuser still in a tough spot to get. Could just be bait at this point. However, I don't see any defenders around the Diffuser itself to be able to take this. Looking to just bait him into the theater. A lot of angles to be used. There we go.
Oh.
The trade, unfortunately, is not something you're going to win the round off of.
No, it is not. Nice little highlight clip. Like, look, I died, but I still managed to flick up and kill that guy. But beyond that, it's not much useful beyond maybe some grim bragging rights by the end of it. Overall, I would say it's a solid defense from Mirage. Really able to make use of, while Automate was the opening pick, Marmalade was able to take her down all the way from VIP into theater. Beyond that, she was kind of boxed in, and what Mirage did a really good job of was wasting Goo Goo Dolls' time down below. One, indirectly, or I guess directly with that C4, taking out the ace, even though Marmalade had already had her impact, still making VIP much less certain of a factor for Goo Goo Dolls was step number 1. And then when Moshizo was sent down later on to try and clear out the Valkyrie down below, Victoria is still able to win that gunfight. And if the Flores wins that, if Moshizo wins that, you bring it back to a 3v3. Monster Girl is still playing separate. If Turler or Goddess are able to take down Monster Girl just like they did in the round prior, that's man advantage. All because in this situation, Moshizo wins that gunfight downstairs instead of losing it, and you have a lot more winnable of a round in the end. But again, that didn't happen, and Victoria down below was a large part for why Mirage were able to get the success that they did.
Oh. Looks like a little bit of a slow start here in terms of getting stuff set up, but they have their boxes to check. A Rook and a Warden is kind of an odd pick. I mean,
5 seconds left.
Kitchen is a site where you do kind of have to hold tight and stay alive to some extent.
Attackers are
But
heading out.
I just don't know if either of those two operators are the ones to be playing. Again, Mirage are odd with their utility play. They are looking for some picks here, seeing if they could get a spawn peek. However, I think they might be looking the wrong direction. Fortunately, you got to look the other way if you want to see the 3 people coming from behind.
Thankfully, she will rotate off, though, not give herself away, so it will be a 5v5 going into the first 30 seconds. Nobody giving away their life just yet, but Goo Goo Dolls, look, they are taking this very quickly. Turler taking that map control rapidly inside of Sunrise. Intel on the player, playing inside of Blue as well. Almost able to finish her off, but there was one in office unaccounted for that will trade things out and even things up for the defense. Verbal retake and riding the tide of Turler's momentum into Sunrise will land inside of there all the same. Now they've retaken the man advantage, this time all the way from outside the building in Narnia. So all of that map control you've now achieved much more secure now that you've been able to take down Victoria and Cassie and push the defense back.
Yeah, definitely a good start here again for defense, but with it being evened out here, it's really going to come down to who can win the next couple gunfights. And so far, it's looking like attack. That's going to put them in a position where they could use this line now to lock down their mating players, start to take map control, get themselves set up. Ace still has his utility in pocket, though. They're just right now clearing out the few gadgets that are in play, clearing out especially those Banshees. However, we're seeing very aggressive peaks coming out here, just trying to catch someone outside. Of course, hitting that window is just going to give your position away. Again, another Lion charge out. That just leaves one EE1D. However, a nice kill is going to even things up here a little bit in a 3v3. C4 coming out. Doesn't get a kill, but does open up a line of sight. However, diffuser being planted puts us in a tough position for defenders to come back, as they're going to have to fight against this one remaining EED as well that's going to be locking them down momentarily. However, Lion may die before that gets triggered, depending on the timing. Takes a lot of damage in the meantime.
Oh, in the end of it, after that post plant, able to come through in the end for Goo Goo Dolls. And again, that started extremely quickly, seemed to die down a little bit once Turler was taken off the board. And even then, when Marmalade got that kill outside of the Narnia, Goo Goo Dolls still took a little bit to pick up the pace. Then all of a sudden, completely unnoticed for momentarily the defense, but even by us for a second, Moshizo just crouch walks into service door and is inside the site. Something that defense is quickly like, hey, there's somebody in here. We kind of gotta figure that one out. And they never did, is the problem, is Moshizo continued to have an impact in there. And even though Monster Girl evened up 3v3, the fact that they already had not only one person within their very ranks, but other people knocking on the door on the opposite side as well, outside a kitchen, there was so much they had to focus on, and not being able to fully work Moshizo out caused too much chaos. They spread themselves a little bit too thin, not by any fault of their own, just trying to deal with Moshizo. Gave Goo Goo Dolls a great opportunity to go in, get that bomb down, and work down and play that post plant.
Well, thankfully, we're going to see better utility usage, better operator choices from the defense this time as they try their second time around on the site. For example, the gates are going to make it a little bit harder for them to just crouch walk into a doorway like you were mentioning. They might have to throw a drone through it first or use some other throwable utility. But that throwable utility outside of a drone is going to be loud enough that it might give away their position. So that is something they're going to have to contest with here. The funny thing to me, too, is we're also not seeing Thatcher being brought, despite the fact that he's not banned for once. But that being said, this is not necessarily a map where you have to all that much. It's still kind of funny to see him, though, not even used when you can use him. But they are bringing much better utility overall. They're also going to have some good roam with the Vigil. They've got the Banshees to slow things down. They've got the cameras for the intel. And they've also got the Echo drone to try and stop. If, let's say, someone does sneak in for a plant this time, if Echo's on the other side of the map, he can always switch to his drone to try and deny that plant. So they're much better set up to contest what happened last round, with a lot better utility, a lot better operators, maybe a little bit less focused on gunfights. However, I still think they're looking for occasional peeks out the windows when they can. Attackers, though, bringing the second Blackbeard we've seen of the day. It's always weird to see that now. An operator that, of course, when he first came out, was very widely abused, and then was hit with a series of the nerfs that really brought him down. However, we are going to lose one attacker right off the bat.
Pretty impactful one at that. Turler switching over to the IQ could have been a great operator to find not only the black eye cams outside the site, but once they enter the yokai cams that could deny the plant should Goo Goo Dolls end up reaching that position. No longer having Turler is problematic for both of those chances. Of course, the yokais are no longer invisible, but they could be hidden and stuck in a corner where, unless you physically enter the building, you might not be aware. Things continue to tumble down because not only have they lost another body, Burb lost a lot of HP as well and is struggling to clear out Cavi inside of office. She will make an entry, but is unaware of the Malusi's position behind the desk, distracted by the Valkyrie. She's not ADS, but no, she actually gets down by either her teammate or a hip fire from the Zofia. Burb's able to finish her off, still try to make the play, but instead she swings a little bit too close. Without much choice, she had to do something, but all it does is put Goo Goo Dolls further into the disadvantage. Goddess outside the office door, Moshizo inside of Sunrise, a minute 15 to try to pick up the pieces.
Well, definitely doable to bring this back here, but man, it definitely seems like the Mirage that's good at countering aggressive that we were talking about before is definitely showing up a little bit more now. The situation where I think maybe Goo Goo Dolls were getting a little too comfortable on their attacks. Bringing the Blackbeard, for example. I mean, it's not bad. There's a lot of repelling to be done on this map in particular. It can be used with that. But it seems like they're just maybe getting a little sloppy on trying to lock down these players, especially without that Lion that they've been bringing so often. And there we go. There is the Blackbeard down. All down on one player left against four. Not looking good for attack.
Goddess gets one, but Cassie rounds it out, and I think you really touched on a good point at the end there, is that despite the line being unbanned, and especially how much you, but especially I, was emphasizing how important that line could be, Goo Goo Dolls have shown a couple times now where they have decided to just not go with the Lion. I'm not saying this is the trend, by the way, but in the rounds that Goo Goo Dolls have won, they have brought that Lion, and the rounds they've lost were the rounds where they switched Moshizo off of it. Second round onto the Flores, and fourth round onto the Blackbeard. Again, there are reasons other than that for why they lost, but in that round in particular, the Roam appeared to be a major thorn in the side of Goo Goo Dolls, and one that I can't help but think a couple Lion EE1Ds could have helped remedy. They were having trouble clearing out Cavi on the Melusi inside of Office. She kept peeking out the double door, getting a kill outside there, and they could never really get a lot of momentum inside of Sunrise and Blue either. But if you have that EE1D and you still want to push that double door and maybe try to work the window as well, or go above even inside of Hookah for some vertical, you could do a lot more with those EE1Ds that I feel the option was not available by switching Moshizo off that Blackbeard. Or switching off that Lion.
It's a little odd, too, that they wouldn't use the Lion in a round where they're actually going to try a Rooney, because it seems like a good play to be able to combine the two to lock people down as soon as you rotate in. That being said, we'll see how useful that a Rooney is. We didn't see it end up working out last time on Clubhouse in trying to sneak in for a push-through bedroom. So I'll be interested to see which window is deemed the one worthy of the grappling hook. You also have the ability to rotate up hatches, and there are quite a lot of useful hatches on this map. So that is something we could also see come into play if it doesn't end up being a window repel. But generally, you bring that if you want to get in quick. Now again, I feel like maybe Attack was getting a little too confident in things, and Goo Goo Dolls were kind of pushing their luck sometimes. So this may be pushing their luck even further, but it just showed that they still have the confidence to try and continue to be aggressive on things as necessary, especially as we're seeing better utility usage starting to come out from Mirage's side, including this round as well. I think they brought some pretty good operators in terms of utility choice, but they are still going for a lot of peaks happening that are finally being punished this round. No damage done to the attackers.
Whether that was a really good read or just good positioning and timing by Goo Goo Dolls was solid, because I remember Mirage has run out from that Aqua Balk or on this Aqua side of the map almost every single time. So catching them off guard as they've also always been playing by themselves is good, but here's Cavi also trying aggressive at that office door, will impact it open, but doesn't immediately see that Amaru, or that IQ, retakes the angle, but then loses the fight. So all of that presence on that Aqua side of the map is by and large dealt with, and all you have right now are Monster Girl and Autome on the site, and Victoria down below, who did quite a bit of work last time with the C4 kill, wasting time and taking down Moshizo over the course of the round. But now that she's the only one left below, she might get a C4 kill, but in a 5v3, her avenues to rotate back up are just not bountiful.
Yeah, definitely not look good. C4 is definitely pretty helpful with that, depending on the status of the floor, but losing another player here going to put them in a tough spot. C4 doesn't get the kill, and that's 2 shotgun kills now coming out from the Rooney player, who actually was making good use of that. Is that silenced?
Yes, a silenced Supernova on Amaru with a shotgun. Not the kind of lineup I would have thought, considering someone who has the G8 available to them, but go for it. Clearly got a double kill that round, so first 2 kills from Moshizo as well. Maybe that was the secret sauce for Moshizo's performance so far. It was a flawless round for Goo Goo Dolls throughout, and I think we can say if maybe they were getting a little bit cocky in those rounds, I don't think they really started getting anything close to cocky until they had already pretty much taken the man advantage by hold.
Absolutely, but they were a bit more aggressive and taking advantage of, I guess, countering the aggression that we saw, because playing slow and steady, which they were doing on some of the previous attacks, with a lot of trades, and unfortunately getting punished by some of the aggression coming out from Mirage. I thought that time they did a much better job of exploiting the aggression that was coming out of Mirage and actually countering it well, countering those peaks, countering those attempted runouts to make sure that they weren't ending up in situations where Mirage was getting the advantage, where in fact Mirage was throwing away their advantage, playing it just a little bit better that way. Now, of course, I can imagine that Amaru is going to get 6 pick off of this time and not going to be, nope, okay, well, they're going to try it again.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by...
Well, I mean, it ended up working out, but I don't really think...
Well, usually you don't show
really
it was better as a 6 pick before.
Yeah.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
But now they know they have an Amaru, I guess.
Right. I guess the hatch play in general in this round can be fun, because you've got 2 operators that can rotate up hatches now, because you've got Oryx now on the defense side as well. Hopefully you can actually put down that barbed wire this time.
That is true. Would like to see the barbed wire on the floor instead of in pocket this go around. But then again, I believe she did win that round with the barbed wire in her pocket, Emzo.
There you go, the jingle jangle
good
of power.
Luck charm of sorts.
I guess so.
Something like that. And also here, if we're talking about going up hatches, it's definitely a lot better for the Oryx and the Amaru, because say in Sunrise you have that hookah hatch you can climb up, so you can easily rotate to a pretty common position that the attackers might take. So early on, if you know they're going to hookah, You could rotate up and get aggressive. Of course, they reinforced the hatch, so not as much of a factor. But for Moshizo on that Amaru, it's likely just going to be trying to entry to a point early on and gain some early control. Now, the only player on that top floor, it was Victoria and Monster Girl on the Oryx. Now it's just Monster Girl, and I believe actually there might be somebody else as well. But oh, look, right here. Cavi going in for a late rotate. A Yana clone, I believe, might have spotted her presence. Might spot it now instead, kind of baiting it. Getting a little bit frisky with that Yana clone. Unfortunately, right here, there are players in a prime position to capitalize. Turler rotating in, instead pushing back out after suffering a little bit of damage. No, instead, the long angle from Victoria is the one that ends up succeeding for Mirage as opposed to Goo Goo Dolls.
Now they're ending up, this is starting to look like some of the previous rounds where they're just getting slow pushes in and getting punished for it. You've got 2 players losing the majority of their health down to about 25, which of course, again, matters because those Aruni gates are up. That's a situation where 25 HP means it's fatal to walk through a gate. Now, of course, generally you don't walk through gates on purpose a lot if you can help, but it still matters. We do finally see 1 kill to even things up a little bit. Can still potentially look at the drone if it's up, to at least try and help with that. Diffuser gets planted, though, very early into the round. That's going to suddenly switch the momentum up drastically. Now the shotgun, once again, just laying people out. This is somehow the play.
It apparently is. Moshizo managed to get 1, but Cavi's able to retake. Now in a bit of a tricky situation. Goddess and Marmalade are really the 2 players you need to be watching right now, because Marmalade might have an angle still available despite that Aruni gate. The Aruni almost manages to cross, but there's Monster Girl to shut her down, or Marmalade, I should say specifically, and it's Monster Girl, the only one left to try to make this happen. Intel in her position, 5 seconds left, cut down in the process. Goo Goo Dolls 2 maps in a row secure themselves a 4-2 half.
Well, we saw what happened last match, or last map, when they secured a 4-2 half, didn't we?
Different sides, but yes.
Right.
They ran away with it after that.
Definitely. So we'll see if side switching can change that up a little bit. That was actually the first time we'd seen Bar as well, so it was actually a decent defense, but they just didn't do a good enough job holding the actual site to make sure that the defuse didn't get planted. Sneaky, and it worked, honestly. That's what needed to happen, especially with the momentum they were losing, with losing 2 players early on. So that was a pretty surprising turn of events. And again, the mileage being gotten out of the Supernova silenced was pretty interesting, despite it, getting turned around on him. But it was a 2v1 at that position, so kind of a hard one to win. We will be going to Kitchen for the first site instead of Hookah on the side switch here. We'll see quite a bit of utility come out from the defense in terms of a lot of stuff for sticking power, as well as a little bit of roam support potentially. But it's really going to be about setting up the site. You've got Wamai and Jaeger to really stop the throwables coming in, although, interestingly enough, not a lot of actual throwables outside of flashes mostly coming from the attacker side. And then you've got some healing, you've got some windows to be set up, as well as cameras around to help possibly support the roamers, or even to support the site so that they can play off-site a little bit more and get intel on it. So a lot of good stuff to use on the defense side. However, of course, we've seen the power ever since Lion was released. This has been a good map for him, and we'll see the power of it as well on the attack side for Mirage now.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
They're going with the hub, though.
Interesting, because while there is a little bit more prevalence of hard breaching on Cosine than there was before, it was basically like maybe somebody would open up like part of the hookah wall, but that was pretty much it. This go around, you can actually open up like those VIP walls and open things up, but Hibana is a bit of an odd choice. You might actually have too much hard breaching that you could really deal with, but right now there's too many men for Goo Goo Dolls to account for, mostly because they've not accounted for a single one. Cavi pushes on in, able to get the pick, the opening pick onto Burb, completely unaware of their presence inside a bush, or inside a blue, excuse me. But now that it's completely nullified, Mirage, they seem to have that one ace up their sleeve that maybe Cavi could have kept going off of that first frag, but now that she's shut down, they're slowly creeping their way in, trying to find another piece of momentum that could make itself appear. But at the moment, Monster Girl spots that mirror window, looking out in the main lobby, backs off. Knows that that is a presence that she cannot take and contend with by herself, and she's got to rotate off and, alongside her team, try to take another approach instead of just that very aggressive play early on.
Yeah, they've definitely slowed things down a little bit now and doing some more droning, getting some idea where players are at. They've still got 2 EE1Ds left as well, but of course they want to get some positions before they start to lock those down. So they're just trying to get set up for that. There is one C4 that's been deployed, but one left in pocket, still potentially usable here. Some good engagements coming out here up in Penthouse. That's going to start to put things in the advantage of the defenders, although they have 2 of them that have lost a little bit of health, so it definitely could be traded back fairly quickly to be evened up. They'll come down to these peaks, unfortunately, with shots, but that's still going to be pressure here onto pushing at least more control of theater. One more kill there. Now attack at a huge disadvantage. We need to see these EE1Ds start coming out before that Lion player is dead as well. Last C4 up on the ceiling. Does not have a good call out to detonate it. Oh, good bait and ambush in VIP as well.
And while Monster Girl's EE1Ds weren't really able to be, or weren't used at all to help the rest of her team, now that she is by herself in this 1v2, one player up above, one player below, have a lot of opportunities to isolate these remaining defenders, but Moshizo spots Monster Girl before. Not only does she have time to react, but before she really has time to reposition, and there's not many avenues that she can move through right now. Stuck in Sunrise, no rotations, either has to go out, push through that doorway, or make something herself. If Diffuser dropped outside, this is what she'll decide to do. I'll pick that back up, give myself a little bit more variety in how I can try to end this round, and if I have the Diffuser as well, maybe bait one of the defenders more closer to the site, isolate, take that gunfight, help the other one, gives me an equal opportunity with an explosion raining down up above, likely a vertical angle peering down onto this very entrance Monster Girl is pushing from. Her options are looking more and more limited as every second goes on. Hole up above, she manages to evade for just a second. It's the long angle that does her in the end. Goo Goo Dolls are able to close that up pretty neatly towards the end, and it was mainly due to Mirage always seeming a step behind and not having enough intel, specifically on Goddess's positioning.
There's definitely a lot of rotates and movement happening, and again, I feel like those EE1Ds were being used a little too sparingly early on in terms of actually trying to stop that heavy movement that we were seeing on the defense roams, because this is a map where you can rotate around the entire map very quickly by being both a circle as well as having that middle you could cut through and being a somewhat small map. So cutting off mobility is important. That's why Lion is so strong, but you have to use the utility. It doesn't just magically use itself. So that was definitely maybe not the best, and that definitely did not help support their ability to lock down players. Getting the initial pick that was good, but it just wasn't enough to actually continue to push things.
Attackers need to
So
locate and defuse
we'll see if things change up a little bit on different bomb sites, though. That was Kitchen to start with. Now we're going to go to Hookah. And that was the opening site on the other side when Mirage was defending first. They are bringing a lot of utility as well again, but the dock makes me think, will we see some spawn peek attempts like we saw from Mirage as well?
When we saw the dock from Mirage, it was often, actually not on Hookah, funny enough. It was mainly on sites like Penthouse or Kitchen, but Monster Girl would still play over in this area, Hookah and Billiards, trying to take fights either outside the door, outside the window, really just trying to get aggressive, not necessarily play off any particular long-range engagement, just trying to take a fight. And for here as well, Goddess will certainly have plenty of opportunities. And also previously, if she wants to get aggressive on that roam and just try and play cat and mouse with everybody on the attack all around the map, having the ability to stim yourself after maybe taking an engagement and then repositioning to go for that same playstyle could work out. Might be playing with her life at the moment, peeking on the billiards table all the way out into ruins. They do have some intel that there's a player currently behind the ruins at the moment. It's actually Marmalade to land that opening pick. I was going to mention the Hibana and how sometimes we will see teams go for some hard breaching on that Hookah wall now that she's gone, and also now that Cavi's low HP. Again, Mirage's options seem to be quickly closing, and we haven't even reached a minute past yet.
No, this has been a very aggressive defense. We see, like you said, one player very low health, one already dead. We have at least the Rooney's taken a bit of damage as well, but so far this is looking very. I mean, they have so much heal, right? Because they've got Thunderbird's heal cannon thing as well as the stims. So even losing health doesn't really matter. If you don't finish your kills as an attacker, you're pretty much doing nothing but wasting bullets.
Cassie will try to make an entry happen on the Aquarian side. Cavi with the Diffuser right now, always a little bit risky, especially if one bullet flies past and she's closer to the site. That's Diffuser control for the defense if that manages to happen, but at least for the moment, nothing too aggressive yet. Mirage do still have plenty of time to collect their thoughts. It's not all said and done yet. Minute 40 left, you have a lot of time to drone, a lot of time to gather that intel. Unfortunately for them, the intel is still lacking. Cavi face checks directly into 90, and there is Moshizo able to put that one bullet necessary required to take her down. 5v3. Man advantage increased for Goo Goo Dolls without much cost to them overall. Cassie will manage to down Turler as well, so you manage to slowly bring things back, but at what cost? Cassie still can finish off Burb. Not only has Goddess managed to stim up Turler, she's finished off, still the man advantage. Automate doesn't really have any avenue in because while she has one drone in her pocket, that Aruni gate is still up, and that is quite literally the only option left on the field for Mirage to clear that hookah doorway through. It's that drone, and all that active intel you could still gather would be gone. Now that you could potentially clear it out. Of course, it is cleared. Now they can start rotating around, but it's still looking another dangerous round. The Goo Goo Dolls are likely going to win.
I know, and there's one drone left to even throw through that Aruni gate if you have to, and that's sitting in Sledge's pocket. But this is looking pretty desperate. There's Billy Can is still up the board. 3K coming out. There's another trade back, but it's still man advantage here. 2v1, looking pretty good for the defense to be able to continue to pressure with 20 seconds left. Diffuser sitting far away. Very unlikely that they'll be able to pull this off at this point.
10 seconds to go.
Trying a quick peek. Admirable attempt, but Goo Goo Dolls on match point 6-2. Deja vu, it seems so far. We're one round away from not only taking this in extremely quick fashion, but they get all the money. They get all the money if they win.
Like I said, what happened when they ended at 4-2 last time? Pretty much this. So the question is, will this round be any different, or will it just be the last round played?
That unfortunately is the question right now. Goo Goo Dolls also, look at that. Oh, I thought we were going to see Blue Bar, but we have seen a lot of Penthouse, which I will say is nice because we did not see a lot of Penthouse before these changes, but ever since then, how VIP is more defensible. Our seeing Penthouse get played a little bit more, and it actually has gone to favor of the defense one time this match.
I mean, it's still pretty. I mean, it's not like impossible because you can open it up, right, with the hard breaches, and in some ways that can be an interesting trade-off versus dealing with it as a window, right? So when you have a window there, you had to vault through it, right? Well, now with a hard breach wall, you could actually open up more of the wall to be able to run through it and quick peek it. So depending, I mean, yeah, it requires committing utility, but in some ways, if you're able to incorporate that, you could potentially actually make a stronger attack for you. But as you said, lent to a lot more play of defenses of Penthouse. We've definitely seen Penthouses be an interesting bomb site throughout Coast's history in that, you know, there was situations where it was one of the best bomb sites, and there's situations where it was just unplayable, and then it made some comebacks and then died again. It's the bomb site that comes and goes very frequently.
It is. Goo Goo Dolls are playing it without the typical Mira that we saw that made this site so a little bit more defensible back when before the changes, and even still now to I'd say a wide extent. That's how Mirage opted to play this. They put those mirror windows on those single panels, like we've seen many teams do from time and time again. No such presence from Goo Goo Dolls, and they have Moshizu who's able to get aggressive, but really overall that was a bit of a risky castle barricade. 15 seconds into the round. Glad they got away with it.
They didn't
don't
even
have as many options.
the outside VIP walls either.
Oh, that's true. This is very puzzling from Goo Goo Dolls. A lot of positions that the attack can exploit. Marmalade will try to exploit one, gets a kill. How is she still alive right now? Running the gambit outside of the truck will finally be finished off. But taking out that sledge, one of the more immediate counters to the castle barricade, might be going 1-for-1 in the first 45, but that's probably a pretty good pick overall.
I mean, absolutely worth a try there. Although that left a phone outside that is likely being hacked right now. Cam's hacked. There we go. So that is going to provide some intel. Luckily, the defenders didn't bring any cam-based operators, guys. There's no Maestro cams. There is a one bulletproof cam, however. So that will provide some additional intel. Although they could always destroy that if they choose to do so. Oh, some good discipline here from the Oryx player, sneaking around White Stairs, trying to come up for this flank. Might get a 2-for-1, might just get killed in the process. Depends on how well executed this is. Flashes come out. That's not actually going to stop this. There we go. 2-for-1. Easy victory. This is looking like this could be the end of this match and the end of the day. However, at least one traded back on that, but still a 2-for-1. A good start there. Good follow-up as well to that jump out. Definitely a huge advantage here. They're having to also clear out the gates as well as deal with those welcome mats, the castle barricades. There is so much here stopping them from trying to even get in here at this point. That is very unlikely for these attackers to make this happen. And they have a little bit of utility, sure, the ex-Kairos to be able to clear up some of those castle barricades, but they made it very clear that they're going for this flank, and it's just not going to be a surprise anymore.
Victoria might have a powerful angle on this big window, but since Monster Girl is the only one left to work off any of the info or control provided by that, it's, as you said, it's just looking like this might be the final round in the tournament so far. More of a slow death than a quick one. Victoria will rotate back down. going from below inside a kitchen. Monster Girl continuing to press her luck on this play on side of White Stairs. Spots Turler for just a second, but is cut down before she can react. Victoria, the only one left, and it's all for naught. 2 7-2s in a row for Goo Goo Dolls, and by the end of it, after only... They're already the victors. They take home the 2,500.
I mean, this was... realistically, this was probably the ending in a way, in terms of the winner that we expected, but it certainly was a little swifter than it was. Mirage's play before definitely looked like something that we were going to have to, take into consideration, but that was, I mean, there was some rounds that definitely went Mirage's way, but the rounds that didn't definitely started collapsing pretty quickly on them. They definitely had some good pushback, some good plays. But again, I feel like their operator usage, while it was a little better on this map, is still something that needs to be worked out. They might need to put a little more strategy into their composition choices. And I mean, yes, sure, sometimes it comes down to gunfights and stuff like that. But I think you could definitely see on the Goo Goo Dolls side that there was just a lot more coordination there and a lot more planning and strategy in terms of their operator choices and execution.
I'd agree as well. And funny enough, the importance of that line did not matter nearly as much. It was actually the adaptation on Goo Goo Dolls attacking half to the Amaru suppressed shotgun that really was the secret sauce to their success in getting that 4-2 half. So I certainly did not think. I did not think that at all. But sometimes you get surprises like that in game, and you predicted. You said, hey, maybe this is the chance where Goo Goo Dolls run it up. They just win here 7-2. It's exactly what happened in the end. So they are the victors at the end of the day of the Dark Zero GG Going Pink R6 tournament. They get all of that sweet $2,500. And if you want to take a look at the route we took to get here to see what all happened today, because Emzo, I would say it's been a particularly long day. Actually, I feel like actually 3/4 of our games were all 7-2s. So kind of odd how that worked out.
Definitely, it was definitely one that felt like maybe it went by slowly, but actually, if you look at the round count, went by pretty quickly. Just due to the fact that a lot of 7-2s happening. But that being said, I think there was some good potential shown for some of the teams, but also definitely there are some teams that were just maybe a little bit stronger than others. Obviously, Goo Goo Dolls going away with the big prize today. We said the winner takes all, but of course, as we know, the real winner here is everyone that benefits from the breast cancer research. So there is that.
That is true. And again, for one final time, if you want to know how you can support the Breast Cancer Research Foundation and also give thanks to both them and Dark Zero for putting on this event, Raven GG, they have that Dark Zero glowing pink sweater, costs you $60, but $23 of that dollars goes directly to the Breast Cancer Research Foundation to fund breast cancer research. I said it at the top of the show. I'll say it again. I believe it's just $50 funds 1 hour of research. Right. So what? 3 sweatshirts? That's 1 hour. And who knows how many we've already sold. So if you just buy one, again, breast cancer, 1 in 8 women over the course of their lifetime in the U.S. will be diagnosed with breast cancer. This is a problem that is still active, and more research is always required, and it's never a bad thing to solve such an exigency.
Well, just remember, winter's coming. If you want to be warm and you want to warm your heart at the same time, it's a good idea to be prepared, and that's a great way to do it, to make sure that others are hopefully a little more prepared as well to deal with the challenges that come with all kinds of cancers, but especially breast cancer, which is very, very prevalent.
Yeah, but I believe, Emzo, after all is said and done, after that bracket, I believe that's it for us. I believe that's all we have for here at the tournament. I've certainly had a fun day. First time casting with you. I will say it is a bit of an honor because I not to fanboy a bit, but I've watched you a lot during Pro League. So
it's been
really
a pleasure
cool
casting with you as well. So definitely.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for watching over the course of the 4 or so hours you've been live. Hope you all, of course, had a good time. Hope you also stop at Raven GG, get one of those sweatshirts for sale. But that's all for us. I've been Lynx, joined by Emzo. I hope you all have a very good night. See you soon.
When you see the color pink, do you think girly, pretty, soft? You say pink is a girl's color. And you're right. Because girls are strong. When you wear pink during the month of October, you reveal your strength. You flex your power. You show off your determination in every fight. Going pink, because pink is a strong color. Scan the QR code inside the Dark Zero Going Pink crew neck to learn more about how to detect the signs of breast cancer and to donate to the Breast Cancer Research Fund.
so much more. You made a real mess, but I miss you though. 'Cause I can go to sleep when I'm alone. Say you wanna fix our problems. Don't should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in.
10 seconds left. Attackers bombed it.
I see us going hard enough again. Baby, all I really want is only
Attackers dropped and activated. Deploying a drone. Attackers bombed it.
I could make it last longer. Say you wanna fix our problems. Don't should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in. I see us going hard enough again. Baby, all I really
I didn't wanna talk too much, talk too much, talk too much. Just wanted to show you love, show you love, show you love. I didn't wanna hide behind, hide behind, hide behind all the thoughts that crowd my mind, crowd my mind, crowd my mind. 'Cause I just wanna wake up in the fleeting light, feel all the things we might, breathe in the air tonight. Yeah, just wanna live in the soundscape, get lost in our escape, breathe in the air too late. Can we go back to where our memories don't